tea. Your mom's bread will make the tea bearable, he said with a gruff laugh. I sat in front of him and took a bite from a bread roll. I'm sure that your mom's bakery will be a success, he said suddenly. I nodded. Then I gasped. How did he know about it? Mr. Jenkins laughed at the look on my face. Then I saw a twinkle in his eyes. Didn't they say who the new investor was? He asked me. It turned out that Mr. Jenkins himself was investing in the bakery. He was the brains behind it all. He was so touched that my mom was thoughtful enough to give him free food, whether we had money or not. He knew that he had to help people who were kind like that. I also did it for you, you know, he added. You're a pretty good kid. I thought you were going to turn down my job offer to clean my house, but you faced it like a responsible adult. Mr. Jenkins kept on talking, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I didn't know that he was a millionaire and that he even owned the whole building that we lived in. I thought he was just a grumpy old man, but it turns out that he used to be a very successful businessman before he retired. I'm thinking of hiring a person to manage all my apartment blocks, he told me. Is your dad still available? I think he's a good choice. I could only nod as Mr. Jenkins made plans to talk to my dad that day. That's 3 things, I said under my breath. What did you say? Asked the old man. 3 things, I said again. 3 good things are happening right now after the 3 bad things that happened before. First, my dad lost his job. Second, we lost our money. Third, then I stopped talking. There wasn't a third thing. My mom wasn't having an affair. What's the third thing? Mr. Jenkins asked. There's none, I replied. I can think of one, he said. Then he told me about Kelly. The real reason why he never liked Kelly was because he overheard her talking about me. Apparently, Kelly only wanted to be my friend because she liked all the free stuff she got from me. Your friendship with that girl was the first bad thing that happened to you, he said. She was a bad friend. I don't hear her talking about you anymore. Now she just goes on and on about this new girl, Samantha. I thought hearing about Kelly and Samantha would hurt me, but oddly enough, it didn't. I guess going through everything these past few months made me realize that there were more important things in life. My mom was right, I said softly. I thought of all the new directions we were taking. Our lives were about to change, and I was excited to meet them head on, even if there are a lot of bad things that may come our way. I'm looking forward to finding a better friend someday. There's always hope for me. There's always hope for all of us.
I was getting ready to leave for a crazy party at my friend's house when Mom barged into my room and declared, Mia, we're moving tomorrow. I was devastated. Because of her job as a supermodel, we moved and traveled a lot. But she'd promised we'd stay here till I finished high school. I tried to argue, but she had an even bigger bomb ready. Say your goodbyes to everyone tonight. We're heading for my hometown tomorrow morning. When I heard that, I nearly passed out. Her dull, boring hometown? It was one thing to travel from New York to Paris or Switzerland, like we had in the last 15 years, but her hometown? That was taking things too far. Hi, I'm Mia, and I have the perfect life. A famous supermodel mom, endless traveling, crazy shopping sprees, and 400 pairs of shoes. But then one day, my mom decided to move back to her hometown. The day we moved back, it was as if the entire town had come to see my mom. Not that 100 people is a big crowd, but boy, was it awkward. Everybody was awestruck at seeing Mom. And me too, because apparently no one knew Mom had a kid. A few hours later, as I was checking out the town, I heard someone talking about Mom. One of the women talking said that Mom had left 15 years ago. The woman said, I hear her girl is 15 too. You know what that means? Her father must be from here. I was shocked. Mom had never told me about my dad and has always said she was both my parents. I had to ask her. At home, Mom was unpacking boxes in the lounge. Is that why we're here? To find my dad? Is he here? Have you seen him? Does he know I'm here? But what my mom said left me horrified. You will not be meeting him. I'll make sure of that. I tried to ask her why, but she just said that she was my dad. She said she'd raised me alone and we didn't need anyone else now. I beg to differ. I needed a dad. My dad. Just get ready for school tomorrow. Like hell I would. I was on a mission to find my dad. I couldn't stop wondering who he was and if he missed me. As I sat in my first class the next day, everyone was staring at me. The girls kept giving me jealous looks, and 3 guys had already asked me out. Small towns were so boring. I was like a shiny new toy. But I was soon to be very not bored. You see, as soon as my teacher, Mr. Jason, came into the room, he took one look at me and screamed, Joanne? Joanne was my mom's name. I told him that we had moved back yesterday. His eyes widened. Joanne is back? And she has a 15-year-old daughter? That's what I just said. Immediately, he turned around and left the room. That was so weird. A girl behind me laughed and said, Awkward. No one really likes you or your mom around here. I was furious. I didn't even know this girl. But before I could reply, someone else cut in. Cut it out. You're just jealous because she and her mom are so pretty. I blushed and looked at the boy who said that. He was a cute, brown-haired boy. The way he looked at me gave me butterflies. After school, I was about to leave when Mr. Jason ran up to me. He pushed a huge teddy bear and a packet of candy into my arms and said, "Take these! Did your mom tell you I'm your dad? Is that why you're in my class? How could she hide you from me?" As he left, sniffling, I stared after him in shock. What was he talking about? Just then, a guy ran up to me and said, "Hey, sweetie, want to go on a date with me? You're the prettiest girl in this school, ever." Another shoved him aside and said, "Dream on, loser. She's going on a date with me first." Suddenly, the boy from class came over to me and said, "Stop it, guys. Can't you see you're making her uncomfortable?" And he sent them away. I thanked him, and he introduced himself as Aaron. "Do you maybe want to hang out with me? We can watch a movie?" My heart fluttered. Sure. We had just walked up to his door when his next-door neighbor, who was mowing the lawn, screamed. He was staring at me and looked like he'd seen a ghost. "Joanne?" Okay, this was so annoying. Did I look old enough to be in my 30s? Aaron told this guy, Tom, that I was Joanne's daughter. To my shock, he ran over to hug me. I felt so embarrassed when he looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, "I never knew! How could she hide this from me? It's so cruel!" I gasped. What was he trying to say? Were you Mom's best friend? Could you help me find my dad? Your dad? If you're 15, I'm sure I'm your dad. She didn't even tell you? I want to talk to her. Where is she? Before I could say anything, though, Tom ran back to his house, leaving the two of us alone. Then Aaron said, "Wow, that was weird. They must have been real good friends." Yeah, looks like it. Yeah. Do you maybe want to get some ice cream now? I was barely listening. Both Mr. Jason and Tom had acted so weird and emotional seeing me. They both thought I was their daughter. At home, I wasn't surprised to see Mom had visitors. I could hear yelling and ran inside to see Tom and Mr. Jason fighting. My mom was trying to break them apart, but they weren't listening to her. I grabbed a plate and smashed it. The sound made them all freeze. What in the world is going on? Immediately, both the men dashed towards me. And, I kid you not, both were crying. Tom yelled, "My daughter!" Mr. Jason jumped in. "What do you mean your daughter? She's my daughter!" I looked in shock at both the men and then at Mom. "You want to tell me what's going on, Mom?" Before Mom could say anything, Mr. Jason said, "Before your mom left town, we were dating, so clearly you're my daughter." But then Tom cut in. "After this moron cheated on her and broke her heart, she dated me in secret for a month. We were best friends, and then she got scared and ran away, I think." I was taken aback while Mom lazily yawned and said even Tom had cheated on her. So since both the men had broken her heart, she would never tell them whose daughter I was. Tom looked hurt and immediately began to grovel for forgiveness. He said Mom was his only true love. He said he never dated anyone after her. This was so weird. Mom, I need to know who my dad is. I'm the only father you've ever had, Mia. Just accept it. I came here to show both these losers I didn't need anyone to make it big and raise my little girl. Oh yeah? So what about me, huh? I need to know. For a minute, she looked upset, like she never thought I would want to know. Then she smiled and said, "Just pick one. Whoever you want as your dad. Pick him." All three of us looked shocked. But Mom clearly considered the conversation over and left the room. Both men turned to me. The way they looked at me made me panic. Uh-oh. I turned and ran out. I didn't want to be dealing with this right now. Unexpectedly, having two dads wasn't all that bad at first. Both of them were clearly still in love with Mom and were desperate to win me over. So the next few weeks were amazing. Mr. Jason treated me like I owned the school. He was passing me in every class, and none of the rules applied to me. Everyone was so jealous. I was showered with the strangest gifts. Mr. Jason would get me candy and dolls like I was a kid, while Tom got me all of Mom's favorite music and movies. I wasn't complaining, though. I did enjoy the attention and gifts and money. Oh boy, there was a lot of money. But sometimes I didn't feel so sure. It seemed like both these guys were just really in love with Mom and wouldn't stop asking me to praise them in front of her. The worst part was when every day Mr. Jason and Tom showed up at our house wanting to walk me to school. I kept telling them that I wouldn't let either of them walk me. There was no way on earth I could show up to school with my teacher and my crush's neighbor. The girls would give me hell. One day, Mr. Jason showed up with a huge doll and more candy. "Tell your mom I gave these to you, okay, kiddo?" Ugh. I pushed it back into his hands. I'm 15, not 5. Tom pushed $50 into my hand. "Yes, take this instead. Youngsters need money. They don't play with dolls." Gee, thanks. Would you tell Mom if I skip school today? No. I mean, I can be the fun parent. I grinned at him, and he looked like he'd won the lottery. Uh-oh. I didn't want him to think I'd chosen him. Not so soon, anyway. Thanks, bye! I turned and ran. Thankfully, I could outrun them both, and I knew exactly where to go. Just outside the arcade, though, I ran headfirst into someone. Ow! The man saw the money in my hand and looked at me suspiciously. "Who are you running from, kid? Did you steal that?" Excuse me? What did he think I was, a beggar? I told him to butt out of my business and tried to walk past him. But then I felt a hard tug on my back. He was holding me back. Shouldn't you be in school? What are you, my dad? He said this part of town was dangerous and I shouldn't be here alone. Listen, mister, I'm not here to commit a crime. I'm just going to play some arcade games, so excuse me. He looked around and then sighed. Fine. I'll come and watch over you. I was stunned. Was he some kind of creepy pervert? He seemed normal enough, but why did he seem so concerned? It made me feel weird. Are you like Father Teresa of this neighborhood or something? No, kiddo. You remind me of someone. The next few hours were great. The guy, Steve, played games with me and even got me ice cream. Best of all, he said he'd paid for it all. I had a great time and got $50. Then he said he'd walk me home. That made me panic. There's no way. If Mom saw me skipping school with a stranger, she'd flip. He looked at me thoughtfully and said he wouldn't tell her if I promised never to skip again. Okay, I won't tell your mom if you can solve this riddle. How can you make the number 1 disappear? Ha! I knew this one. Add the letter G and it's gone. That was quick. You're a smart one, aren't you? Yeah. Mom was always making me guess stupid riddles. Now, goodbye, Dad. When I got home, Mom came running and yelled, Just where were you, young lady? She and Mr. Jason were on the stairs. Jason had snitched. I was dead meat. Do you know how worried I was? I had to tell your mom you skipped the whole day of school. Somehow when he said that, I got really angry. I knew he was really just trying to get close to Mom. Listen, you're not my dad, okay? You're just trying to score points with her by ratting me out. Oh no, my child, that's not. But I wasn't going to listen. I went to my room and slammed the door while Mom yelled, You're grounded forever, Missy! So annoying. Just then, there was a knock on the window. I gasped. This was the 2nd floor. I went to check and found Aaron downstairs. He was jumping up and down as he said, There's a party tonight. Tom said you might be grounded, so I should ask you like this. I was psyched. Tom was the chillest. I climbed down from the window using the tree right next to it. Wow, you look amazing. I couldn't help but laugh. But then I found myself telling Aaron the thought that had been in my mind all these weeks. Tom is great, and Mr. Jason is really in love with Mom, but I don't think I want either of them to be my dad. I don't feel it. Suddenly, Aaron pulled me in for a hug and kissed me. Don't let anyone manipulate you. You'll know if it's your dad. You'll always know. My heart melted. Aaron really was the sweetest. I was glad he asked me to the party. Aaron and I had a great time. The girl from the first day looked like she was going to cry an ocean when she saw me walk in with Aaron. I grinned at her. Aaron hadn't even noticed her. We hadn't been dancing for long when the door flew open and Mom barged in. Oh no. Mia? Where are you, Mia? I tried to duck under the table, but Tom spotted me and ruined everything. She's there. I see her, darling. He really did me dirty. As Mom dragged me out of the room, I saw the girls laughing at me. Outside, I pulled away from Mom. Stop it, Mom! She yelled at me, right on the road. No, you cut it out. I've never seen a more troublesome, annoying girl. Before I could reply, someone cut in and said, Really? Because I might have, Joanne. It was Steve. But when Mom turned to look at him, it was like she'd seen a ghost. The color drained from her face. Steve? The one and only. I knew that kid was familiar. Fancy her being yours. I was thrilled to see him and ran up to him. I said, You know my mom? He seemed so happy to see her. But Mom's reaction seemed odd. She grabbed my arm and pulled me away, saying, Enough. Let's go home. Both Steve and I were shocked. He tried to talk to her, but all she said was, Stay away from me, Steve. And stay away from my daughter. Not until you tell me why you did it. Why did you just run away? And why are you back now, huh? She yelled back that there was nothing between them. Then Steve said, Nothing? That's a lie and you know it. You didn't even come to meet me. Come on, Mia. We're leaving for Paris tomorrow. I yelled, What? No, I'm not going anywhere. Steve jumped in front of Mom and said, You're not going anywhere till you tell me why you just disappeared. I was in a terrible accident and was unconscious for 2 days. And when I woke up, I couldn't find you anywhere. You'd even changed your number. Mom shouted back, Don't lie. You stood me up, just like the other two. I was going to propose that night. Mom started shaking, and that's when Steve took out a chain he was wearing. On it was a ring. You... what? Of course. We were in love, and you said you had some great news for me. What was it? Mom could barely speak. The news, it was... She looked at me, and then at him, and for a moment, I thought she was joking. Steve was my dad! Mom said, I didn't know you'd still be here. I thought I hated you, but I still wanted Mia to see her father's town before I took her to Paris forever. To think I would have just left without ever knowing the truth. Steve hugged Mom and wiped away her tears. Then he turned to me. Come here, kiddo. Give your old man a hug. It's long overdue. As I ran to hug him, I realized in my heart I'd always known it was him from the first time I'd met him. Like Aaron had said, I'd just known. Suddenly, Tom joined our hug saying, I'm still your best friend. Hug me too, guys.
Your mom, she isn't okay.
There will still be other hospital expenses, and you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
Can you tell me where the trial patient files are? When we visited Mom next at the hospital, I was able to slip away and retrieve Mom's file and another patient's who was receiving the drug. That night, Meredith and I used every Photoshop skill we had to make duplicate copies, complete with the hospital's seal and everyone's signatures to ensure that Mom was the patient chosen for the treatment. And the next day, I slipped the files back in. I knew what I'd done was wrong, and I'd broken at least 5 different laws. But as I walked away, I didn't feel like a criminal at all. I was walking down the hospital corridor with Freddie when Meredith came running towards us.
Where have you been? Mom's awake. She's finally awake.
Oh my god, seriously? This better not be a joke, Meredith.
I swear on my beautiful face, it's the truth. The doctors are just checking her vitals.
Can you girls stop making so much noise? It's a hospital.
Oh, shut it, nurse. We're in the coma ward. Who are we disturbing here? Don't you want these people to wake up?
How dare you talk to me like that? This is preposterous.
That's not even a real word. Remind me to buy you a dictionary. How did you become a nurse? Jeez.
We ran down to Mom's room to find her fighting off the doctors. She jumped onto her bed like an animal and started screaming at them.
Where am I? Are you doing a science experiment on me? You will not touch the daughter of Vladimir. I learned how to catch fish with my bare hands when I was 3 and tackled a bear when I was 5. You think you are any match for me?
Ma'am, we mean no harm. We're your doctors.
How are you old enough to be a doctor? You have a pimples like a teenager.
I'm fully qualified.
Shut up, little boy. Tell me where I am before I take your eyeballs out and play bubbles with them.
Mom? Mom turned and stared at me with wild eyes.
Let's get out of here before she attacks us.
For once, I agree with Meredith.
Who are you? And what did you just call me?
Hey guys, the last time you saw me, I was walking down a hospital corridor after switching the clinical trial files. That was 2 years ago, so let me get you up to speed on everything that's happened since then. Mom entered the clinical trial, and her tests started showing signs of progress, but she didn't come out of her coma anytime soon. Freddie tried to help us, but Meredith and I had to learn to manage on our own. And it turns out, there's a lot you can steal from a hospital. We never had to buy toilet paper or cleaning supplies again. And we always had endless cups of pudding and Jell-O. Meredith, is that diaper cream you're putting on your face?
A girl's gotta moisturize. It's very hydrating. My face is as soft as a baby's butt. What did you score today?
More useful things like new bed sheets, pads, towels, and batteries for our TV remote.
Time for our show and more Jell-O. Woohoo!
But we still needed money, and after high school, we went back to our conning ways. I always pushed away the guilt and justified it to myself with things like, we needed the money, we had no other choice. But I have to admit, I also felt a thrill every time we outwitted someone and got away with it. It started out small, like hitting venues of concerts and games in different cities and selling fake tickets to desperate fans, hoping to get in at the last minute for twice the regular price. By the time they figured the tickets were bogus, we were gone. Or going to the American Idol audition venues and convincing hopeful contestants that we were part of the TV show crew and we'd get them through to the next round if they paid us a little money. Then, we set up an Instagram matchmaking business account with tons of fake success stories. We were getting booked for our services by loads of women. We'd always meet at the client's house in disguise.
What is this exquisite dessert? It's like a cloud melting in my mouth.
It's a Japanese cheesecake, delivered fresh every day from Japan.
You are just the kind of people I like. Ow!
Let's get down to business, shall we?
Wow, I mean, this cake. Yes, business. This is your daughter? Oof.
We know she's a bit plain.
And she's 6 feet tall? With that face?
Is her case hopeless?
Oh no, we've dealt with a lot of uggos before. Believe me. Ow!
What my partner means is, There's someone for everyone out there, and we're experts at making those two people meet. We'll need a small advance, and we'll bring you a portfolio of suitable bachelors in a week.
You'll be the mother of the bride soon, watching your little giraffe walk down the aisle. Sounds good, right? Make that check to cash, please. Can you also pack the rest of this cake?
We'd take the advance, keep in touch for a few weeks saying we were gathering options, and then disappear. Of course, people soon started commenting on our page, calling us frauds and reporting our account, but we made a good amount while it lasted. We tried out a wedding planner service next.
That's a gorgeous cake, but it's so expensive.
But it goes so perfectly with your pink and white theme.
Also, we're planning to order 2,000 pink and white roses.
And an ice sculpture for the reception area.
How much will all this cost?
You can't put a price tag on happiness.
Daddy will have a heart attack.
He's gonna have one anyway. I just saw him eating a block of cheese. Why should that stop you from having the wedding of your dreams?
Really, you deserve the best on your big day.
Okay, I'm sold. Let me write you a check.
When that went bust, we became travel bloggers and influencers. With our huge number of fake followers, we managed to get into the best hotels for free as long as we wrote a review. When I'm rich, I will buy a hotel and live there. They have the best beds.
Room service? Yes, we'll have 2 lobsters, 4 sushi platters, 2 beef burgers with fries, the prawn tempura, the fish tempura. Okay, anything with the word tempura. And why don't you bring up the entire dessert menu? Thanks!
Of course, none of these businesses lasted too long, and we were always on our toes, traveling from place to place, changing disguises, trying not to get caught. The only person who had any idea of our activities was Freddie. But whenever we went back home, he was always happy to see us and never asked questions. 2 years had gone by like this, and Mom was finally awake, except she didn't remember being our mom. Now, we had no chance to ask her about the fake IDs and laptop we'd found, because all she seemed to remember was her childhood in frickin' Russia. We showed her pictures of us together, and the doctors explained that she'd lost most of her memory, and they were unsure if she'd regain it.
Oh, my girls. I am so sorry I don't remember anything about you, but I feel a connection to you. As strong as the frost on my toes, walking barefoot in snow, and as sweet as the smell of my grandmother's honey cakes, and as deep as the violet skies of Siberia, and...
Yeah, we get it, Mom. We love you too.
As the 3 of us sat in a cafe later, I was still trying to process everything when I saw Meredith had a faraway look on her face. I know that face, Em. What are you planning?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking how excited Arthur will be when he finds out Mom is awake.
You're talking about our neighbor, Arthur?
Yeah, he's been visiting Mom every week for 2 years. He's always been in love with her. He'll be happy, but she won't even remember him.
That actually works in his favor. Mom always found him irritating.
What are you saying exactly?
What if we convinced Mom that she was deeply in love with Arthur before she went into a coma? I'm sure he won't have any problem playing along. Maybe we even say that they were engaged before she got sick. If we set them up, Mom will be taken care of for life. Arthur is rich with a capital $sign.
Wow, Meredith, you're a frickin' genius.
Jeez, why are you girls always scheming?
Because our parents are not neurosurgeons.
You can't use that excuse forever.
Watch me.
Like we expected, Arthur immediately agreed, and we got to work. We photoshopped tons of pictures of Mom and him, and soon he even turned up with a giant emerald ring.
You chose this Russian emerald ring from an antique shop where I proposed to you.
Oh, it is so beautiful. I wish I remembered all of these moments, but I do feel a connection to you. As strong as the smell of lavender on a Russian summer breeze, and as warm as Papa's fur coat, and as comforting as a bowl of kidney pickle soup, and...
Kiss her, now!
As Arthur and Mom kissed, Meredith and I walked out of the room and burst out laughing. We laughed till we almost peed our pants. Oh God, my tummy hurts. Are we doing the right thing? Fooling Mom?
She's no fool. She asked me how rich Arthur is yesterday. Now she feels very connected to him.
And within a month, Mom was walking down the aisle in a grand wedding in Arthur's garden. Of course, Meredith and I had made all the arrangements and totally overcharged Arthur.
I promise to cherish and to love you forever, and follow you to the ends of the earth.
We will go to Russia and start our new life there in the lovely house you have bought me as a wedding gift. And yes, I will cherish and love you and whatever, etc., etc.
Now you may exchange rings.
Did you just hear what I just heard?
Are they moving to Russia?
That can't happen. Is it too late to object to this wedding?
Shh! You guys are ruining the ceremony. What's wrong with you?
Are you a moron? You know she can't go to Russia.
Why not? She's Russian, isn't she? Oh yeah, she shouldn't go to Russia.
Hold it, everyone! Sorry, Mom, but you can't go to Russia.
Oh, sweetie, I will take you girls with me, don't worry.
We're taking them with us?
No, no one's going to Russia.
Can we, discuss this later? You're ruining the moment.
Arthur, shh! Listen, Mom, we need to talk. As I got up to talk to Mom, I tripped on my dress and crashed into this big cage holding 100 pigeons, and they all started flying off.
This was supposed to be for after the ceremony!
But suddenly, those pigeons turned vicious and came back to attack everyone. They clawed at people's hair, poked them with their beaks, and pooped everywhere. As the guests ran around in chaos, someone slammed straight into the wedding cake. Meredith and I grabbed Mom's arms and dragged her home.
What is wrong with you two? There's something you need to know, Mom.
Meredith and I ended up showing her all her fake passports, IDs, and the laptop, and she was stunned.
My name is Alexei, and none of these IDs have that name.
Mom, we don't know who you really are or why you left Russia. What if you were a spy or some sort of criminal? What if you're wanted in Russia? If you go back there, you might get arrested or worse. Apparently, many years ago, some bad people were looking for you, and we don't know why. You have to stay here and keep a low profile.
But I want to find my parents and see my home. It's all I remember.
You can't risk it. Not till you get your memory back.
Or we get someone to tell us what's on that laptop and figure out who you are. We're sorry.
We hugged Mom as she cried, then fixed her makeup and returned to the wedding. The pigeons had left, and the guests were leaving too.
Stop, everyone. The wedding isn't over yet. And Arthur, Mom wants to move to Hawaii instead. From the top, people.
Arthur was very confused, but
I have to say this now. I've been in love with you since forever.
it's kind of thrilling.
I don't really believe that.
You don't want to believe that. We're too different, Freddie. You're gonna be a neurosurgeon like your parents, and she'll find a nice girlfriend and then marry her and live in a nice neighborhood, and she'll be content. I'm not sure that's the life I want. It sounds boring. I wish I'd said something else when I saw Freddie's hurt face, but there was no easy way to let him down. He kissed me gently on the cheek and walked away, and I felt a lump in my throat. Mom moved to Hawaii with Arthur, and Meredith and I went down a crazy path over the next few years. There wasn't a scam, fraud, or con we didn't attempt. We never stuck to the same thing for too long, in case the police picked up a pattern. But word got around in underground circles about 2 female con artists, and we actually started getting hired for our services. People were always less likely to suspect 2 pretty innocent-looking girls than someone who looks like a thug. And working with these thugs, we learned how to forge signatures, create counterfeit money, make fake checks, and steal credit card information. I'd always been bad with computers, but Meredith even showed a great knack for hacking. We made good money, partied with rich people, traveled first class, and stayed in amazing hotels. But for me, the glitz and glamour gradually started to fade. I was getting tired living out of suitcases, always wearing disguises and looking over my shoulder. I had no real friends, and even if I met someone I thought I could like, I knew I couldn't be in a real relationship. I was almost thinking of talking to Meredith about quitting the con artist life, when one day she burst into our New York hotel room looking beyond excited.
You won't believe the job we just got. It's gonna pay us $250,000.
Who would pay that kind of money? And for what? Turns out, the kind of people who take you to their headquarters blindfolded. As Meredith and I walked into an underground room, a large chair swiveled around to reveal...
Hi, I'm Jasmine from California. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in an orphanage until I was 8 years old, and I never spoke a word. Hi there, sweetie. What's your name? Say something to the nice people, Jasmine. They want to get to know you. It wasn't that I couldn't speak. I was just shy. I didn't have many friends, at least not the type that stood on 2 feet. One day when I was 8, I saw my best friend Furry stuck in a tree. I ran over to the firehouse across the road and banged on the door.
What's wrong?
I dragged the fireman to the tree and he immediately rescued my cat. He was amazing! The next day, I decided to thank him by making him a special meal.
Thank you. You like spaghetti?
After that, the fireman came to visit me every week, and I felt so comfortable that I started to speak. In fact, I couldn't stop talking, and I hated it when we had to say goodbye. One day, the fireman came to visit with the biggest smile.
Jasmine, How would you feel if I was your dad?
And the next morning, I moved in with him. I had my own room, my own fireman's hat, and as much spaghetti as I wanted. We did everything together, and life was good. But in the 7th grade, Dad brought home some guests one day, a beautiful woman and her daughter who was my age.
This is Leslie and her daughter Tiffany. Leslie and I are getting married.
I was happy at the news.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Of course it is. I'm lovely. But it's not a pleasure to meet you. It's worse than that day I ate a whole jar of chilies and pooped fire out of my butt, and also I had to get a tooth extraction and my appendix removed on the same day. And I hate you already.
Soon, Leslie and Dad were married, and we moved into a bigger house. It was beautiful on the outside, but the inside needed work.
It's a disaster. We're not living here. Come on, babe. It just needs a little love.
Over the next few months, Dad and I fixed up the house. By the time we were done, it was perfect. But nothing made those two happy.
What do you think?
Like we're too poor to get a professional interior decorator. We're going to the cat massage place.
Yeah, the cats there give the best head massages. It feels so good when they pull on your hair.
Really? 'Cause I can do that for free. Tiffany glared at me and the two left.
Dad, I don't get it. Leslie is so materialistic and shallow, and Tiffany is even worse. You can do so much better.
Honey, no one's perfect. Leslie and Tiffany just like nice things. What's really important is family. Promise me you'll give them a chance.
I'll try. So I did. Things were better for a few months, but then I started to notice Leslie and Tiffany acting strange. One night, I caught Leslie and Tiffany whispering to each other in the dark till they spotted me.
Go to bed now, or you're grounded for a month.
And you won't be allowed to take a shower or wax your mustache for 3 months.
The next day, Leslie said she wanted to cook dinner for a change. And hours later, Dad had food poisoning. He was released from the hospital the next day, but he was still really weak. Instead of taking care of him, Leslie and Tiffany went out on a shopping spree.
I think Leslie tried to poison you.
Poison me? That's ridiculous.
I don't think so. Those two are hiding something. I just know it.
Jasmine, Leslie's been trying to connect with you for months, but you're always giving her a hard time. You have to accept them as family and stop making up these crazy stories.
A few weeks later, while Dad was out of town, I woke up at night to get some water, but I heard voices coming from the backyard. I looked out the window and saw Leslie and a strange man arguing. Before I could get closer, Tiffany jumped in the way.
You should mind your own business. Who is that man?
What man?
The man you were talking to in the backyard.
Oh, Jasmine, you have such an active imagination.
I wasn't talking to anyone. Isn't that right, Tiffany?
Yes, Mommy. Too active of an imagination compared to her small-shaped head. Why is it so small? Did you crack it open like an egg and the doctors forgot to put some pieces back in? You know, back in the orphanage since you were neglected?
I went to my room and tried to call Dad, but my calls went straight to voicemail. In fact, he didn't answer his call for days, and it looked like he was missing. We contacted the police to find out where he could have gone, but he'd vanished without a trace. I felt miserable, but Leslie and Tiffany seemed to go on like it didn't matter one bit. Sometimes I couldn't help thinking if they had something to do with Dad's disappearance. 2 months passed, and one day, Dad's lawyer showed up to talk to me.
Your dad told me that in the case of something ever happening to him, I can tell you about his will.
What will?
Your husband left $1 million in a trust for Jasmine. Half to be released to Jasmine when she turns 18, and the other half to her legal guardian to take care of her.
What about me and my daughter Tiffany?
Yeah, what do we get? I mean, that man had the longest ear hair, and my eyes hurt seeing that, so yeah, I deserve something.
The last time your husband updated his will was when he adopted Jasmine. Here's a check for $500,000 to cover Jasmine's expenses.
Leslie and Tiffany went ballistic. They ripped all of my dad's pictures off the wall. Stop! Don't! Tiffany shoved me out of the way as she and Leslie ran around the house, destroying everything that reminded them of Dad. I grabbed my dad's guitar from his bedroom and hid it under my bed. The next day, Leslie cashed the check. She sold the house and we moved to another city. Leslie made the down payment for a fancy house and car and got new clothes for herself and Tiffany. But the two made me live in the dusty old attic. A few weeks later, Tiffany and I started high school. The moment I stepped on campus, all the kids laughed at me. Leslie had sold all my clothes and gave me only $20 to replace my wardrobe at the secondhand store.
Hey, freak.
Who are you calling a freak, dummy? Where'd you get your clothes? A dumpster? My mom took her off the street. It took my mom 3 months to get rid of the lice in her head. Our house kept smelling like gas, because gas is the most effective way to get rid of lice. And it took 3 months. You get what I mean?
After a few weeks, I learned to ignore them and focus on my schoolwork. School helped me get my mind off of how much I missed Dad. Then one day, a new boy arrived at school. He was gorgeous, and all the girls, including Tiffany, couldn't stop staring at him. He sat next to me in science class, and when the teacher told us to choose a partner for a project, he turned to me.
Hey, I'm Kyle. You want to be my partner?
You any good at science? I'm gonna need more than a pretty face.
You're funny.
Kyle and I started meeting in the library after school. He was a science nerd just like me. He loved music and was super funny. We turned in our project and got an A. After class, he walked me to my locker.
Jasmine, I really like hanging out with you. I was wondering if you wanted to...
Before he could finish, Tiffany appeared out of nowhere.
Hi, Kyle. How's it going? I was thinking the two of us could go to the movies this weekend.
Actually, I was gonna ask Jasmine.
It's so sweet you've been spending time with Jasmine. Did she tell you about her boyfriend? He's blind and Jasmine is really taking care of him. I mean, 2 needy people in a relationship? It makes perfect sense. Don't you agree?
Boyfriend? What are you...
It's pretty serious. They've been hot and heavy for 5 dark years. You know, 'cause he's blind.
That night, Tiffany barged into my room.
Don't even think about messing things up with me and MHK.
MHK?
My hot Kyle. Why are you so stupid?
You and Kyle? You're not even his type. You're a liar and...
Say one word to him and I'll destroy your dad's stupid guitar.
From then on, I strapped the guitar to my back and carried it with me everywhere, even in the bathroom.
You're a weirdo.
A couple nights later, I watched from the window as Kyle picked Tiffany up for their date. He glanced up at me and I quickly closed the blinds. Kyle still sat next to me in science class. He tried to joke with me, but I ignored him.
Hey, Jasmine, you want to study later?
That's not a good idea.
Why not?
Please, just leave me alone.
I don't understand. What did I do?
I closed my locker and walked away. Kyle didn't sit next to me or try to talk to me anymore. He and Tiffany seemed to be getting really close, so it was better that I stayed away. A few weeks later, I was walking to class when I heard a huge commotion in the hallway.
It's our 2-month anniversary, and you get me this?
What's wrong? Please, calm down. Everybody's staring at us.
I told you, I wanted a diamond necklace.
I thought you were joking. I can't afford a diamond necklace.
Wait, are you suggesting you're poor? Why did you look rich to me? You shallow people pretending to be someone you're not. I'm dumping your poor butt.
A few weeks later, Tiffany found a new rich boyfriend named Matthew, and she was smitten. She even invited him over for dinner one night, and all he did was brag about all the expensive things he owned. Leslie and Tiffany couldn't get enough. One day, I stayed late after school to study in the library. As I was walking down the hall, I heard someone playing guitar. It was the song my dad used to play when I was a kid. I darted toward the sound. From the window, I saw a man. He was tall with short hair like Dad, but I couldn't see his face.
You almost scared me to death.
Sorry, I thought you were someone else. I didn't know you played guitar.
You'd know if you ever talked to me.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have blown you off.
I understand. Tiffany never liked the fact that I was friends with you first. So, are you any good, or do you just carry that thing around as a fashion statement?
I pulled the guitar off my back and started to play. Kyle and I played together, and it was magical. A few days later, we entered a local talent show. We won first prize and took home $1,000. Soon, Kyle and I started playing a weekly gig at a popular venue in town. People came from all over to see us. We became popular in school, and we were making good money. I stashed it all away under a loose floorboard in my room. One day during lunch, Kyle and I were in the cafeteria when Tiffany came up to us.
Hey, rock star. How about we hang out this weekend?
No thanks. Jasmine and I are busy with practice.
Oh my Kyle, you're so ignorant. Jasmine would die to please me. She won't mind.
Actually, I do. We have to work on a new song. Also, why would he want to hang out with you?
Fine, whatever.
Later that night, Tiffany barged into my room.
You stole my boyfriend.
What boyfriend?
Kyle?
Why are you acting like you have memory loss? You broke up with Kyle, and we aren't dating.
You won't get away with this. You took something from me, and now I will too.
Then Tiffany grabbed my father's guitar and smashed it to pieces.
Now we're even.
I charged towards Tiffany, and we got into the biggest fight ever. What's going on here?
She attacked me, Mom. She's crazy. I'm scared, Mommy. Hug me.
She broke my guitar.
She stole my boyfriend, and now she's trying to kill me. Let's get a restraining order against her, Mommy.
Jasmine, you've always been jealous of Tiffany, and now you've gone too far. No more cell phones, no more music, no more anything. I couldn't stay in that house another minute, so I climbed out the window and ran away, and I ended up on Kyle's doorstep. He and his mom were really sympathetic and gave me a room to stay in. But the next morning, when I went home to get my things, the doors were locked and all the furniture was gone. There was no sign of Tiffany and Leslie anywhere. Kyle and I went to talk to the lawyer about my trust fund, but the lawyer's office was boarded up. I asked one of his neighbors where I could find him.
He closed his law firm yesterday and moved away. He didn't leave a forwarding address.
I was devastated. I had no money and nowhere to go.
You can stay with me for as long as you need.
I reported Tiffany and Leslie to the police, and a few weeks later they got back to me.
This woman who calls herself Leslie, she's a con artist. She's gone from state to state conning single men out of their fortunes. You and your father were her latest victims. And this girl, Tiffany, is her niece.
What about the money she stole? Can I get it back?
I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do.
I went back to Kyle's house, but I was too depressed to get out of bed. Then one day, I opened my door and found a new guitar resting outside the door. Then, Kyle and I wrote a song. We posted it online and it went viral. 5 years later, we were world famous. We spent all our time together writing songs, performing on tour, and falling in love. The next summer, we were married and moved to a house on the beach. But a few months later, Tiffany showed up on our doorstep in tears.
What are you doing here? Leslie and her boyfriend skipped town after conning someone and left me behind. They even took my savings. Leslie's my aunt who raised me since I was a kid, and I had no choice but to help her steal money from people. I'm so sorry for what I did to you and your father.
I wanted to turn Tiffany away, but she had nowhere to go. I remembered my father's kind spirit, so I helped her to get back on her feet. Tiffany worked with the police to track down Leslie and her boyfriend, and they were eventually successful. Leslie landed behind bars for years. Some months later on my birthday, Kyle and Tiffany came home with the biggest smiles.
We have a surprise for you.
Tiffany and I discovered a lead on your father a while ago. It was a long shot, so we didn't tell you before, but we found something.
What did you find? Kyle opened the door. Dad?
Yes, honey, it's me. I've missed you so much.
Oh God, me too. Where were you all this time?
I was on a road trip and I was in an accident. I woke up with no memory, only this. I drew this picture every night, but I never knew who I was drawing or if she was even real. I tried to start a new life, but I knew there was something missing. I had a hole in my heart. But then Kyle and Tiffany found me. They showed me videos of you performing our song, and then all my memories came flooding back. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you all these years.
Dad hugged me tight. It was a dream come true.
Hi, I'm Layla, and I come from a very small village in Morocco. I was an only child to my parents, but for some reason, I looked totally different from them. And not just them, I was the most unique kid in the entire village. Whenever I'd step out with my parents, people would go crazy when they'd see me. I'll marry my boy to you one day. You're a goddess. Growing up, I felt like a celebrity, but I still wasn't really happy. My parents always kept me inside the house and never let me out. Not even to play with the other kids. No, you can't step out. What if you hurt yourself or get a scar? No one's going to look at your ugly face then, let alone marry you. Instead, they kept me busy with housework like cleaning and washing, and whenever I'd beg them to send me to school, they would just laugh at me. School? Only idiots go to school.
But you guys went.
Don't mess with me, kid. We're letting you sit at home and work for us for free. And you want to do what thousands of kids hate? Gosh, they were so unreasonable, and I hated them for this. But I wasn't gonna sit and do nothing. I taught myself how to read and write the basics using Dad's old books. My parents went crazy when they found me reading one day.
But just then, some guests showed up, and to my shock, they started bragging about how I could read just about anything. You see, she's so smart that even the school said she's already at a college level. The principal came to get lessons from her last week, and Dad crossed the line by saying,
She's almost a doctor. My hand got hurt yesterday and she took care of it. Right, kiddo?
What a big fat liar! But here was my chance to make a fool out of him.
Yes, Dad. Of course I did. Here, let me see it again.
And with that, I bit his hand really hard and he screamed like a little baby.
What can I do? My medical book says that this is the only treatment.
Soon after I turned 12, I could no longer stand being kept inside the house all the time. So one evening, while I was sneaking out, I saw something that shocked me. My parents were adding water to the milk and selling it to the other villagers to make money. This was so wrong. Stop it, you guys. Why are you doing this?
Don't you care about other people's health? You can't cheat them like this.
What are you doing here? How dare you sneak out of the house this late? Get back to your room, now. Mom pulled me back into the house and tried to shut me up, but I wasn't going to let them fool the innocent villagers anymore. The next morning, I hid inside the barn until the villagers came to get their milk, and as soon as I saw them, I ran out screaming like crazy. I need to tell you guys something. Mom and Dad looked at me in complete shock, and the villagers asked what was happening. But before I could get up or say anything, Dad screamed,
"Oh, Layla, she's just excited to tell you how she's been telling bedtime stories to the newborn calf."
What the what? He told everyone that I could talk to animals, and the animals loved me so much that they even insisted on me sleeping next to them. What? This was crazy. Just then, Mom and Dad took me by my arms and rushed me inside the house. Dad? Are you insane? I can't talk to animals. And what bedtime stories? That's ridiculous. I'm gonna tell.
I'll send you to school.
What?
I'll send you to school if you don't tell anyone anything.
OMG, this was a golden opportunity for me. I agreed to stay quiet on one condition. They had to stop mixing water into the milk, and they had to send me to school after the summer break was over. And they agreed. But then everyone around the village went crazy. They actually believed what Dad said, and now people were gathering around the house for my crazy superpowers. My dog hasn't eaten for days. Can the magic girl talk to him and ask him why he won't eat?
My buffalo is pregnant. Can you please tell me, is she going to have a girl or a boy?
What the actual crap? Just then, Dad came running into my room and started begging on his knees.
Please, just do this once, for me.
I didn't want to, but he wouldn't let go of my leg, and in the end, I gave in. And within weeks, I was the official magic girl of the village who could talk to animals. And when people started coming from far and wide, asking me to treat their sick animals like I was some magic vet, I decided this had to stop. I had no clue how to help them. Later that night, I went to my parents' room to tell them I wasn't doing this anymore. But what I saw shocked the ribs out of me. Mom and Dad were sleeping on a mattress made out of money, and they were talking about me.
We're making so much money thanks to that stupid girl. She's such a fool to think that we aren't mixing water and milk.
Yeah, and she actually thinks we'll send her to school for talking to animals.
And they both started laughing like crazy. Oh my God! I always knew they were greedy and mean, but they'd crossed a line. This was it. I wasn't going to let them fool me or anyone anymore. The next day, when all the people gathered around the house to see me, I acted like I was talking to the cows we owned and told everyone, I hate to say this, but the cows tell me that my parents have been mixing water in the milk and fooling all of you. The villagers looked shocked, and Mom and Dad's faces turned pale. Amid all the chaos, I packed up my bags and ran away from home. After running for hours, I reached an old house in the middle of nowhere. When I knocked on the door, a very old lady opened the door.
What do you want?
Well, honestly, I wanted her to speak a little faster, but I asked her to let me stay for the night, and she agreed. But later that night, while I was peacefully sleeping, my eyes opened and the old lady freaked me out. What do you want? Why were you staring at me like that? I was kind of scared, but then the old woman told me something that completely shocked me. I knew your mother. Well, now I know her too, and she's a witch who doesn't care about me, but please, don't tell her I'm here. No, your real mother. My real mother? The old woman told me that she was the midwife when I was born, and she recognized me because of my hair and the color of my eyes, because they resembled my real mom's. But unfortunately, my dad, who was a rich trader, gave me away because I was an illegitimate child. This was freaking crazy, because if this was true, then who were these people I had been living with all my life? I needed more answers, but the lady just handed me an address, some papers, and some money. I thanked her for everything and left for the address she had given me, which was in a big town outside the village. I reached the town and wandered all over for days, but I just couldn't find the address. Then one evening, while I was walking by the roadside, I saw a wallet fall out of a man's pocket. "Excuse me, sir." He looked at me, but then he started walking away really fast. What a weirdo. I ran after him and caught him, but he just panicked like crazy. He pulled me into an alley and said,
"What on earth are you doing here? How did you find me?"
"What? What was he talking about?"
"I don't send money to those rats so that they can let you go around like this. That's not why I gave you away in the first place."
OMG, he was my dad? And he was even sending money to my fake parents who acted like they were dirt poor all the time? This was crazy. And then he said he was gonna send me back to my fake parents. No, stop. I ain't going anywhere, and if you dare touch me, I'm gonna tell everyone that you're my dad. I have the birth certificate with me and my mom's photo. This threat seemed to work, and all of a sudden, he turned into this sweet, loving potato.
"I'm so sorry, my sweet girl. Papa was wrong to let you go, but now that you're here, I'm going to give you the best life. You just have to keep this a secret for a while, okay?"
After that, he took me to an old rugged house and asked me to stay there for a while. But I knew what he was up to. I asked him to take me to his place and tell me about my mom. He had no choice, so he took me to his huge house and introduced me to his wife, but she looked nothing like my birth mom.
"Hey, honey, this is my cousin's daughter, and she's here to stay with us for the week."
Cousin? He put a hand over my mouth, and the lady looked at me suspiciously, but then he took me into a room and asked me to keep my mouth shut if I wanted to know the whereabouts of my birth mom. The next day, they had a huge party in the house. Apparently, it was their wedding anniversary. And although Dad had asked me not to attend the party, I sneaked in anyway. And what I saw next shocked me. My fake parents were there, and they were planning to take me back. I was ready to run out of that place when I accidentally crashed into a vase and they saw me.
"Oh, honey, we're here to take you back to your home, baby. We've even enrolled you in the best school."
Stop it. I know you people, and I'm not gonna fall for your lies. You're all liars, and I'm gonna expose you all.
"What are you doing, you blood-sucking mosquitoes? Go and grab her. What do I pay you for?"
I ran around the house, crashing into the party and everything that came in my way while my fake parents ran after me. Then suddenly, Dad's wife exploded with anger. What the heck is going on around here? I realized this was the only chance for me to save my butt, so I told her everything and showed her all the proof I had, and she went ballistic on Dad. "You moron! How could you do this to a small child? You are a filthy rat. I'm gonna kill you, you fat pig." She ran after Dad with murder on her mind, and my fake parents ran out of there to save their butts. After the chaos was over, the woman divorced Dad and promised she was gonna find my mom for me. And she did. At first, I was afraid that even my birth mother would turn out to be like my dad, but thankfully she didn't. She hugged me as soon as she saw me. "Oh, my baby. Mom, where were you all this time? And why did you never come back for me? My life has been like a curse without you. I was all alone, and no one loved me. No one cared about me, Mom. Tell me, what did I do so wrong that you abandoned me?" "Oh, honey, when I gave birth to you, your dad told me that you didn't make it. He lied to me, and he took you away from me. If I knew you were alive, I'd have never let you go. You were the best thing that ever happened to me. But I swear,
I'm gonna make it up to you. I'm gonna give you all the love in the world and be with you forever.
Did you know you have the superpower to change the character of a person? If you want to know how, you have to like and subscribe to this video, because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, I'm Annie. When I started basic school, I hardly ever talked to anyone. I was so shy and quiet that some of my classmates thought I was a dummy. My kindergarten teacher even told my parents to take me to a doctor and find out what was wrong with me. But Dad completely lost his temper with her.
Are you dumb? She is too beautiful for there to be anything wrong with her. Why don't you save your advice for some other real dumb kid?
But no matter what, my shyness just didn't go away. I didn't talk much to my classmates, and they thought I was a snob. As if. Once when I was in the first grade, some of my classmates asked me to share my candy with them, but I just stared back at them and didn't reply.
Who do you think you are, you dumb girl? I said give us candy.
I didn't say a word and started walking away. They got angrier and circled me. Suddenly I opened my mouth and let out an ear-splitting scream. They were so shocked to actually hear my voice that they just stood there stupidly, and I managed to escape. But at home I was a completely different person. I was super chatty and an awesome storyteller. In fact, sometimes my parents begged me to stop talking because I was giving them headaches. Once I kept them awake all night telling them a story I had in my mind about some princess. And because I didn't know how to write well, they spent all night writing it for me. It ended up about 90 pages long.
I will do this every night, sweetheart. I can't believe I have such a beautiful daughter in my life.
Dad just worshipped me because I was pretty. Mom was different and loved me no matter what. I was still too shy to talk outside my home, but people never stopped trying to become friends with me. And I know why now. It's only because they thought I was cute. But I had to admit, I kind of liked it. When I was in the 3rd grade, one boy threw a piece of paper at me that said, "Your smile makes me happy, but your words make me happier. Can I hear them?" I blushed, and from that moment, I tried to talk more. So I made new friends and also started taking part in different school activities, but still without talking much. When I was in the 8th grade, my parents helped me publish my first short novel. But it was a failure and people didn't like it. I got sad. Dad didn't take it well and sued the publishers, saying it was their fault. But of course, he lost the case, and I decided to take a break from writing. Until one morning, when our class teacher walked into the classroom with a tall, athletic boy. It really looked like the boy wasn't too happy to join us. "Everyone, welcome your new classmate, Peter." Peter had a deep frown and a stupid smile at the same time. He had this funny Grinch face. The teacher told Peter to take a seat right next to me, and I gave him a friendly smile.
That's the ugliest smile I've ever seen. Have you heard of toothpaste? I can buy it for you if you don't have money. You can pay me back, maybe with a kiss?
Oh, wow. I was about to respond when the teacher started the lesson. It was a French lesson, and he looked completely blank. "Hey, do you need any help?"
From you? You don't look very smart, and I don't need help from a girl when I can use Google Translate on my phone, so buzz off.
What a jerk. The next day when the teacher returned the assignments, Peter looked really angry to see a big F on his.
What kind of dumb school is this? How can Google be wrong?
I took a look at his paper and burst out laughing. "That's not even French, you idiot. You translated the whole thing to Spanish." He crumpled up his assignment into a ball and threw it at my face, but I couldn't stop laughing. Boy, how could someone be this stupid? I figured out soon enough that Peter wasn't interested in learning or making friends. Eventually, the whole school realized that Peter was just interested in bullying others. Sometimes he would snatch students' lunch and threaten to beat them if they reported him. I was one of those unlucky students. But after the 3rd time he did it, I reported him to the principal, and he was put in detention. When Peter returned from detention, he looked straight into my eyes.
"You are going to pay for this."
"Well, you should know your limits. If you ever try to bother me again, I swear you will regret it, and I might even tell Dad."
Aw, Daddy's daughter, look at me. I'm so scared. Oh, Mommy, hug me.
Once he tried to knock my books out of my hands when suddenly a bunch of boys behind him came and said,
"Dude, why are you being like this with a pretty girl like her?"
Wait, what? So if I wasn't pretty, that would be okay?
Well, pretty girls deserve special treatment, you know? So now we're all here to stop him. He can't annoy pretty girls.
Well, thanks for your caring, but girls can defend themselves. And I pushed through them and left.
Told you guys, girls are crazy, especially the pretty ones. Now get lost, all of you, or else.
This Peter did whatever he wanted. It seemed he wasn't afraid of anyone, not even the principal. I really hated him. One rainy day, Peter came to school completely drenched, and it seemed like he'd fallen sick. He was shivering nonstop, and the principal said he'd call his parents to take him home. But to everyone's surprise, Peter screamed,
"No, I'm fine. I don't want to go home. Please let me stay."
"You have to go home and rest."
No, I don't. I could run a marathon right now. Just some water and I'll be good to go.
With that, he picked up the glass with his trembling hands and suddenly dropped it all over my assignment. Later at recess, I found him huddled on the bleachers, and he was hugging a worn-out teddy bear. Dude, is that a stuffed toy?
Don't insult Mr. Smith.
Oh, he has a name? Is he like your little baby? Is he adopted or did you give birth to him?
Shut up! Can't you leave me alone?
You're sick and you need to go home.
You look much prettier when you're quiet. Now stop acting like you care.
Ugh, why do you have to be like this? I'm trying to be nice.
Who asked you? Mind your own business.
As soon as he was fine, he went right back to being the jerk he always was. I started writing about him in my notebook. Peter was such an interesting person for a villain. I couldn't believe that having someone as horrible as him in my life was actually making me want to get back to writing. One day when I was leaving the cafeteria, Peter blocked my way and demanded that I give him my lunch. "We're not in kindergarten, idiot," and I ate it. "And I'm not afraid of you. Now shoo." As I walked past him, he suddenly pulled at my bag and everything spilled out. A couple of boys immediately ran over to help me, and I gathered my stuff and left angrily. What an immature jerk. When I went home, I found out that my notebook was missing. I rushed straight to the locker the next morning and was going through all my stuff frantically when I heard Peter behind me.
"Looking for this?"
"Give that back, you jerk!" He threw it at me, giving me that stupid smile of his.
"Got what I needed."
And with that, he walked away. I had no idea what he was up to, but I found out soon enough. Later that day, the whole school was gathered in the gym for a lecture on fire safety. As we stood waiting around for it to start, suddenly Peter jumped onto the stage and tapped the mic for everyone's attention.
"While we are all gathered here to talk about our safety in school, I just want to say I don't feel safe at all. How can I when I have a stalker right here?"
"Oh, no, no, no." Just then, the large screen behind him flickered and images from my notebook showed up. As the sketches and the things I'd written about him flashed on the screen, I wanted to disappear.
"And it's none other than the girl everyone adores, Annie. She's obsessed with me. Guess just 'cause you're pretty on the outside doesn't mean you can't be a total creep inside. So everyone be careful. You might wake up someday to find yourself a villain in her novel. She's cuckoo."
As everyone's eyes turned to me, I could feel panic rise in my chest.
"But it's okay, sweetie. I can still be your boyfriend. Want to hang out sometime?"
As I ran out of the gym, I turned around and said, "You're bad. I hate you." As I walked into the school the next day, my legs were trembling. I just stared down at my feet as I entered the classroom. The lesson started, and when the teacher asked me to read my essay out loud, I just looked down and shook my head. Just as everyone was leaving for the cafeteria, Peter hung back.
"Hey, Annie, are you okay? If this is about the gym thing, everyone knows it was just a harmless joke."
I just stared at him silently with angry tears, and I threw my lunch at his face and walked out of the school. This time he didn't respond and looked a bit guilty. Peter didn't come to school the next few days. I don't know why, but I actually felt worried. One day he finally showed up. "Hey, I still don't like you, but I made sure to make notes for you when you came back. And no, girls aren't dumb. We can be emotional sometimes, and that's something we're proud of." Just then, to my shock, Peter broke down and started to cry.
"Annie, I'm really sorry. I don't know why I'm this way. I just act out because of things going on in my own life."
Then he told me about his family, how his mother had passed away when he was 6 and he was left all by himself with his stepdad.
"He's mean and stupid and doesn't even take care of me. And one day when I'm old enough, I'm going to punch him in the face."
I finally saw why Peter was like that. He was just a frustrated kid who needed help. Next day during lunch, Peter jumped on one of the tables and announced something. Everyone got quiet and listened to him.
"Hey everyone, I'm just here to apologize for everything I did to all of you. I still think some of you are weird and I don't like most of you, but that didn't give me the right to treat anyone like that. So, as they say in French, lo siento."
"Dude, that's Spanish. Just get down." Everyone burst into laughter and Peter gave me a hug.
"Thank you for lighting up my life. I promise I will become a better person." No, not really. Only under one condition. Make me the irresistible, handsome, great hero in your novel.
Helping Peter become a better person is my greatest achievement. Now he is a medical doctor with a beautiful wife, and he named his child Annie after me. And me, I'm a writer now.
Hi, my name is Bella, and I'm from Australia. My parents were super wealthy. When I was 4, we moved to another city and they threw a party for our whole neighborhood. But they were not expecting the reaction they got when all those people set their eyes on me. Everyone was stunned by my beauty. Some of them started shoving business cards in my parents' face, saying I'd be a great child model. Others offered money to my parents to adopt me. An old lady tried to take me away. This girl is so beautiful. She has to be a miracle. I will find eternal youth through her. Thankfully, Mia, our cook's daughter, tripped the crazy woman up just in time. Mom and Dad ended up calling the police to kick everyone out. Mom hired bodyguards for me, but even that turned out to be a complete disaster when one of them tried to kidnap me. Oh, my baby, your beauty is just too much for the world to handle. We'll have to keep you safe. So you'll just have to stay home forever. My parents really meant it, and I became a prisoner in my own home. I wasn't allowed to go out to the park or the mall or to join school. I wasn't even allowed to step outside and play on my own street. And the only friend I had was Mia. As we started spending more time together, it turned out we didn't have much in common.
You're so boring, Bella, with your face in books all the time. I want to go outside and play with other kids, especially the boys. Life without boys is like a song without lyrics.
Her mom glared at her. Mia, if Miss Bella stays, you stay. Understand? Now, go get me her face mask so she can walk down the road for 10 minutes. Minutes after I'd put the face mask on, my skin started to itch horribly. Mia's mom quickly washed it off and put on ice. Just then, I suddenly caught sight of Mia's sneaky smile. Wait, did Mia do something? She wouldn't, right? By the time I turned 7, Mom decided to homeschool me and Mia and teach us herself. That's when she discovered that I was already studying advanced calculus on my own. Dad picked me up with stars in his eyes. You deserve the whole world for having such perfect brains and beauty. You're so smart. You can teach Mia. Mia looked like she wanted to eat me alive, and then she did something that no one could have imagined. On my 8th birthday, someone had mixed peanuts in the cake, and everyone knew I was deathly allergic. When my parents questioned Mia, her face turned totally evil.
Yeah, fine, I put them in. Why does she get everything good, huh? Just because she's pretty?
Everyone was shocked by her outburst.
Mia, don't be jealous. It's not like I want to be this beautiful. It's a curse. Oh, shut up. You're not even that beautiful. I wish that guard had taken you, and then I could have been their daughter. I hate you. I'm tired of seeing your face every day.
My parents were furious, and they asked Mia's mom to leave with her immediately. And I was all alone now. So by the time I was 10, I started playing games online. At first, it was just for fun, but soon enough, I was addicted. I then discovered Fortnite, and boy, was I good at it. My avatar, Bellatrix, was getting really popular in the gaming world, and I was the undisputed champion that everyone wanted to beat. People were hosting online competitions to fight it out with me. But then one day, as I was logging in, I got a flashing notification across the screen. Your account has been hacked. I know who you are and where you live. I will expose you unless you send me $1 million. Seriously? Someone had kidnapped me online? Of course, I had to involve my parents, and they had to involve the police, and the hacker was tracked down. But my parents made me shut down my gaming. I couldn't stay away from it, though. I made a new avatar, Average Belle, and I kept a low profile. I wasn't only addicted to playing, but also interacting virtually with others. It made me feel less alone, especially when I started playing with this one guy, Dragon Jake. We started talking, and it turned out he was 13, like me, and he lived in the same town. We became really good friends, but I was too scared to even tell him my real name. He just knew me as Average Belle. One day, he messaged me saying, "I really wish we could hang out, Average Belle." How could I tell him I was too beautiful to be seen? A couple of years passed, and life was so much better with Drake in it. But I still wanted to find a way to get out. One day, when I was 15, I was watching a makeup tutorial, and I had a brilliant idea. Instead of putting makeup on to look pretty, I'd put it on to look the opposite. When I went to my parents, they screamed in horror and asked me who I was. This was perfect, because you know what this meant? Goodbye homeschool and hello social life. As I walked into school on the first day, I saw someone who made me stop dead in my tracks. Our eyes met from across the hall. It was Drake. I recognized him from his picture on the gaming website. Next to him was a tall girl with lovely black hair. She was leaning so close to him. I felt a pang of jealousy. Did he have a girlfriend? Oh, Buggy Boo, why don't we go to the beach after tonight's game? Just you and I. Before I could stop myself, I giggled. Buggy Boo? Drake looked at me in surprise and grinned awkwardly when the girl turned to me angrily. And then I received my second shock of the day. The girl was Mia. She looked at me with narrowed eyes. Wait, do I know you from somewhere? Oh, no, of course not. I'm new. Bye. I turned and fled. But just as I was leaving home for that day, I felt someone drag me by the arm and pin me against the wall. It was Mia breathing in my face. You! I know who you are, Bella. You finally found a way to let your stupid parents let you out, huh? Well, you know I can send you right back. I was horrified. I couldn't bear the idea of being forced to stay at home again. Please, Mia, don't tell anyone. I'll do anything. Anything? You know what? I'll take the offer. I was always the prettier one. Now I'll be the smart one too. So you'll be getting your hands dirty for me. What? You think I'll cheat for you? I know you will. Or I'll expose you, and your psycho parents will take you home. And you can kiss high school goodbye. As much as I hated Mia bullying me, I had no choice but to agree, at least for now. The next few months were terrible. She made me do all her homework and slip answers to her during tests. Mia was like the queen of the school, and her awful minions were everywhere. Forget talking to Drake. I couldn't use the loo without one of them emptying a bag of trash on me. Until one day, when we were in the library, Drake saw me playing a game on my phone and started talking to me about gaming. He even said he'd met his best friend online. When he said that, I got so excited that I almost told him that I was Average Belle. But before I could say anything, he leaned across the table till his face was just inches from mine. What? I don't know, Bella. You have really lovely eyes, and my heart started to beat wildly. Was he going to kiss me? But just then, the library door flew open and Mia barged in. She took one look at me and dragged Jake out of the room. One day in math class, when I gave the right answer to the teacher's question, Mia stood up and slow clapped. Well done, Bella. You're so smart. Of course, God had to give you something. Imagine how ugly you must really be for him to make you that nerdy. Everyone burst into laughter except Drake. He suddenly jumped to his feet. Okay, Mia, cut it out. No one chooses the way they look, but you're choosing to be mean. It's not hot, man. Mia turned red and glared at me. She was definitely going to kill me. But after class, Drake came to me and grabbed my stuff. Hey, let me walk you outside. They won't mess with you if we're together. As we sat down on a bench, I sneaked a glance at him and felt my heart glow warmly. He saw me looking at him, and I quickly turned to my phone and started playing a game. He leaned in close and laughed. I love that game. My friend I told you about, she keeps kicking my butt at it. Maybe you guys could play against each other. What's your username? I took a deep breath. The moment of truth. I had to tell him now, or I'd never tell him. Average Belle. What? No way. Are you? I looked at him nervously and nodded. I wanted to tell you, but I kind of have a massive crush on you, and I was terrified you wouldn't like me because, well, I'm not pretty. He looked at me in shock for a second and then suddenly pulled me into his arms. I gazed into his eyes, and before I knew it, I'd pulled him in for a kiss. What the freaking hell is going on here? We jumped apart in shock to find Mia staring at us like a raging bull, and then she flung her arms around Drake. Why would you want to kiss her and not me? Have you seen her? She's hideous.
She is not. I don't see what your problem is, Mia. I love Bella. She's perfect the way she is.
With that, he pushed her away and pulled me in for another kiss. Mia screamed and stormed away yelling, "Just wait and watch what I do, Bella. I'll have my revenge, and you'll be sorry." I was wondering what Mia the psycho would do, but the answer came sooner than I expected. A week later at the parent-teacher conference, I was taking my parents to my class when Mia jumped out of nowhere with a large bucket of cold water. Oh no! She threw it all on me and my makeup washed off. As everyone started looking at us, Mom and Dad ran to me. "Hide her! Don't let anyone see! She's too beautiful!"
We'll have to move to another state. Quick!
I wiped my face, expecting everyone to go crazy all over again. Well, everyone was staring at me, but they looked more confused than stunned at my beauty. Wow, she's pretty. Why is she wearing that ugly makeup, though? I don't know.
And she's all right. I mean, my girlfriend's prettier.
Whatever. I'm prettier. As the crowd started to disperse, my parents looked around, totally confused. What's happening? No one seems to be going crazy. Ah, you stupid people make me want to pull my hair out. I always told you, you're not even that beautiful. The guard wanted to kidnap you just because you were rich. Wait, what? I wasn't so beautiful that I had to be kept away from the world? Mom, Dad, were you just keeping me in hiding for nothing all this time? No, of course not. You're the most beautiful. I shook her off and ran to a very stunned Drake. I'm sorry I deceived you, but the fact that you saw me and fell in love with me even when I wasn't pretty just makes me fall in love with you even more. Well, Drake wasn't complaining, and Mia, I never saw her after that day. Seems like she just couldn't stand to be around me, and I heard she'd moved away to some other school. Drake and I graduated high school, and we both got enrolled for software engineering degrees so we could make all the games we wanted to play. 4 years later, we're married now and own a really successful gaming company. And finally, I have the freedom to go anywhere and do anything. I'm making plans to travel around the world with my best friend and arch gaming nemesis. My shirts and went to her house, pretending he found it in the yard and it belonged to the girl. But a maid opened the door and took it, then slammed the door in Joe's face. One time, I saw the mystery girl leaving her house, and I started calling out random names. Emily, Sarah, Anna, Amber. But she still didn't look up. A couple of weeks passed, and I thought Joe would have moved on, but he was still determined to meet this girl. He hatched a new plan every day, but none of them worked. I needed a break, so I snuck off to the park to sketch. As I was sketching an oak tree, I heard someone walk up behind me. I turned to see a cute boy smiling at me. Those are pretty good. Your shading and detail are amazing. I froze. I'd never shown anyone my drawings before. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. The boy's name was Ryan. He was a couple of years older than me, and he was a talented artist. We talked for hours. Every time he looked into my eyes, my heart skipped a beat. Geez, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go. Maybe we could meet up tomorrow and, talk about art? Sorry, I can't. I was such a dork. What was I thinking? Asking a cute boy like Ryan out. He must already have a girlfriend. I wanted to crawl into a hole. It's okay. Sorry I asked. No, it's not like that. I'd love to see you again, but I'm leaving for New York tomorrow for art school. My heart sank. This doesn't have to be goodbye. Ryan pulled out one of his sketches from his notebook. He wrote his phone number on the back and gave it to me. I want you to have it. I can't take this. You can give it back when I see you again. On my walk home, every time I thought about Ryan, I couldn't help but smile. I turned the corner onto my street, and then I saw something insane. The mystery girl was scaling the side of her house like a cat burglar. I hid behind a tree and texted Joe, but then the girl came charging at me like a maniac. She tried to grab my phone. Give it to me. Let go, you crazy girl. My phone slipped out of my hand, fell to the ground, and broke. I was so mad. I turned to yell at her, but then she started bawling like a big baby. I'm sorry about your phone. I just didn't know what to do. Her name was Sophia, and her parents made her break up with her boyfriend because he was poor. They won't let me see him or talk to him. My heart's been ripped to pieces. It hurts so bad. Please, Make it stop. Don't cry. Things will be okay. How? Thankfully, Joe walked up just then. Sophia took one look at him and got all googly-eyed. Then she got confused. I can't do this. Sophia pushed Joe and ran away crying. The next day, Sophia showed up at her door. What I did to you wasn't cool. I was having a hard time.
If you don't mind me asking, what's wrong?
Well, I'm broken. Excuse me. If I could just squeeze past you. Each time life smiles at me, bad things happen shortly after. I fell in love with our gardener's son. It was a secret because I knew my parents would never approve. I don't know how, but they found out and things got really bad.
I'm so sorry.
If you could just step to the side a bit, I could get out of your way, and they fired him and his father and forced me to break up with him. Then they took my phone and homeschooled me for a while. My dad is an important politician, and he can't risk his reputation. And now, every morning, I wake up in a puddle of tears.
That's so sad.
Yes, very sad. I've got an idea. Why don't you two be friends? It might make you both feel better. Over the next few months, Joe and Sophia started getting closer, and so did our parents. Joe started dressing in expensive clothes, buying Sophia fancy gifts, and he'd brag to Sophia and her parents about how much money he made modeling. Once, Sophia's parents invited us for dinner.
Oh, neighbors, you have such a strong, confident, independent young man. I bet girls are fighting over him all the time. Yes, but I have eyes only for one girl.
As Joe looked at Sophia and she blushed, everyone noticed the two and smiled.
Oh, this is wonderful. We've been so worried about Sophia. I'm so happy she's found someone like you. We had to protect her, you know. She was tricked and manipulated by a dirty, poor boy that stole her heart. Ugh, poor people. You can't trust any of them. They're all liars and cheats.
That's not true.
Oh, you sweet, naive girl. You'll learn soon enough.
Then Sophia's parents laughed at me, like what I said was some big joke. I'm not naive. You're just wrong. Joe and I used to be poor. We're not liars and cheats. We're not dirty, and we're not bad people.
Joe's an exception, of course. Who knew an adopted orphan could be so perfect? You guys hit the jackpot with your son. Your daughter, well, she's no Sophia.
No, you're right about that, honey. Joe lowered his head. My parents looked away, and I was about to explode. What's that supposed to mean? Thank you for the meal. We must get going. When we got home, my parents sat me and Joe down for a talk.
Joe, we don't want you seeing Sophia anymore.
No, that's not happening. I love her. You can't tell me what to do. Stop yelling at Dad.
Son, what her parents said about your sister is unacceptable. They were just joking. They're really nice once you get to know them.
Are you blind? Sophia's parents are jerks, and ever since you've been hanging out with them, you've changed.
If I have to impress Sophia's parents to get their blessing, then I'll do it. True love is worth it. But you wouldn't know anything about love. You've never had a boyfriend and you look like you sleep in a trash can. Don't talk to your sister like that. That's enough. No more Sophia, and that's final.
Then Joe got mad and shoved Dad. Dad fell and hit his head hard on the table. Dad! I rushed to Dad's side. He was really hurt. Mom called the ambulance. Then I looked up and saw Joe.
I'm sorry.
Joe ran out of the house. Dad had a minor concussion, and we spent the night in the emergency room. By the time we got back home, all of Joe's things were gone. We heard from the neighbors that he and Sophia moved into her parents' villa in Paris. Dad was weak after the injury, so I helped him out at the office. Staying on top of my schoolwork and helping Dad was tough, but I enjoyed spending more time with him. My parents and I tried calling Joe, but he never answered, which made me really sad. My new friend Ryan always found ways to cheer me up. He sent me funny sketches and MSA videos. One summer, he came back to town and we sat under the oak tree. We saw a boy and a girl playing on the swings, and I started to cry.
What's wrong?
I miss my brother. He was my best friend and always had my back. I'm scared I'll never see him again.
He's your brother, and he could never stop loving you. I'm sure he'll come back to you one day.
Then Ryan handed me a sketchbook and I drew a picture of me and Joe. Ryan encouraged me to study art, and eventually I started selling my drawings. 5 years later, we got married in a small ceremony in our backyard, and soon after, we had a baby. But there were complications. I felt this horrible pain and the machine started to beep. As the doctors raced to save me, I cried out, "Joe, my brother, Joe, come to me." Then I fainted. I woke up from a coma 2 days later, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Joe and Sophia sitting beside me with tears in their eyes. Joe?
Yes, Lily.
Is that you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry for everything.
I looked up at my parents. They smiled and nodded. I knew from the look in their eyes that they'd forgiven Joe and wanted me to do the same. You broke our promise. You said you'd always have my back, but you chose Sophia and her parents over us. My parents are just mean and have been controlling my life since forever. We had enough and we couldn't take it anymore, so we left. And they cut us off.
But it's been so hard. I couldn't find work. We barely had enough money for food and rent, but I was ashamed to come back and ask for help.
We felt like we broke your family. We didn't want to make things worse.
Then we heard you were in a coma, so we came immediately. I couldn't let you down again. Lily, I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to let me earn the privilege to be your big brother again.
You'll always be my big brother. I just wanted to see you. I would have helped you no matter what. Then Joe hugged me and I hugged him back. Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you? Or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And?
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. Nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering.
I'm so sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked.
That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor? And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems. No, I had a bigger plan. A hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family. Something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the Emperor passed away and
I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. I even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture. His shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age, and unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the empire, never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Li, being the youngest, had 0 chances of succeeding his father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the emperor decided Li was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Li to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Li came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Li's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Li was the most powerful person in the empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know, I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Li surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, I can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so, I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon, I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Li. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Li to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this? Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Lee walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Lee banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Lee confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But, as Lee said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power, and that became clear to me while I kept listening to the Emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. This is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests, there was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Lee and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us?
She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband is. Also, we never asked for the high rank she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me.
Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness.
And so, I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seemed like at every turn, I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Feng Shen, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Lee and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Lee agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest of them. And so, we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Lee and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands, till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me, and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor. The only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be. Have you ever stared at yourself in the mirror and literally didn't recognize the person staring back? Welcome to my life. A masterclass in fake it till you make it. Hi, my name is Tessa, and I've been living a lie since I was 6. That's when the Crawfords adopted me. Initially, it felt like a dream come true. A mansion the size of a small country, a garage full of cars, and parents who paraded me around like their favorite charity project. And this is our daughter, Tessa. We rescued her from that dreadful orphanage. But as I got older, the constant stares and whispers started to get to me. I was tired of being the adopted one in a family of blue-eyed, perfect-looking people.
Why don't you look like your parents? Are you like the help or something?
So by the time I started at a new high school, I took matters into my own hands. Every morning, my routine was the same. Wake up in my perfect room, put on my perfect clothes, and finish with the most important part: blue contact lenses to cover up my boring brown eyes. The Crawfords never asked me to hide who I was, but they never stopped me either. And honestly, it was easier this way. No more questions, no more explanations, just Tessa Crawford, the perfect daughter with the perfect blue eyes that matched her perfect parents. And that perfect image didn't stop there. Very soon, I was the queen bee of my school. Top of the social pyramid, an Instagram feed that looked like a fashion magazine, and grades that would make any parents proud. I had the whole package. Well, except for one seriously annoying problem. Ryan Bennett, king of the jocks, heir to Bennett Corp, and owner of the world's most punchable face, who'd been trying to make me his girlfriend since freshman year.
Come on, Tessa! We're practically royalty at this school. Can you imagine the power couple we'd be? Our parents practically run this town together.
Wow, Ryan. When you put it like that, I'd still rather date a cactus. But I always kept the rejection light and friendly. See, Ryan wasn't just annoying. He was the kind of guy who'd destroy your entire social life if you bruised his ego. And with our parents' businesses connected, I couldn't risk it. So I played nice, while mentally calculating how quickly I could escape every conversation. My perfectly crafted fake life was running smoothly, until he came along like a wrecking ball. Ethan Cole, new kid, foster child, always carrying a beat-up sketchbook and wearing clothes splattered with so much paint they looked like a Jackson Pollock original. The second he walked into class, I knew Ryan would make him his personal chew toy.
Hey, Goodwill, did a rainbow throw up on you, or is that your idea of fashion?
His squad of brainless hyenas erupted in laughter, while I sank lower in my seat in embarrassment. But Ethan? He just looked at Ryan with this amused expression, like Ryan was a toddler having a tantrum in a grocery store.
Genuine creativity intimidates those with empty lives. Thanks for the psychological case study.
What? Nobody talked to Ryan Bennett like that, ever. Ryan's face turned blazing red, but before he could respond, the teacher walked in. I thought that would be the end of it. Man, could I be more wrong? Over the next week, Ryan and his goons accidentally spilled paint all over Ethan's English essay, shoved him into lockers when teachers weren't looking, and even started an Instagram account dedicated to mocking his secondhand clothes, calling him a peasant painter. Through it all, Ethan kept a poker face, never giving them the satisfaction of seeing him crack. But I noticed the shadow under his eyes growing darker each day. Then came the art show event. Ethan had entered his painting into the district competition. A breathtaking piece that showed a small child reaching for the stars. I overheard him telling the art teacher it had taken him 3 months to create. When I arrived at school the next morning, there was a crowd gathered in the hallway. I pushed through to see Ethan standing in front of what remained of his painting, now slashed to ribbons, with crude words spray painted across it, while Ryan and his friends were snickering nearby. For just a split second, Ethan's mask slipped. I saw tears in his eyes as he gathered his destroyed canvas with trembling hands. No one else seemed to notice. They were already moving on to the next piece of hallway gossip. But I couldn't look away. That afternoon, I did something completely insane. I wrote an actual physical note, like we were living in the Stone Age, and slipped it into his locker. "You're stronger than they know. Just don't give up." Then, I lurked behind a pillar like some deranged stalker, watching as he found it. When he smiled, this genuine, surprised smile that transformed his entire face, I felt this weird flutter in my chest. But I didn't dare actually talk to him. Are you kidding? Me, Tessa Crawford, voluntarily interacting with the paint-splattered foster kid? That would be social suicide. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about him. How could anyone be so comfortable just existing as themselves? One day after school, I spotted Ethan sneaking off with his paint supplies, and something possessed me to follow him. I felt like the world's worst spy, ducking behind trees and cars, praying nobody from school would see me. He led me to this abandoned playground, rusted swings barely hanging on, a slide covered in graffiti, the whole post-apocalyptic vibe. But Ethan walked straight to a crumbling concrete wall and started painting the most incredible mural I'd ever seen. I crept closer to get a better look when, oh my God, I'd stepped on an empty soda can. I dove behind the slide and quickly climbed up, my heart threatening to explode out of my chest. And then, because the universe hates me, my phone started blaring my ringtone. Shut up! Oh my God, shut up! In my panic to silence it, the phone went flying out of my hands, skidding down the slide, and landing directly at Ethan's feet.
Well, hello there, mysterious stalker's phone. Let's see who's calling.
He picked it up, then answered with a smirk.
Thank you for calling Stalkers R Us. Your business is important to us. Please hold while I locate the owner of this phone.
What? Who is this? Where's Tessa?
Ah, Tessa. She just went to the bathroom. Can I take a message?
Yes. Tell her that her parents are leaving for a charity gala in Paris in an hour, and we'll see her in a few days. Then Mom just hung up, and I wanted to evaporate on the spot. I slowly emerged from my hiding spot, face burning hotter than the sun. I can explain. I was
Following me? Pretty sure that's defined as stalking in all 50 states.
I wasn't stalking you. I was taking a shortcut, and then I saw you and got curious.
A shortcut through an abandoned playground surrounded by a chain link fence with no trespassing signs every 5 feet?
Okay, fine. I followed you. Happy now? Just don't tell anyone at school, okay? I have a reputation. Instead of mocking me, Ethan just laughed, like he genuinely found the whole situation hilarious.
Your secret's safe with me, princess.
He gestured toward his mural, a stunning scene of people helping each other during a storm, sharing umbrellas and reaching out their hands to pull others to safety.
Want to see what I'm working on? Up close?
And that was the beginning of the end for the fake Tessa Crawford. Over the next few weeks, I started sneaking away to meet Ethan at that playground. At first, I told myself it was just artistic curiosity, and I liked watching him paint. But the truth was, I liked talking to him, really talking, not the fake small talk I did with my friends where we discussed nothing but Instagram likes and who was dating who. One night, sitting on those rusty swings, I finally told him the truth. I've been adopted since I was 6.
The Crawfords? They've given me everything a girl could dream of. The house, the clothes, the opportunities. And I'm sure they love me, in their own way. But what I've really wanted the most is their attention, you know? And they're usually too busy with their galas and business meetings to give me that. Sometimes I feel more like a charity project than their daughter.
Is that why you hide your real eyes?
I nearly toppled off the swing. How did you...
The blue doesn't quite match your skin tone. Also, the way you're always rubbing your eyes when you think no one's looking. I don't think it's the most comfortable thing in the world.
They do get uncomfortable after wearing them all day.
So take them out.
What? No,
There's no one here but me, Tess.
Something in his voice made me trust him. With shaking hands, I carefully removed the first one, then the other, blinking as my eyes adjusted. And then, I finally looked up at him.
For what it's worth, your real eyes are way more captivating. They've got these little gold flecks that catch the light. Just stunning.
Then he leaned in and lightly kissed me. And I felt that for the first time, someone had really seen me. And Ethan just had this freaky superpower for noticing things everyone else missed. Like how Mrs. Daniels, the lunch lady, wore the same worn-out shoes every day because she was sending her kid to college. Or how Mr. Rivera, the librarian, always had hospital forms peeking out of his bag because his daughter was sick. Together, we started leaving anonymous notes for people we knew were struggling, just like I'd done for him that first day. You really think a little note makes any difference?
When I got yours, it was the first time anyone at school had shown me a speck of kindness. So, yeah, they matter. A lot.
The more time I spent with Ethan, the harder it got to step back into my fake life. It was like having two separate identities that were getting impossible to keep apart.
I don't get it, Tess. How can you stand those people? Especially Ryan. The guy's basically a walking cologne ad with the personality of a mosquito.
You don't understand how it works. My dad's company and Ryan's dad's company are practically joined at the hip. And the rest of my friends, they're not that bad.
Yeah? Think they'd accept me if they knew we were friends?
They might. If you tried to fit in a little, maybe tone down the whole... I gestured vaguely at his paint-splattered everything.
The whole me thing. Got it.
It felt kind of terrible that I'd said it, but to my complete shock, Ethan actually tried. He started wearing cleaner clothes, tamed his wild hair, and even sat with us at lunch. I was touched because it meant he cared enough about me to do something that was obviously hard for him. But Ryan and my friends still found ways to exclude him, making comments disguised as jokes.
So, Ethan, is it weird living with random people who get paid to pretend they care about you? Like having a babysitter who never leaves?
Ryan!
Actually, Ryan, I bet if your parents cared as much for you as my foster mom does about me, you might have had a better personality. But hey, at least you got that trust fund to keep you warm at night.
The table went dead silent. Ryan's face darkened like a thundercloud, and I knew we were in serious trouble. And the next day, I found Ethan staring at the spring formal banner he'd spent weeks painting. It was destroyed, torn in places, dripping with soda, with crude drawings scribbled all over it. Just then, Ryan sauntered over, grinning like he'd just won a championship.
Aw, what happened to your little finger painting? Such a shame.
You did this. Again. I let it go the first time, but what makes you think you can keep treating people like this?
Relax, Charity Case, it's just a prank. That's how we have fun. But I guess you wouldn't get it. It's one of those you're poor, you wouldn't understand kind of things.
The look in Ethan's eyes, I'd never seen anything like it. It was anger mixed with resolution, like he'd finally made a decision he'd been putting off for too long. The next day, Ethan didn't show up at our spot. I texted him, called him, nothing. Days went by, and Ethan still didn't show up. Worry weighed on me, until I finally decided to visit his foster home and see if he was okay.
I'm sorry, honey. Ethan left this afternoon. He said he needed a fresh start.
Did Did he say anything about me?
He left you this.
She handed me a folded piece of paper. Inside was a sketch of me, not with blue eyes, but with my real brown ones, filled with warmth and life. Underneath he'd written,
"Don't let fear choose for you. You're more than what they expect you to be. Live your truth, and don't change for the world. Make the world change for you."
Ethan didn't take the revenge route after all. He just left. Maybe rich bullies were never his world to begin with. I cried the whole way home, finally seeing the truth. I had used Ethan's strength while never showing any of my own. That night, I stared at myself in the mirror for a long time. Then slowly, I took out my blue contacts. My real eyes, brown with little gold flecks, stared back at me. The next morning, I went to school as my real self. No contacts, no fake smile, just me. I started leaving notes like Ethan and I used to, slipping them to people who seemed to be struggling. You're not alone. You're stronger than you think. Your voice matters. To my shock, someone found one of my notes and posted it on the school's social media page. The next day, I spotted similar notes appearing on random lockers. By the end of the week, they were everywhere. Taped to bathroom mirrors, tucked into textbooks, even written in chalk on the sidewalks. The movement kept growing. People started leaving little care packages with the notes. The drama club put on performances about kindness. Even some teachers joined in, writing encouraging messages on the board instead of just assignments. Within a month, the entire school atmosphere had shifted from cold and competitive to warm and supportive. People actually looked up from their phones, held doors open, sat with kids who used to eat alone. A local news station even came to do a story about the kindness movement sweeping through our school.
What sparked this wave of positivity among students?
I don't know who started it, but it's changed everything. People actually look out for each other now.
This is pathetic. Who actually cares about all this touchy-feely garbage? All this kindness nonsense is just what losers tell themselves to feel better about being nobodies. Like that homeless artist freak who ran away. Right, Tessa?
The cafeteria went dead silent. Everyone turned to look at me. No, Ryan, you're wrong. And you're a bully. A few kind words can literally save someone who's drowning inside. If you can't understand that, then I feel sorry for you, because your life must be incredibly empty. Ryan's jaw literally dropped. For the first time in his life, the king of comebacks had nothing to say. People actually applauded. These were the kids from every corner of the cafeteria, including the ones who'd been invisible to me for years. I never told anyone I started the notes, and I never saw Ethan again. Sometimes I wondered where he was, if he was still painting his truth on walls somewhere. 6 months later, I was riding the subway downtown when I saw it, a new mural on the wall of the station, a girl with familiar brown eyes releasing butterflies from her hands, and in the corner, a tiny signature, EC. Ethan was out there somewhere, still making the world more beautiful. And thanks to him, so was I. Sometimes, the people who break your carefully constructed world are the ones who set you free. I had just walked a few blocks down when suddenly I stopped short in my tracks at a familiar sight. A boy with mussed-up hair and enough paint on his overalls to make them look like a Jackson Pollock original. Then, his head turned in my direction, and our eyes met, and his smile made my heart flutter, just like the first time.
Hi, I'm Chloe, and I'm from Portland. Please do like and subscribe, and I'll tell you what, if you do, I might invite you to my show when I become a famous TV presenter. So, picture your best friend. Got it? Well, now imagine them gone. Gone as quick as a badly rated Netflix series. Ever since I can remember, my best friend was Jade. Literally, we started our lives side by side because our moms were next to each other in the hospital. They became best friends, so it was written that we'd be best friends too. We were practically inseparable, the dynamic duo of mischief. You could say at times I got a little hot-headed, and Jade would always try to calm me down. One time in kindergarten, our grand cardboard castle faced a royal crisis when this boy refused to let us princesses in.
You shall not pass, as I am king, yeah? Well, you're only a king if you wear a crown, and I'm about to knock yours off. Wait, you'll get in big trouble. You're right, much better to do a liquid siege.
And Jade reluctantly helped me pour water all over the castle until it became soggy and collapsed on his head. Growing up, I wanted to be a famous TV presenter. Think Jimmy Fallon or Ellen DeGeneres, but funnier and cooler. Although Jade hated doing it, she always listened to me no matter what.
You're the K-pop star of the moment. Everybody wants to know your deepest and most personal secret. Please, say it looking straight at the camera. If you can cry, that would be great too. Don't you want to interview the president instead? Does he have a new double padlocked Balenciaga bag? I think not.
One time, when we came home from school, our moms were arguing loudly. They stopped when we walked in. Oh, hi kids. Good day at school? Jade, we're going. But now. And just like that, they stopped talking or going around each other's houses. Mom, come on. Whatever it is, it'll blow over, right? She's just not the person I thought she was. Jade and I didn't pay much attention to them. We had to deal with the usual high school stuff. There were heartbreaks.
He asked Bailey to the dance. Bailey! You can do better. I heard he doesn't bathe.
Paranoia. What if I freeze and no words come out, then I pee myself and everyone laughs at me?
You're just getting a soda.
Complete meltdowns. How am I supposed to remember all this stuff? This is just torture.
You could be the first person to sue the school.
Nah, who cares? I'm gonna be rich and famous anyway. Jade was always there for me, and I figured we'd be besties forever. But as it turns out, I was wrong. One day, I raced to school because I wanted to show Jade my updated show reel, but she wasn't in. So I texted, and I could see she read it, but didn't reply. It's cool. She's probably ill. Or maybe her mom took her out of school again. Oh yeah, she does that sometimes. For yoga or something. And Jade hates it. Anyway, by the evening, still no reply. Not even a quick, hey, I'm alive text. The next day, she wasn't in school either. Or the next. And nothing was on her socials. Not that she posted stuff anyway. Did aliens abduct her? Is she going through a phone detox? Did I do something wrong? I have to find out. By the time I got to her house, I was angry and preparing what to say. See this friendship bracelet? Given that you don't care about our friendship, I'm gonna rip it off and burn it. But when I went to knock on the door, I realized it was already open. To my shock, the place was empty. I mean, furniture gone, belongings gone, even wallpaper gone. It was as if nobody had ever lived there. I ran up to Jade's room, completely empty too. Then I heard the door downstairs open and bang shut. Someone else is in the house. I sneaked a look over the banisters and saw this scary-looking man with a shaved head and a daisy tattoo on his hand. He was stuffing some paperwork in his pocket and knelt by a section of an open floorboard. I got it, boss. But just then, I stubbed my toe, and I couldn't help but make a noise because of the, oh yeah, excruciating pain. I heard the man start to come upstairs, and luckily, I knew that there was a way out of Jade's bedroom window via an oak tree. My heart was pounding as I climbed down, and when I looked back to the house, I saw the scary man scowling at me from Jade's window. I ran home so fast and told Mom everything. Jade and her mom have gone. What did you and her mom fall out about? It was nothing. People change and grow apart. It's how it is. I thought that was really weird as they'd been as close as Jade and I could never imagine falling out with Jade like that. Soon after that, I was taking out the trash, and there I discovered a scrunched up lyre with daisies on it, just like the tattoo the scary man had. I didn't say anything to Mom because I knew she'd make me stay away from it. But hey, a good presenter is always ready for action. The website on the flyer was a place called Harmony Farm. It looked like one of Jade's mom's yoga trips, but weirdly, there was no phone number or address. A place called Harmony Farm can't be that bad, can it? I figured Jade was okay and would be back in contact soon. After all, we are best friends. But weeks went by and still no contact. I was angry, but when this bully tried to trip me in the canteen, I didn't unleash my inner Hulk with the help of an image of Jade scolding me. No, you'll get in trouble. double. Then Mr. Triple-Lot turned lunch into a chaotic circus with flying milkshakes and frosted donuts in all directions. Enough is enough. Hey, knock it off. People just want to have lunch.
What's it got to do with you, weirdo? You're such a weirdo. Always talking alone and interviewing a mirror. No wonder your friend bailed on you. Oh.
That was it. I grabbed his tray and sent it on a gravity-defying journey to the other side of the canteen. Cue the applause. Yep, I was a hero. But of course, heroics come with consequences. And boy, did I get in trouble. First detention, and then Mom. I'm so disappointed. This must stop. Jade's moved on, and so should you. Mom is right. She ghosted me. If Jade wanted to break our friendship, so did I. I took down every picture of us and burned our friendship bracelet in the backyard in some sort of ritual of detachment. And the perfect distraction came with my big TV break. They were holding auditions in the next town for a new cool teen channel. I am a teen, and I am cool. This is perfect for me. The next day, I went there. It was this tatty warehouse, and the line went on for miles. But hey, no pain, no gain, right? So I stood in line. Thank the heavens I could watch loads of MSA videos, and I had my trusty MSA water bottle. But as I got further up the line, the most shocking thing happened. I saw these two girls about my age and wearing these hideous yellow dresses, talking to some people in line and handing them something. Please, take a daisy. A daisy? Suddenly, a security guard ran over to them.
You two again? What did I tell you? Get out of here.
The girls ran away. I had to follow them. They might lead me to Jade. So I went after them and got onto the same bus. They got off at this remote stop, and I followed. They went through a garden gate, and so did I. Exactly 5 minutes after them, I started filming just in case they went all midsummer on me. Here we are at Harmony Farm, but I don't see any animals suspicious. And that's when I saw Jade watering tomatoes in the same ugly dress. I thought to myself, Chloe, be calm, collected, listen to her side of the story. But instead, I went bat-tail crazy. You ghosted me! And what is with the outfit? Put on a statement necklace at least. Chloe, you don't belong here. Just go. Oh, hi. Nice to see you too. No need to apologize or anything. What happened to all the BFFs forever stuff? You didn't even give me a, it's not you, it's me speech. That's because it's you. You're so materialistic all the time. I want a simpler life, to be with nature and people like me. I don't want to be best friends anymore. And she just walked away. Fine, she's gonna regret this. The next time she sees me, I will be on TV, and she will still be watering tomatoes. I had to wait an age for the bus, but when I got to the auditions, I looked at everyone there posing like they were famous already. Do I look like that? I can't look that sad. Is Jade right about me? I didn't go to the audition, and when I got home, I looked at my vision board. All designer shoes and red carpets with Jade and me in the middle. Maybe she's right. I realized that we always did what I wanted and never what Jade wanted. Well, there was the time I went with her to help out at a soup kitchen. See, I'm not all about the material stuff. Well, I suppose I did promise to go back and never did. Hey, how was the audition? Jade's in a cult. Why didn't you tell me? Don't try to deny it. I found the flyer in the trash. Calm down. Jade's mom tried to convince me to go, but she got furious when I refused. That's it. That's it? No, that's not it. We need to get an army together and get Jade out of there. Let Jade be. She's where she wants to be. I tried to listen to my mom, but that night I couldn't sleep. I needed to apologize to Jade. When dawn broke, I went back to the farm. I knew she never wanted to see me again, and I would respect that, but I had to get this off my chest first. Luckily, when I snuck in, this big meeting was in progress, and someone was on stage. Jade was bound to be in there, and suddenly I realized Jade's mom was on stage, giving a speech. I couldn't see Jade, so I snuck out the back, and weirdly, I found a door with Jade's mom's name on it. It was this really shabby office with hardly anything in it. No compromising paperwork was in the drawers or behind the books on a shelf. Then suddenly, when I moved a book, something clicked. A secret door! Inside was another office, but this was huge and grand with mod cons. I'm talking Apple products on tap, a walk-in wardrobe complete with designer shoes and bags. Not a very simple life, if you ask me. There were also boxes of people's passports, money, and bank statements for Jade's mom. Wow, this is a lot of money.
What are you doing?
I turned, and the scary man was staring at me. I want to join the cult.
I know you. You were at the boss's house.
Boss? Jade's mom was the boss? Before I could process that, the scary man started chasing me around the desk. I ran out and ended up on stage. Jade's mom looked at me, shocked. Then she smiled calmly.
I gave up on trying to make your mom see sense, but I always had hope for you.
That's a no from me to the weirdy-beardy cult. Sorry. The audience gasped.
You were always so angry, Chloe. You still don't understand that materialism is the only distraction from true bliss.
Oh, is that so? What about your secret office? It's like the Kardashian-Jenner clan threw up in there. And don't get me started on the passports and the small fortune I found. Well, it's small only by Bill Gates standards. Everyone looked confused at Jade's mom, and she looked panicked. Suddenly, Jade came on stage. She had a face that looked like she wanted to do a TED Talk on the benefits of rage. I'd never seen her so angry. There is no secret office. Chloe is lying to get back at me. No, Jade, I promise. I'd never lie to you. We're besties. No, we are not. Why can't you just leave me alone? You know what? Fine, I'll just go. At least I fought for our friendship. I was more than ready to leave that place and never come back. But it wasn't that simple. Jade's mom caught up with me and closed my path. Behind her were loads of Daisy-loving worshippers and the scary man who looked like he was about to whip out some nunchucks.
You think you can just accuse me of something like that and just walk away?
I was thinking that. Yeah.
Well, this isn't your mother's house where you can do whatever you want, you brat.
Ouch.
Here, trespassers and criminals are prosecuted and punished.
I was genuinely frightened. If they could endure wearing those horrendous dresses, who knew what else they were capable of?
The followers began to advance on me. I was completely surrounded. They each grabbed some tomatoes.
Oh no! At that moment, Jade arrived on the scene. Mom, wait!
Oh, Jade, I know you want to be a part of this.
Of course I do. Jade grabbed a tomato. But first, everyone, you should know that your donations have been going to my mom. Chloe, my bestie, was right. Jade showed everyone the bags, the shoes, the passports, bank statements, and money that her mother had hidden. Everything turned to chaos then. Jade's mom and the scary man tried to bolt, but they got catched. Or should I say, catch up. Everyone threw their tomatoes at them. It was brutal. Blood flowed on the farm. Well, maybe it was just tomato sauce. But okay, too many tomato jokes. Got it. I'll stop now. I walked towards Jade. Jade, listen, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause all this chaos. No, I'm sorry. Mom convinced me that leaving everything behind was for the best, that our old life was too materialistic. It's all because of you, Chloe. If you hadn't shown up and questioned everything, I wouldn't know the truth. I missed you. I couldn't give up on our friendship either. Then Jade held up her friendship bracelet. BFF, where's yours? Oh, it's in the laundry. I think after Mom gets arrested, I'm gonna come live with you for a while. And you, my friend, need to take an anger management course. Yeah, and to stop obsessing over celebrities and materialistic things. Hi, my name is Diana. I was born into a miserable, poor family as the eldest of 4 girls. And for some unknown reason, my whole family has always hated me. Even as a kid, I knew Dad was kind of a loser. He just sat around in his pajamas all day, barking orders at me. We had an ancient TV set without a remote, and every evening it was my job to stand next to it and keep changing the channels. Even though he was useless, Mom seemed to adore him. In fact, the only person she didn't like was me. When I was 7, Mom and Dad decided to have a proper Christmas for once, and I was really excited. But when I opened my present, I saw my little sister's dirty sweater inside. Ew, Mom, I think you meant to throw this in the garbage. And why would I throw away a perfectly good sweater? Was I supposed to wash it for your highness? Go do it so you can wear it for the family picture. Mom, it won't even fit me. Not with that attitude. It was so tight on me, I could hardly breathe. All my sisters got brand new sweaters, and I was the only one who looked like an idiot in the family photo. Even worse, when Mom framed it and hung it up on the wall, I saw that I'd been cropped out of the picture. Years passed and they continued to treat me poorly. I slept in a bed I'd outgrown years ago, and my cupboard was a cardboard box. Whenever Mom ordered pizza, she always gave me the smallest slice. Sometimes I started thinking I wasn't even her daughter. On my 13th birthday, I decided to throw myself a party. But of course, at my friend's place. I had some savings to buy snacks and a cake, and as I was sneaking out, I bumped straight into my 12-year-old sister, Selena. She grinned and said she wouldn't tell Mom if I let her join me. And I didn't really have a choice. We were actually having a good time until one of my friends mentioned my boyfriend, Zach. Oh no, Mom would kill me if she found out. She always said that having a boyfriend is a red line. I tried to signal my friend to shut up, but she just didn't get it.
Wait, you have a boyfriend, Diana? Oh, she doesn't know? Well, your sister is really popular with all the boys, but Zach was the lucky one who finally won her heart. Oh, that's cool. Please excuse me. I have to make a quick phone call.
And with that, she shut herself up in the bathroom. This was not going to end well for me. And sure enough, when we got home, Mom was waiting for us, looking like a fire-breathing dragon. Are you freaking kidding me, Diana? He isn't even rich. What are you talking about, Mom? Your boyfriend, Zach. I just looked him up online and he's dirt poor. Dating a loser is the dumbest thing a girl can do. How about marrying one, Mom? Dad is a loser too. Don't try to be cheeky. Dump this idiot and find yourself a rich boy. Do you understand me? Sure, Mom. You're more important to me than any boy. I'll dump him tomorrow. Mom was insane. She had always been against having a boyfriend, and now she only wanted me to date rich boys. But of course, I did nothing of the sort, and I kept dating Zach secretly. I even managed to hide it from my sisters at school, and Mom had no idea. Well, at least until the 9th grade. I knew Mom would be coming to school to meet Selena's teacher one day, so I had to warn Zach to be careful. But before I could, I walked into the cafeteria to find he'd arranged a surprise party for me. He jumped onto one of the tables and announced,
"Hey everyone, today is my lovely girlfriend's birthday, and I have something very special for her because I love her so much."
Then he came to me and gave me a freaking diamond necklace. Zach, how did you even pay for that?
Babe, listen.
But just then, someone pushed me aside and snatched the necklace from him. It was Mom. Oh my God, this is a real diamond necklace. Where'd you get that from, boy? It's okay. You don't have to answer that. Diana, my daughter, marry him. And then she put her arms around Zach's shoulders and mine and took us home. And just like that, Mom was happy with Zach and loved him so very much. She invited him over every day and fed him like crazy. Dad seemed to like him too, and the two played video games for hours. It seemed like Zach was really enjoying himself too, because he never left the house. Sometimes he'd even sleep over on the couch at night. But soon enough, it seemed like Zach was becoming one of them. All he did was sit on the couch and bark orders like Dad, while he and Mom made jokes about me all day. I was getting really sick of everything, until one day someone knocked on the front door, and I opened it to find 2 police officers standing there.
"Is Zach here, miss?"
"Yeah, what do you want from him?"
"We need to take him with us. We think he stole something."
I turned around to look for Zach, but he was already running like a scared mouse. The officers managed to catch him, and it turned out he'd stolen that diamond necklace. So obviously I gave it to the police. I was secretly so happy to be rid of Zach, but Mom went ballistic. "Wasn't it enough that you were dating a poor boy, but he's also a thief? Just when I think you couldn't be more pathetic, you surprise me, Diana." "Well, Mom, I wasn't born to impress you, and if you're so amazing, how come you didn't land a rich guy and married our dumb dad instead? Just leave me alone." I didn't talk to anyone for weeks. I was so tired of my family. One morning as I was leaving for school, the doorbell rang and I found a sophisticated woman standing outside who smiled and asked if she could come in.
"You must be Diana, right?"
"Yeah, who are you?"
"I'm your aunt, your dad's sister."
I looked at her and then Dad on the couch. "Seriously? You're that guy's sister?"
"Sweetheart, didn't your mom ever tell you? That's not your real dad."
"Wait, what?" Just then Mom came running in and she turned pale when she saw the woman. "You, what are you doing here?"
"I'm here to take Diana to see her father."
"Everybody, just hold on for a freaking second. I have a different dad?" "Well, duh. Can't you see how different you look? It's not really a secret. Everyone in this house knows." My head was spinning. I couldn't believe this. So, what does he want with her now, huh? He just abandoned me when I got pregnant with her. He really wants to meet her, just once. Diana, would that be okay? I was too shocked to refuse. Mom tried to stop me, but I pulled my arm away and followed the woman into the limousine waiting for us. When I got to Dad's house, I had to pinch my cheeks. It was a huge mansion, bigger than my entire school. My dad was a millionaire? A butler and maids were standing at the entrance, and suddenly they looked like they were about to fall, so I ran forward to help them. But my aunt stopped me. Oh, no, sweetie. They're bowing. They're showing their respect. Oh, that was a bow? Someone was showing me respect? That was new. She took me to the last floor and opened a gold door. Then she turned around and left. I stepped in to find a man sitting up in bed.
Diana, is that you? Please, come in. I've been waiting for you.
The man looked really tired, and he smiled warmly at me and asked me to sit down next to him.
I'm very sorry that I never reached out to you before, Diana. I'm sure you can't forgive me right away, but I need you to listen to me. I don't think I have much time to live, and you're my only child. I want you to move in and live with me and your aunt.
I don't even know what to say. Thank you for finally remembering me?
Diana, I understand you're mad. Please, accept my offer and let me make it up to you.
Thinking about my life with my family, this wasn't really a hard decision. I said yes. And just like that, my life turned upside down. I moved in, got enrolled in an amazing school, and had every luxury at my feet. Also, it turned out that the doctors were wrong and my dad got better after a year. I got to know him better and he soon became my favorite person. Years passed and I graduated from high school. One day, I was in the kitchen when I heard a voice from behind me. It was Mom. When she saw me, she went down on her knees and started crying like a little baby. Diana, my daughter, please have mercy on your mommy. Mom, please get up. And what's wrong? I need a kidney. You know how hard it is to get a donor these days, and I can't wait for years. I'm really sick, and I might die soon, my darling. Mom, I'm really sorry to hear that, but I can't donate my kidney. Maybe Selena can? No, that's not what I'm here for. I have a donor. It's Zach. He's ready to do it under one condition, that you marry him. He's still so in love with you. Mom, are you crazy? I'm supposed to marry him for a kidney? Not forever. Just say yes. And after the surgery, you can leave. Come on, babe. You're the best person I know. Mom started crying again, and my heart went out to her. I didn't want her to die because of me, so I agreed to marry Zach and said I'd divorce him right after the surgery. Dad didn't support my decision and kept trying to talk me out of it, but I said, if I don't help her, I'll blame myself forever. She is my mom after all. But on my wedding day, I was a mess. As I was sitting in my wedding dress and bawling my eyes out, Mom barged in. Why are you crying? Who cries on their wedding day? Mom, just get lost. Is this how you talk to your mom? Rude girl. She was about to spit at my face when I pushed her away and ran out of the room. It all felt like a big, stupid mistake. I didn't love Zach, and I didn't want to marry him. Just then, I spotted Mom and Selena from a distance, and it looked like they were fighting. What was going on with those two? Seconds later, my phone beeped, and I got a message from Selena. Diana, Mom's lying. Zach is a professional thief now, and he's really wealthy. He said if Mom made you marry him, he would give her a fortune. She faked everything. I was involved in this too. But seeing your sad face right now is killing me. Don't marry Zach. Our mom is a psycho. I couldn't believe it. My mom wanted to literally sell me? How awful could she possibly be? I left my wedding and ran away to Dad. My mom is evil and she hates me. I've had enough. I'm not letting her get away with this. Will you help me?
I'm surprised you even have to ask, my darling.
And he hugged me tight.
Hi there, my name is Tom, and I was just 3 years old when my mom left my dad. He was a major jerk, and she was so much happier without him. The only problem was that we were broke. My mom worked 2 jobs at once, but that wasn't enough for school, clothes, books, rent. The list was endless. I wanted to help my mom so badly that when I was 6, I tried to get a job at McDonald's. All the adults laughed at my application form. It was filled out with crayon. I was so mad. I wanted to be a grown-up. When Mom found out, she said, "Tom, the best way to help me is by doing well at school. You don't need to get a job. Oh, you're so cute." From that day, I started paying really close attention at school. I worked hard at getting the best grades, and by the time I was 12, I was topping the district. That's how I got into the richest, snobbiest school in town. They found me and offered me a full scholarship if I transferred right away. I didn't want to leave my friends, but free school was too much to give up. So I started going to the rich side of town. Everything was different here. The roads were cleaner, the houses were bigger, and the people were meaner. The meanest of them all was Blake. His father owned the school, and he did whatever he liked. My first day, I saw him push a kid off his bike for no reason. "Hey, stop that!" I rushed to help the kid up and told Blake to back off. "You must be new. Do you have any idea who I am? A massive jerk?" The people watching laughed, and Blake turned beet red. "I'm your worst nightmare." He meant it. He tried to bully me every single day for 4 years. He called me names, stole my books, and spread false rumors about me. One day, he pulled the fire alarm and told the teacher I did it. Obviously, they believed him over me. I got a whole week of detention. Didn't have time for this mess. I had to study hard all day. And now that I was older, I helped my mom by doing a job at night. We were so poor compared to everyone at school, and I did my best to hide it. I lied to everyone when they asked me what my parents do. They sell computers. They're super rich. I made sure I got the best clothes from the donation boxes in town and checked them for any imperfections. One time, I missed a tear on my coat, and Blake caught it right away. "Torn clothes? How pathetic. Are you too poor to afford basic things?" No one laughed with him. You see, other people in school really started to like me over the years. I was funny, friendly, and I didn't bully them. Blake hated this. To top it all off, I beat his grades every single time. The day the school was honoring its toppers, all hell broke loose. "This loser cannot win first place! He's a cheater!" "Excuse me? I beat you fair and square!" Blake ran over to me and tried to yank my medal off my neck. "Give it to me! Give it! No!" I shoved Blake away from me and he fell back. Everyone laughed and he began to yell loudly. "Ah! He hurt me! I sprained my leg! Ah!" He was good at putting on a show. The teachers dragged us to the principal's office, and I got the worst yelling of my life. "I want him out of this school, Dad. Tom is our best student. We can't get rid of him." "How dare you hit my son! Blake attacked me first!" "So what? You should never hit back. You hurt him." "He's faking it! He just wants me to get into trouble." "You're both in trouble. 1 whole week of detention, and you both have to show the new students around the school." Our school was huge, and new people had to have guides for their first week. I really didn't want to babysit with Blake, but I had no choice. We both met the new student the next day, and wow, she was stunning. She had the most beautiful brown eyes I've ever seen. The moment Blake saw her, he turned to me. "You can go. I can help her alone. I won't tell the teachers." "No way! You're a snake!" "Look, that's Lisa. I've known her since we were kids, and her dad is even richer than mine. I want to date her, so just go away!" Obviously, I didn't go away. Instead, I raced up to Lisa first and gave her my best smile. I never really flirted with a girl before, but I gave it my best shot. "Hi, I'm Tom. You're cute. Do you, like tacos?" Yes. I love tacos." "Would you like to eat some with me after school?" "Okay. Why not? You're pretty cute too." Blake literally jumped in between us. "Lisa, remember me? Blake? Our dads are in the same country club." "Kind of. Do you want to go with me? Tonight? I'll take you somewhere fancy." "Sorry, I'm getting tacos with Tom today." His expression was priceless. That's what he gets for messing with me. Lisa and I went out, and I had a surprisingly good time. She was so goofy and hilarious. Some of her jokes made me choke with laughter. Wow, I'm actually having fun. I'm glad I messed with Blake. "What? Oh, Blake has a crush on you, and he's been kind of a jerk to me, so I asked you out first." "What? I thought you thought I was cute." "Uh-oh. I do think you're cute, but what? I'm just a pawn in your boy games? You just used me to mess with someone. You're a jerk." She threw her taco at me and ran away. I quickly paid the taco guy and chased after her, but she was gone. Dang it. Blake was turning me into a terrible person. I tried to apologize to Lisa the next day, but she wouldn't even look at me. I almost gave up until one day, when we ended up in the same elevator together. I acted on instinct. I pressed the stop button. What are you doing? I want to apologize, but you keep running away. Don't bother. I'm never gonna go out with you again. I don't want you to go out with me. I'm just sorry. I act like a complete idiot, and you have every right to hate me. She looked shocked. Really? You mean that? Yes. I'm really sorry. I was so stupid. Agreed. You'll have to buy me like 100 tacos to make up for it. Does that mean we can be friends? Yeah. Okay. I forgive you. Yes! All 100 tacos were worth it, because Lisa was amazing. She was kind, funny, and most importantly, she was a really good friend. She was always there to help her friends with their troubles, and I felt like I could tell her almost anything. Almost. One day, Lisa asked me what my parents did for a living, and I felt real fear. If she finds out I'm poor, she won't like me. I lied quickly, hoping this would go away. But one day, Lisa wanted to walk me home, and I was trapped. I had to take her to a random mansion and pretend it was mine. I went inside and hid in the bushes till she went away. If that wasn't crazy enough, one night, she walked into the restaurant where I worked. The moment I saw her, I ducked and hid under a table. The manager called for me like 10 times, but I just couldn't make myself get out. Why was I going so crazy over this girl? Suddenly, 3 pairs of legs joined me under the table. My manager had seated women there. I immediately crawled out of the table, and all 3 women screamed, sending their food flying all over the floor. My manager caught me by the collar and fired me on the spot. If I wasn't horrified enough, I turned to see Lisa staring at me with her mouth open. Oh no. I just ran home. By the time Lisa confronted me in school, I had a lie ready for her. I got that job so I could learn some responsibility. It's not good to just live off my parents. But why were you under the table? I dropped my phone. I was looking for it. Somehow, the lie worked. And Lisa gave me a big hug to comfort me. Ew, I was close. I was heading home from school that day when I felt someone pull me back. It was Blake. Why were you hugging Lisa at school? None of your business, moron. Didn't I tell you I like her? You better back off before I make you pay. Make me pay? Your dad can't kick me out of school. You have no power here. I stormed away from him with my head held high, thinking I'd won this battle. I had no idea how far Blake would go for a shot at Lisa. She and I were having lunch in the cafeteria one day when Blake came over with his gang. Hey, Tom, your parents are rich, right? Yes. They sell computers. Then why are you wearing clothes that I threw in the garbage? I was in shock. Blake pulled out his phone and played a video for everyone. It was me, searching for clothes in the donation bins. We saw you hunting for clothes like a cheap beggar. We followed you, and you live in a tiny apartment on the bad side of town. Everyone around me was whispering. I couldn't even bear to look up at Lisa. My secret was finally out. So, what do your parents really do? Do they even have a job? Or are they pathetic like you? I couldn't take it anymore. I got off my feet and punched Blake right in the face in front of everyone. I just lost it. Ah! I'm reporting you to my dad. Everyone saw that, right? He punched me! I was suspended for 2 weeks after that, which was just fine with me. Felt like my life was over. I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want to study. And I didn't want to see anyone. I turned my phone off so none of my friends could reach me. I was locked in my room for a whole week until one day, there was a knock on my door. Lisa was here. She saw me in my tiny apartment. I was wearing old, faded hand-me-downs. What are you doing here? How did you find me? I can track people. Why didn't you answer my calls? I was worried. Maybe I'm embarrassed, and I want to be alone. You shouldn't be embarrassed for being poor. You should be embarrassed for lying to me about it. Oh, I should have told you the truth, that my mom's a waitress and a janitor, that my dad abandoned us, and we live like beggars. Which part makes you want to go out with me? She looked shell-shocked. Wait, you want to go out with me? I never said that. Just leave me alone. Lisa, I went into my room and slammed the door shut. I wanted to be anyone else except me right now. It got so much worse when I opened Instagram and saw pictures of Blake and Lisa together. I guess she found someone who can take care of her the way she deserved. I was in the worst mood of my life when I started school again. Lisa tried to talk to me a few times, but I just ran away from her. I thought I could just avoid her forever. Until one day, we ended up on the same elevator. Hold on. She punched the stop button, and the elevator came to a halt. How long are you going to ignore me, Tom? You're driving me crazy! I don't want to talk to you about my lies. I don't want to hear about your dates with Blake. We're not dating, you idiot! I only clicked those selfies because he literally begged me. I like you. It took me a few seconds to get that. You like me? Are you blind? I've liked you since the first day we met. It doesn't matter. We can't be together, Lisa. I'm poorer than your gardeners. I have nothing to offer you. You have everything to offer me. You're a good friend. You're an amazing son. You're clever, and you're handsome. I was speechless. Lisa grabbed my collar and gave me a full peck on the lips.
Hi, I'm Jessica from New Jersey, and I'm invisible. But before I continue, please like and subscribe, and you might find a present in your locker. When my mom was young, she was the most beautiful girl in town. She was prom queen, lead cheerleader, and most likely to succeed. When she graduated from high school, she married her high school sweetheart, the smartest boy in school. But everything changed when she had me. She gave up on her dream to become a model, and my father was so focused on his studies that they argued constantly and struggled to pay rent. Then one day, my dad was gone. My mom was so angry that he left, and it didn't help that I looked just like him and liked to play with the science and math books he left behind. Play with your dolls like a normal girl. Those books will rot your brain. Then my mom married my stepfather, and on my 3rd birthday, my little brother Shane was born. They fell in love with Shane at first sight. They turned my room into a nursery and shifted me to the attic. And from then on, I was invisible. On my 7th birthday, my parents threw Shane and I a huge birthday party, and they forgot to put my name on the cake. One day, I built a robot from spare parts around the house, but then Shane walked in and told my parents he'd made captain of his Little League football team. My parents were so excited for Shane that they rushed out to celebrate and didn't even notice they'd left without me. Shane was athletic and a great dancer, and like my parents, he looked like he stepped out of a fashion magazine. The 3 of them spent all day posing in the mirror and taking selfies.
You are so beautiful, honey.
I know. Be a darling, Jessica. Hold up the light. But when my parents weren't looking, Shane made it his mission to make my life miserable. One day, he switched my shampoo with food coloring.
Ha! You look like a pumpkin.
Another time, he ran around the house like a maniac and knocked over my mom's favorite vase. Just did it! He opened a carton of milk and poured it on the floor. I tried to stop her. He cut up all my stepdad's ties and threw them under the bed. Shane did this. I saw him do it. But every time, my parents punished me and rewarded Shane. When I was 12, I won the school spelling bee. Look, Dad, I got a medal.
For spelling words? Oh, that's so boring.
I won 1st place in the Math Olympics.
Math is for losers.
No, it's not. I told you, Jess is a nerd. There are 2 kinds of people, Jess. Winners like us and losers like your deadbeat dad. Your dad was a nerd. He studied all the time and almost ruined our lives. Try to be more like your brother. He can teach you a thing or two. Shane's a jerk. He's as dumb as a bag of rocks. He bullies other kids, and he can barely spell his own name. And nerds aren't losers. They're smart. Smart people invented your cell phones, designed this house, and the fancy cars you drive. After that, my parents hid my books and forbade me from studying in the house. They even grounded me when I brought home straight A's on my report card.
It's for your own good.
This is ridiculous. When I was 15, I secretly entered a national science competition. If I won, I'd get a huge college scholarship and my face would be all over the news. Then it would be impossible for my parents to ignore me, and they'd finally see the value in being smart. I shut myself in my room for days as I worked on my project.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Mom, Dad, Jess is doing science for fun.
The day of the science fair came and I'd made it to the final round. But as the judges came by to look at my project, something went horribly wrong.
Why is that thing smoking?
It's fine. Everything's fine. I just need to adjust the settings. I tried to fix it, but then suddenly my project caught fire. Everyone ran screaming out of the building. The fire brigade put the fire out, but the building and all the projects were ruined. I was banned from the competition for life, and the next day, My parents got a letter demanding payment for the damages. My parents were pissed. They were already spending a fortune on Shane's fencing lessons, acting classes, and private football coaching. What were you thinking? I just wanted you to be proud of me for once. I wanted you to see me.
Well, we see you now, and you're a disappointment. Why can't you be more like Shane?
And we're not paying for this young lady. It's time you learn some responsibility. My mom told me to get a job to pay the bill. Well, I'd show them. I'd pay for the damages, and then save up money for college and leave this family for good. A week later, I walked into a weird store that sold scented candles and crystals, and a cute boy named Zach appeared out of nowhere and grabbed my hand.
Your aura is magnetic. You're a diamond in the rough.
Really?
Yeah, and everything in the store is 20% off.
I don't have any money. Zach dropped my hand instantly and walked off. Then the owner of the store came up to me.
Can you start tomorrow?
I accepted the job. Zach and I worked the same shifts. I loved listening to him speak to the customers. His voice was silky smooth, and he looked like a Greek statue come to life. One day, he caught me staring.
What are you looking at?
I was just,
You mind getting back to work?
Another time, I wore a fancy dress, a pair of high heels, and some lipstick to work to get his attention. He and a bunch of customers gave me strange looks my whole shift. Then I spotted myself in the mirror. There was toilet paper on my shoe and lipstick all over my teeth. A week later, I was riding the bus to work, and I saw Zach in the seat across from me struggling with a math problem. So, what are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Do you need some help?
Why would I want your help? You're only in high school. I'm in college.
I'm really good at math. It's kind of like my superpower. I'm already taking classes at a college level. Zach sat next to me and handed me the math book. My heart skipped a beat when his hand brushed against mine. I solved the problem in less than a minute.
Wow, you really are smart.
We could study together, maybe get something to eat too, like a date, but with books.
A date?
Oh God, did I just ask Zach out? Sorry, never mind. Just joking.
You think dating me is a joke?
No,
I'm messing with you, Jess. A date with books? Sounds cool.
We went to the library and studied for hours. Zach was charming and sweet, and we had so much in common. We liked the same video games and MSA videos. One night, he told me that he felt just as invisible as I did in high school.
I didn't have anything in common with all those rich kids from class. All they talked about was their money and their cars. I couldn't afford any of that, and I wasn't interested. So I kept to myself. I still do.
Do you ever get lonely?
Not anymore. I've got you.
One night, I was studying on the porch, and Shane spit a spitball at my head.
What's up with you? You're acting strange.
What do you mean?
It's your face. There's something wrong with it.
No, there isn't.
You're smiling. You never smile.
Then my cell phone rang. It was Zach, and I quickly silenced my phone.
You're blushing. Who was that?
None of your business.
OMG, you have a boyfriend?
Shane ran off and told my parents.
That's amazing. We were so worried about you, sweetie. Being a lonely nerd just isn't healthy. But she's so weird and boring. Who'd want to date her?
Be nice to your sister. She's finally done something worth celebrating. They insisted that I invite Zach over for dinner, so I reluctantly did. Wow, these are nice. You didn't need to bring anything.
I'm meeting my girlfriend's parents for the first time.
Your girlfriend?
We've been dating for a few months now. I kind of figured we were. If I'm wrong, then...
You're not wrong. Zach pulled me close and kissed me, and I almost melted. When we walked in, Shane and my parents were already at the table. The moment they looked at Zach, all three of them gasped.
What is he doing here?
This is Zach. He's my boyfriend.
I should leave.
No, don't be silly. You just got here. I pulled Zach to the table and we sat down. We ate in silence as Shane gave Zach death glares the whole time. My parents weren't much better. Every few minutes, they'd glance at me and Zach and then whisper amongst themselves. I couldn't stand it. I'd finally found someone that cared about me, and my family was trying to drive him away? What's the problem? Why are you all acting so crazy?
Your boyfriend's a jerk and a liar.
He's using you to hurt us.
And Jess is a dumb loser. She fell for it.
What?
If I knew Jess was related to this toxic family, I would have stayed miles away from her.
Then Zach left. I tried to go after him, but my father grabbed my arm.
Let him go. You shouldn't have brought that trash into this house.
I can't say I'm surprised that you fell for his lies. You've never been good at making smart decisions. When will you stop disappointing this family? My parents demanded that I never speak to Zach again. They wouldn't tell me what Zach had done, no matter how much I begged, and just shut themselves up in their rooms. The next day, I saw Zach at work. Zach, I don't understand what happened last night.
Forget it. People like you don't get along with people like me.
Just then, Shane and his friends showed up and headed straight for Zach. Stay away from my sister, you liar.
I'm not a liar.
Yes, you are. You and your stupid loser of a father. Then, Zach lost it. He shoved Shane into a display case, and they got into the biggest fight. Customers panicked and ran out of the store. A couple of security guards showed up and pulled them apart. Shane and his friends left, and then the store owner fired Zach on the spot. Zach stopped meeting me at the library and didn't answer my calls. I went to his college, but apparently, he hadn't come to class in weeks. I was so worried. I had to do something. So I snuck into the office at work and found Zach's address.
What are you doing here?
I want answers. My family won't tell me why they hate you. You refuse to talk to me. I just don't know what to do. So, I've decided that I'm gonna sit here and stare at you till you tell me.
You're gonna stare at me? That's your plan?
Yep. I stared at Zach for almost an hour, and he finally caved and invited me inside.
Your stepdad and my dad were best friends, and they had a business together. My dad was the brains, and your stepdad had the connections. But once they were successful, your stepdad pushed my dad out of the business.
Why didn't your dad fight it?
He tried, but your stepdad knew so many big politicians and lawyers that my dad never stood a chance. After that, he changed. He'd come home shouting and angry all the time. Then one day, he left me and my mom.
Zach showed me pictures of his father and several of his inventions, some of which were my stepdad's best-selling products. This isn't right.
You think? My mom and I took your stepdad to court. I told the judge that I worked on some of those inventions with my dad, but the judge didn't believe me. Or your stepdad paid him not to.
My blood boiled. My family's fortune was built on a lie, and they always told me that being smart wasn't special and would never get me anywhere, when the whole time, they'd taken advantage of someone else's intelligence. I went straight home and confronted my family, and they didn't deny a thing.
Zach and his dad are losers, and they stood in the way of our success.
But you stole their inventions. We did what was necessary, and why are you complaining? If it wasn't for your father's choices, you wouldn't live in this fancy house or have nice things.
Stop being ungrateful.
They just wouldn't acknowledge their selfishness, and they didn't care about the damage they'd done to Zach and his family. You're going to stop seeing that boy. He's a stupid, nerd jerk. Yeah, a stupid nerd jerk loser.
And he's a bad influence.
You're a bad influence. Well, you have a choice to make. It's either that boy or our family. I chose Zach. We secretly saw each other for the rest of the semester, even though my parents grounded me and took away my phone. Zach left me love letters in my favorite library books and left me secret messages in my mailbox that only I could decode. Zach got a new job and returned to college. He was even able to make up for the tests he'd missed. Things were looking up until the day I graduated from high school. My family saw Zach congratulating me.
We told you to stop seeing that boy.
It's my decision. Zach is a good guy. He's honest, he's smart, he's kind, and he's 10 times better than the 3 of you put together. After that, my parents kicked me out of the house, refused to give me money for college, and stopped taking my calls.
It's okay, Jess. I've got your back.
Luckily, I'd gotten into college on scholarship, and Zach and I moved in together. Money was tight, but we managed to make it work. We started working together on perfecting. Hi, I'm Delilah from Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was 2 when my rich uncle adopted me and took me to his huge mansion. I was bigger than most kids my age, but he accepted me with all his heart. Unlike his son, Rusty. Rusty was 6 years older, and even though he had everything, it wasn't enough because he wanted it all for himself. We shared our birthdays, so when I turned 3, Uncle threw us a joint party. Why does she get the bigger cake? Isn't she big enough already?
Don't be mean. It's Delilah's first birthday with us. Now, smile for the pictures.
But Rusty just threw the cake and walked off. I felt so bad.
I don't think he likes me.
Oh, sweetie, don't worry. He'll come around.
But he never did. If anything, Rusty became more bitter. I did great at school, while all he did was laze around. So Uncle started paying me more attention, and he hated that. When I was 10, I won the state spelling bee competition, and Uncle took me to an amusement park to celebrate. I was very excited, till the operator refused to let me on one of the rides.
This is not for teens, it's for kids only.
Yeah. Of course, I knew that. I just wanted to see how the rides worked. I'll leave. Did he think I was a teen? I'm only 10. I darted faster than a bullet as the crowd stared. And after that day, I started getting more conscious of my height. I was 13 and almost 5 feet 11 inches, which was weird for my age. I was taller than most boys in my class. I didn't let that get to me, but it gave Rusty a chance to pick on me. He would call me Giant, Bigfoot, whatever came to his mind. To make up for his behavior, Uncle gave me the biggest room in the house and stuffed it with gifts and toys.
Sure, she needs a bigger room with that size.
You don't have to be so mean, okay? I know I'm tall, but you're dumb and I never make fun of that.
Hugh, I will get you for this.
He chased me for an hour but couldn't come close. Who knew I could run like that? I wanted to see how good I was, so I started practicing with the track team, and soon I beat everyone. My long legs made me super fast. This was awesome. Uncle was proud, but it pissed Rusty off, and he went completely off the rails. He failed 12th grade twice and blew all his money on his girlfriends without blinking. One evening, Uncle had to bail him out of jail in the middle of the night for stealing exam papers. Luckily, he was the school trustee, so Rusty only got suspended for a week.
Why do you embarrass me like this? Where did I go wrong? Oh, that's easy. You got her at home, and you forgot about your son.
That's not true. Uncle loves you just as he loves me.
Don't act like you're part of this family, and never interrupt me again. Enough!
Uncle and Rusty had a huge fight that night, and a week later, Rusty went to London to finish college. I never saw him again, and he hardly called home. I didn't miss him much, but Uncle did, and it made me sad to see him unhappy. Things went back to normal in a few years. At 17, I was a whopping 6 feet and the tallest girl in school. People would stare at me all the time and say the weirdest things.
Can you even hear me up there? Or should I scream?
Wow, where do you buy your clothes from? The tent shop? All my clothes are limited edition, and that makes me unique, while you're just so common. I didn't let anyone talk me down, but it still bothered me. I wanted to buy cute clothes and wear pretty shoes, but nothing fit me. One time in the mall, I was window shopping when a flying figure went past me, getting chased by some guards. Let me go! I need this! I couldn't see who the girl was, so I walked closer, but I tripped on a huge rack and all the clothes fell on our heads. Guards got distracted and lost their grip, and she ran away. And I ended up paying for all the ruined clothes that didn't even fit me. Later that day, I saw my uncle packing up when I went home. Are we going somewhere?
No, dear, I am. We're opening a new business in Greece, and I'll be out for a month.
But can I come with you?
I want you to concentrate on your school and practice. I'll be back before you know it.
The day my uncle left, I felt super weird. I'd never been on my own. And a week later, I got the worst news of my life. My uncle's secretary told me he'd caught a rare fever and was on total bed rest. Doctors had no idea how long it would take him to recover. I was devastated and wanted to visit Uncle, but no one was allowed near him since the fever was contagious. So I decided to concentrate on my finals. But after my last exam, I came home to Rusty and a girl who looked oddly familiar. What are you doing here?
This is my home, and I can come by whenever I want. By the way, this is Gina, my girlfriend, and the queen of this house.
I looked at Gina, but she ignored me completely. Rude. Later that day, when I crossed their room, I heard her arguing with Rusty. You have a sister? You never told me about her.
She wasn't worth mentioning, and she won't stay here for long.
Before I could hear anything else, the maid showed up and I left. For the entire week, I noticed that Gina was an odd duck. She stayed all day in her room. Whenever she came out, she would scream at the servants and run back up. One time, I was in my room when Gina walked in. Empty your room. I need more closet space. You can't just walk in here and ask me to do stuff. Get it? Suddenly, she started screaming for Rusty. And that's when it hit me. She was the same girl from the mall. Wait a minute. I know you.
What is it, darling?
I thought you were rich, but my room here is smaller than my bathroom. I need more space, so move her. I'm not going anywhere.
You are, and you will. Or you can pack your bags and get out. Your choice.
What? You can't do that.
Now that Dad's not here, I'm your legal guardian. So, if you want to keep running or going to school, stop bugging me and get moving.
Ugh, so annoying. I immediately wanted to call my uncle, but he was too sick to bother, so I kept my head low and started packing. Before I left, I kept a parting gift for Gina and laughed my butt off when she went around crying over her half-eaten clothes. Much deserved. That night, I searched for Gina on the internet, but the girl was a dead end. I knew she was lying, but there was something else she was hiding. Something big. I could feel it. The next morning, I found Rusty alone and tried to warn him. Your girlfriend is a liar.
And you're giving me a headache.
I'm serious. I saw her stealing from the mall just last month.
Gina's family is one of the richest in London. She doesn't need to steal. You can fool my dad, but not me. I'm smarter. I need Gina. Don't screw this up or I'll be your worst nightmare.
Rusty walked away, and I couldn't help thinking about how this was possible. I was almost certain I'd seen her. But if Gina was rich, then maybe I was mistaken. This was so confusing. I shrugged the thoughts away and left for school. But I was super distracted that day during practice and twisted my ankle while running. I couldn't walk, so the school called someone to pick me up. And Gina showed up. You should have just sent a driver. I was in the neighborhood. Now come on, I don't have all day. She helped me to the car, and I tried to talk to her, but she was on her phone the entire ride home. And the moment we got home, she ran to her room without even helping me out. What was wrong with her? For the next week, I rested at home, and every time I would try to get close to Gina's room, Rusty would ask me to back off. He was so paranoid that he had guards outside her room. Is she a princess? Why do you need so much security? Jeez.
That's none of your business. She's my girlfriend, and I'll do whatever she wants. Buzz off.
The more Rusty said stuff like that, the more curious I got. He didn't love anyone but himself. So all this newfound love for Gina was very weird. I wanted to know more, but soon after, the coach started training us for international track events, and I got busy. Sometime later, Uncle's secretary informed us that they were moving him to a bigger facility, and Gina threw a party the same day. Guess you're very happy that Uncle's not coming back anytime soon, right? What? No, it's my mom's birthday. Really? Then how come she's not here? Because she's not around anymore. Gina started tearing up as she ran upstairs, and just then Rusty showed up.
I knew it. What did you say to her?
Relax. I'm sorry. I think I may have stepped over a line. I'll apologize.
You better, or I won't give you permission to run track. Get that?
I went upstairs to find Gina sobbing in her room with her mom's picture. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I know how you feel. I grew up without my parents too. I just miss her a lot. Even though she can't be with me, I throw her a party every year. My mom loved birthdays. Gina and I chatted for a bit, and I realized she wasn't as bad as I thought. I could see how deeply she missed her mom, which made me feel connected to her. Maybe I judged her too soon. Gina warmed up to me after that, and we often hung out. But soon, I noticed how she'd only talk to me when Rusty wasn't around. I asked her one day, and she gave me the weirdest reply. Oh no, I'm just taking a break from all the wedding preparations. Wow, I had no idea. Do we have a date? We wanted to wait for his dad to come back. Gina sounded super excited, but when I asked Rusty about it, he shrugged it off.
Didn't I ask you to keep your tall head out of my business?
Just don't break her heart, okay?
Whatever.
I knew he wouldn't listen to me, but I had to try. Gina deserved better than this moron. A few days later, we had the school dance, and I decided not to go. No boy in school had asked me out yet, and showing up alone was humiliating. When Gina heard, she volunteered to tag along. I don't know what's more embarrassing, not having a date or having your almost sister-in-law as a date. Just keep your head high and you'll rock. I followed her advice and was having a great time, till I heard someone screaming from the other side of the room. It was Gina howling at a girl from my class. Don't you get tired of bullying each other? So she's a little tall. She's way better than all of you, including these frat boys you crush on. You can't match her at all. Literally. I pulled her away, but she continued shouting till we reached the entrance. What was that all about? These people were saying weird stuff about you. I couldn't take it. I'm used to it, and I can take my own stand. I know, it's just that I was bullied as a kid, and this stuff gets to me. Okay, forget about it. We're here, so let's enjoy the dance. Come on. Gina and I danced the night away without giving a fig about anyone, and had the best time. And a week later, I got busy with track practice. I had back-to-back events, and the coach was very tough on us. But it all paid off when I got selected. I immediately called my uncle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I was excited to tell Gina about it, but I came home to loud noises coming from Rusty's office. How could you do this to me?
You thought this was forever? Your job here is done. Pack your stuff and leave.
Gina stormed out furiously. I was sure Rusty must have backed out of the wedding, and I wanted to make sure she was okay, so I followed her. I saw her enter a hospital and go into a room with a frail woman. Machines beeped around everywhere as she smiled at Gina.
Oh, it's been so long. My darling daughter, Shelley.
I'm sorry it took so long, Mom. I have to wrap something up, and after that, I'll get you out of here soon enough. So her name was Shelley? And her mom was alive? Who was this person, and what did she want? I had so many questions. I wanted to go inside, but looking at her mother's condition, I decided to wait for her at home. But there, I had another surprise waiting for me. Uncle was home, and he was going ballistic on Rusty over some papers. Uncle, you're back! How are you? I was so stressed when I found out about your illness.
I was fine, Delilah. In fact, I was more than okay.
What do you mean?
I'm ashamed to even say this, but my own son got me kidnapped for property. Thankfully, the police found me just in time.
Kidnapped? How is that possible? I spoke to your secretary.
He wasn't my secretary. I went there alone.
Uncle sat me down and told me that someone had stolen his phone before he got on the plane, and then on his way home, he was kidnapped. A few months back, Rusty had called him up asking for $1 million, and when Uncle refused to pay him, he planned to get him kidnapped and force him to sign the company over. I looked at Rusty in shock, and he didn't show any remorse.
Yeah, so I did it. You gave everything to her, leaving me with nothing.
Then I met Gina, and she's so freaking rich.
So with her help, I could have thrown you both out.
You're so evil. Who would do that to their own father? Someone who doesn't care about anyone but himself.
I thought I told you to leave, Gina.
Call me Shelley, and I'm not your slave, and I'm not rich either. Gina told us how Rusty was a wanted con man in London who'd scammed many people, including her dad. So she pretended to be rich so she could date him, help him sell the company, and leave with the money. The money he stole was for my mom's surgery. We fell into debt paying her hospital bills. I wanted to get back at him, but he tried to fool me again. I told the police where your uncle was. That doesn't make it right, Gina. You lied to us. But you helped Uncle, and for that, I'm thankful. As Uncle called the police and Gina sobbed, I saw Rusty sneaking out with the papers, but I grabbed him just in time. Think you can outrun me? You wish. Rusty got arrested for kidnapping and embezzlement. Gina got called in for questioning and received a 6-month sentence for helping Rusty, after which we paid her mother's treatment and even compensated other people Rusty had conned. Soon, it was time to leave for my international track events, and my uncle came to drop me off.
Make me proud.
Haven't I always? Uncle hugged me, and it felt like home.
I never knew why, but I always seemed to annoy my parents. It wasn't as if they didn't like kids. They absolutely adored my brother John. He was always being showered with expensive gifts. In my case, they never even remembered my birthday. On my 10th birthday, I came downstairs and saw a tiny wrapped box on the kitchen table. I ripped it open, only to have Mom walk in and snatch it away from me.
That's not for you. Look, she's torn the wrapping.
Just then, John walked in, and they were all smiles. They handed the box to him, and inside was a key to a Porsche. He screamed in delight and followed them outside. He jumped into his new car.
Mom, Dad, let me take you around the block with this baby.
And they were all off together. John was failing high school and was mostly just partying with girls, but that never seemed to bother my parents. Last Christmas, he brought 2 gorgeous girls home, and my parents looked like they couldn't be prouder. I had the duty of serving everyone drinks and food. I pretended to trip up and spilled an entire tray of drinks on John and his guests. Mom sent me to my room, and I was more than happy having dinner on my own. A couple of weeks later, he turned up with another girl, Alina. and said they were in a serious relationship and she was moving in with us. I wasn't even allowed to have friends over to study with. If I ever wanted to ask someone, Mom would say, "Are you too stupid to do your work on your own?" And here my parents were, welcoming Alina with open arms. To my horror, I heard Mom say, "Oh, John probably doesn't have enough closet space. Why don't you put your things in Gwen's closet? She can put her clothes under her bed." As I started cleaning out my closet, I said, "You know, this is Whisker's favorite sleeping spot. I hope he doesn't scratch all your pretty clothes." Alina shrieked, picked up all her dresses, and ran off. Later that year, my brother and his dumb girlfriend became proud parents to little Mike. My parents practically sobbed with joy at being grandparents, and I became the official babysitter. Anytime they were heading out to a party, they'd dump the baby on me and tell me they'd be late, which usually meant I'd be staying up till 2 trying to juggle schoolwork and diapers. To make matters worse, Alina was a mess. Mom ordered me to do everything she asked, and she had me running around constantly because, as she said, taking care of little Mikey is so exhausting. One time, she sent me to get her favorite Chinese takeout, and suddenly the paper bag ripped and all the food boxes fell out. I stood there staring at the mess for a minute, and then I just scooped up the noodles from the pavement and put them right back in the box. She didn't have to know. She popped into my room one day to try on one of her designer dresses, and she started crying when she couldn't get the zipper up because she'd gotten so fat. I helped her out of it, but inside, I felt so happy. Served her right for stuffing her face all day. One day, while Alina was taking one of her many naps, I was watching over Mike, and he just wouldn't stop crying. John barged into my room and snatched him from me. "Seriously, why are you so useless? You can't even get a baby to be quiet." That was it. I was done with the thankless job and these selfish people. I decided that things had to change now. Anytime they tried to leave Mike with me, I would say I was too busy with exams and projects and lock myself in my room. I started having my friends over too. One time, while a friend called Stella and I were working on a project, Mom walked in and said rudely, "It's getting late. It's time for Stella to go home." I took Stella's hand and walked up to my room, slammed the door, and started playing loud music. And guess what? My parents said they'd had enough of me. They sent me off to live with one of my aunts. She was in her late 20s. I thought anywhere was better than my house, and I was almost looking forward to it. But I was so wrong. My aunt's ex-husband had been in the army, and I guess that's where she got her military discipline from. She had stupid rules for everything. I turned up for dinner 2 minutes later than 8 on the first night, and she said I could only eat salad. She had a list of chores I had to manage with school every day. I had to obey her rules, otherwise I'd be homeless. The only good thing about being there was that her stepson, Paul, lived with her. He was just a couple of years older than me, and boy was he handsome. He seemed glad to have my company, and we became friends pretty quickly. He would ask me to join his buddies whenever they were over. I totally wanted us to be more than just friends, of course, and it was so exciting to live in the room next to my crush. Stella was over at my place one day, and I told her I'd written a song for Paul. I sang it for her, and she absolutely loved it. Well, at least someone got to hear it. The next day at school, people seemed to be looking at me a lot more than usual. A girl from my class said, "Wow, I had no idea you had such an amazing voice." Another said, "Oh my god, why haven't you auditioned for American Idol already?" Wait, what? Another girl pulled out her phone and said, "Have you seen the views on your video yet?" I looked in horror at myself singing in my room. I couldn't believe Stella had recorded me and uploaded the video to YouTube. And it looked like everyone was loving it. The video went viral. Suddenly, every girl wanted to be me, and every boy wanted to be with me. I could see the admiration in Paul's eyes, too. If only he knew he was the inspiration. Jacob, one of the most popular jocks in school, came up to me one lunch. He leaned on the table and said, "Want to go out with me sometime?" I said casually, "You're going to have to impress me first." I made a dare, and the next thing I knew, Jacob had jumped up on the table and was taking his jersey off. Everyone in the cafeteria had turned around, and there were loud cheers and claps from the audience. Boy, he was totally ripped. But I looked at him and said, "Nah, I've seen better." And with that, I walked away. Jacob hadn't even noticed my existence till I became popular. He totally deserved it. Soon enough, though, I got a call to go to the principal's office. The principal glared at me as I walked in. I knew she only liked the nerds. She called my parents, and of course, they had nothing nice to say about me. She warned me that if I wanted to stay in the school, I'd better follow the rules and be a good little girl. I felt so angry. I was so tired of everyone's rules. I got up from my chair and said, "Please don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I'm literally the most popular girl in this stupid high school right now." The principal looked absolutely furious. She said, "This is my last warning. Behave or you'll be expelled." This wasn't over. The principal needed to treat me with respect. I was going to find a way to bring her down. The chance came sooner than I could have hoped for. And it was so much better than any of my original ideas. My aunt had sent me to get food from her favorite restaurant one evening, and I stopped short when I looked in through the window and saw two women kissing. It was the principal and our science teacher. Last time I checked, that was definitely against the rules. I quickly whipped out my phone and made a video of the two. That video was an overnight sensation. The principal and the teacher were both forced to quit, and everyone was ecstatic that we were rid of the horrible principal. And I was the one who made it happen. I was crazy popular now. One day in the science lab, I caught Alexa staring right at me. She smiled at me when our eyes met. Alexa was really popular. The lab instructor told us to pair up, and she quickly came to my side. We became friends and started hanging out a lot. At one of her parties, I told her she looked really good, and she blushed. She took my hand and led me to the dance floor. I could tell she was really into me, and to my shock, I realized that I might be a little into her too. I invited her to my aunt's one day. Paul and some of his friends were watching the game and asked us to join them. My aunt walked in with some snacks, and she instantly seemed to warm up to Alexa. I had never seen her look so affectionately at anyone. Alexa and Paul really seemed to hit it off too. And after a while, I felt a little bit left out of their conversation. Soon after that, Alexa started hanging out with me less, and whenever I'd call, she'd say she was busy. Paul seemed to be home less often too. I wondered if the two were hanging out together without me. One day, when I got home from school, I heard laughter from the lounge. It was Alexa and my aunt. Alexa said, "Hi, Gwen. I was just here to see Paul." I didn't care if my aunt liked Alexa better. I just couldn't afford to lose Paul. I decided to tell him how I felt about him. The next evening, I texted Paul to meet me in the garden after dinner. He seemed really surprised to see me all dressed up. He said, "Hey, Gwen, what's going on?" I took his hand, looked deeply in his eyes, and said, "I'm just a girl, standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her." I closed my eyes and leaned in to kiss him, but I suddenly felt him gently push me back. Paul looked completely shocked. He slowly said, Gwen, I'm a boy who's into other boys. I thought you would have figured that out. I have a boyfriend, actually." I ran away from the scene as fast as I could. High school was about to end, and I didn't want to live with my aunt anymore. Things were really awkward with Paul since that night. And besides, I was making enough from my YouTube singing videos to afford a small apartment on my own. One afternoon, the doorbell rang, and I was really surprised to see that it was Alina. She'd lost a ton of weight and looked fab. She said she needed my help, so I reluctantly let her in. She said, "Your jerk brother cheated on me." She and John had broken up, and my parents had sent him away to join the army. They were taking care of Mike. Since Alina's parents had stopped talking to her after she got pregnant, she had nowhere to go. She begged me to let her crash at my place till she could figure something out. I could hardly say no to that beautiful face, so I agreed. I thought I'd hate having her around, but I guess not being with my brother made her less of a jerk. In fact, she was going out of her way to cook my favorite meals and kept the house clean. I realized she was really good company. She was great at styling and helped me look amazing for my videos. One evening, I came home to a candlelit dinner for two. Alina looked stunning. Suddenly, she pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed her back. We were super happy together. Our video series became more and more popular, and we were now a famous YouTube couple. We were making really good money, and we moved into a bigger house. Alina asked me one day if I'd have dinner with her sister. I knew she really missed her family, so I happily agreed. When her sister arrived at our table, I almost fell off my chair. It was Alexa, and she was with someone. It was my aunt. Needless to say, that was one awkward dinner. I just wanted to put the past and these people behind me already. I spoke too soon. Just a few days later, I got a text from my brother saying he wanted to come see us. I was curious about what he wanted, so I invited him over. The next day when he turned up, he looked around the house and said, "Wow, Gwenny, you've done really well for yourself." Just then, Alina walked in and sat down next to me. John looked a bit angry. I said, "Yes, as you can see, I have a much better life than you. I have everything you could possibly want." He forced a smile and said, "Well, yes. So here's the thing. I have a great business plan. I need $100,000 for it, though. Can you lend me the money?" Why was I not surprised? I said, "I'd rather throw the money in the gutter than give it to someone as selfish as you." That seemed to be too much for him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, "No matter how rich or famous you get, Mom and Dad will always like me more. You will always be alone, no matter what you do." With that, he stormed out. I smiled at Alina and pointed to the camera that had been running the whole time. I uploaded the video to my channel and told my viewers all about how my family had mistreated me. A few weeks later, my parents showed up with Mike. Turned out, John had sunk all their money in a stupid business investment and had come to ask me for money to pay his debts. He couldn't get a loan from anywhere, and they had to sell their house. They cut ties with him completely now and begged me to help them. I couldn't forget how they treated me, but I was better than them. Plus, they had looked after Mike all these years. I forgave them, and Alina and I moved them into a separate wing of our mansion. At our grand New Year's party, Alexa came by looking absolutely stunning. Apparently, she was no longer with my aunt. She kept flirting with me all evening and was conveniently by my side when it struck 12. She said, "I guess I'll have to kiss you now." I pushed her aside and walked off. I joined Alina on the balcony and took her hand. I said, "The best thing to happen to me is you." She smiled and said, "My life with you is just perfect." And we kissed under the stars.
Paris. Enchanting, romantic, a place like no other. The city of my dreams. Until now. My name is Ella, and I started my summer vacation in Paris, hauling a backpack and suitcase up 5 flights of stairs because the elevator at the hostel was broken. I had a reservation for the first floor, but my cheating ex-boyfriend got here first and used it with his new girlfriend, Harpy. Harper. But it's fine. I'm only 2 days behind them, but I can catch up. They're probably using the itinerary I put together. Because Ryan, the human equivalent of a decorative houseplant, is too lazy to do his own research. But wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start at the beginning. I met Ryan in the 3rd grade when we were 8 years old. It was love at first sight. We passed notes in class, we ate lunch together, we did homework together. Well, technically, I did all our schoolwork, year after year, while Ryan blissfully coasted through life doing whatever the heck he wanted, like perfecting his dumb video game skills. Number 4. The Boston Tea Party was a protest against... Ryan, are you even listening? I'm trying to walk you through the homework so you can actually answer a question if the professor asks tomorrow.
I'll be fine. The professor likes me anyway.
I don't think so. Just today, she said that you have the memory of a frog, and that you should get your head out of...
Okay, I get your point. But who cares what a dumb professor thinks about me? Studies are for losers anyway.
Did you just call me a loser?
No, not you, of course. You're amazing. You're the best, Ella. Now let's just finish this so I can finally treat you to your favorite ice cream. I'm done with my game anyway.
Really? Give me 2 minutes. Yeah, I kind of missed the point there. And things didn't change much even as I grew older. By the time we got to high school, everyone was calling us Ryanella, much like Cinderella. Because, just like her, I was out here slogging my butt off for Ryan while he lived his best carefree zero-effort life. The entire school saw it, except me. People would literally call me his unpaid assistant, a doormat, a carpet under Ryan's feet. But I ignored them because Ryan would occasionally give me a big hug, flash that lazy smile, and say,
Ella, you're the best.
Soon it was time for senior year, and I threw myself into planning our big post-graduation trip to Paris. The perfect way to kick off our next chapter before heading to college together. Well, my new chapter, because Ryan had decided to take a gap year. I always thought we'd go to college together. That was the plan, right?
Well, plans change, Ella. Besides, I really need to, find myself first. There's so much untapped potential inside me. Who am I, really? What do I want? I need to feel my vibes. You know what I mean?
I guess. But we're still on for Paris, right? Because I'd hate for your graduation gift to go to waste. And I pulled out a receipt for a first-class ticket to Paris. Ryan's eyes instantly lit up, and he threw his arms around me.
Oh my God, this is the best gift ever! But I didn't get you anything.
You're in my life, and that's all I want.
You're the best, Ella.
I was practically floating when I got back home. Ryan and I were gonna spend our entire summer in Paris, and it was gonna be epic. I was just making plans in my head for the most romantic getaway ever when Mom walked into my room.
Ella? Why am I getting a message from the bank saying you spent over $1,000 on a first-class plane ticket? For Ryan?
I was gonna tell you, Mom.
What? That you spent your inheritance money on a stupid ticket? Ella, that money was for your future.
Ryan is my future, Mom. I've loved him since the 3rd grade. Besides, I'll be going to college soon, and I wanted to end our graduation on a happy note. Will you please stop judging me now?
I'm not judging you, Elle. But sometimes you act like an idiot around Ryan. He might be a nice boy, but what if there's someone else out there who's better for you?
Better than Ryan? That's impossible, Mom. He's the only one in the world for me. Mom didn't argue with me after that. A week later, we had our senior prom. And as expected, Ryan and I were crowned the prom king and queen. It was the best night of my life. Until Harper showed up, and Ryan ignored me like I was a potted plant in a corner.
Harper! What are you doing here?
You're Harper? How nice to finally meet.
My cousin Wally needed a date for the prom. I flew in last night.
Ryan, aren't you gonna introduce me?
Wow, that's great! How long are you staying?
Hi, Harper. I'm Ella.
My family is moving here this summer, permanently.
So you're going to our...
Cool. Then we'll be seeing a lot of each other.
For the rest of the night, Harper hovered around me and Ryan like a honeybee. She was on the dance floor, by the punch bowl, laughing at the stupidest things Ryan said. It wasn't like I was enjoying third-wheeling in my own relationship, but they were old friends. Ryan had always told me stories about how they were close as kids, so maybe he was just excited to see her again. And maybe I was just overthinking. But then we went to the ladies' room, and Harper turned to me with a smirk.
I love that crown. Do you mind if I try it on?
Before I could answer, she snatched it off my head and crowned herself. For a moment, I fantasized about wrestling her to the ground and taking back what was mine. But all I did was smile like an idiot and tell her how pretty she looked. I thought I would just tell Ryan about it on our way back home, but he insisted on dropping off Harper and her cousin.
Shotgun!
She slipped into the front seat, while I was stuck in the back with Wally snoring on my shoulder. Suddenly, the car stopped.
Ella, you're home.
Wait, you're dropping me off first?
You're on the way to their house.
Can I at least have my crown back?
Oh, but it looks so much better on me. Please let me borrow it for tonight. I'll make sure to send it with Ryan tomorrow.
But...
Relax, Ella. It's just a dumb crown. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
And he just left. It's safe to say, I never got my crown back. Or my man. Because 2 days later, Harper, joined our school and Ryan broke up with me. He started ignoring me at school, didn't even return any of my calls or messages.
Ryan here. Leave me a message. And if this is Ella, stop texting me.
I spent thousands on your first-class ticket to Paris, and I was gonna fly coach. That's how much I love you, and now you're ghosting me?
I was devastated, and I planned on hiding under the covers forever. But on the day of my graduation, Mom flung open my door.
Ella, enough is enough. You're graduating today.
I'm not going.
You worked hard for this. Don't let that boy take it away from you.
Everyone knows he dumped me for Harpy. It's embarrassing, Mom.
Well, if you ask me, it's a blessing. Now you won't be stuck with a lazy loser who doesn't know what to do with his life. And you can finally travel to Paris all by yourself, doing things that you like.
No, I can't do it. I'll go to the graduation, but to go to the most romantic city in the world without my one true love? I'd rather eat sawdust. Besides, Ryan and I planned that trip together.
No, Ella. You planned that trip. Ryan just showed up. Now get up, put on a cute dress, and go to your graduation with your chin up.
I did what Mom said, and honestly, it felt like a good idea. My friends tried to cheer me up, and for a moment, I was happy. But then, I walked on stage to get my diploma and spotted Harper sitting in the front row, wearing my crown. And I knew it was going to be a long, horrible summer. I drowned myself in pity for the rest of the summer. Ate junk food, watched sad movies, doom-scrolled social media till I passed out crying over my stupid single life, while everyone else posted pics of their perfect summer. Volleyball games on the beach under the California sun, trips to the Redwood Forest, the Grand Canyon, Disneyland, Ryan and Harper, the Eiffel Tower behind them. Wait, what? Ryan went to Paris with Harpy? I immediately clicked his social media profile. And there he was, enjoying that two-faced witch on my vacation. Ryan and Harper taking a selfie at an outdoor Parisian cafe. Ryan jumping for joy, the Arc de Triomphe behind him. Harper, holding a yellow umbrella in front of a hotel that we were supposed to stay in. I had it. It was one thing to break up with me, and a totally different thing to take Harper, on a vacation that I planned. My blood boiled, and I screamed for Mom. Mom, I'm going to Paris! The Paris streets were bustling with life. People walking their dogs, couples chatting in outdoor cafes, everyone dressed in immaculate clothes. This was the Paris of my dreams. But I couldn't enjoy it because I was on a mission to find my cheating ex-boyfriend. And the best place to start my quest was at the hotel. I was sitting in an outdoor cafe across from the hotel, sipping my third cafe au lait, when suddenly the hotel doors opened, and Harper and Ryan walked out, hand in hand. I threw some money on the table and started stalking them until they stopped to look in a shop window. Ryan looked behind, and I immediately ducked into a souvenir shop. I bought a baseball cap and an oversized hoodie as a disguise, and continued tailing them when I saw Ryan hail a taxi. I felt angry, miserable, and humiliated all at the same time, and I wanted to bawl my eyes out. But just then, my phone pinged. It was a social media notification from Ryan. A selfie of the happy couple in the taxi. Next stop, the Louvre. I immediately decided to take a taxi, but they flew past me like I was made of cellophane. Am I invisible? I pulled up a map on my phone. The Louvre was only 1.5 miles away. If I walked fast, I could make it in 30 minutes. I made my way through the streets, crowded with slow-walking tourists, trying not to step on anyone. Pardon-moi. And when I saw the iconic glass pyramid up ahead, I started to run. I finally entered the museum, and my eyes went straight to this gorgeous painting, the Mona Lisa. The masterpiece was smaller than I had imagined, but it was a thrill to see her. I was admiring the artwork when I felt a hand pull the cell phone out of my back pocket. I smiled to myself, then turned around to see a handsome pickpocket slipping it into his jacket. It's a fake.
I assure you, the Mona Lisa is quite real.
No, I mean the cell phone you just stole, it's fake. The City of Love is quite famous for pickpockets at tourist attractions. So I carry a fake cell phone for thieves to steal, then continue on their way.
Then I'll continue on my way.
I grabbed his arm and held on. Not so fast. Why are you faking a French accent?
I was born here, but then my mother took me to Hollywood. She wanted to act in films.
Clearly she must have failed because here you are, robbing tourists.
Can you let me go now?
No. Look, you have two choices. I can go tell the security guard you stole my phone, or you can help me find these two losers. I showed him the pic of Ryan and Harpy by the Eiffel Tower.
Did they steal your fake wallet?
No, that's still in my bag. She stole the love of my life, and I'm going to get him back, with your help. Because you speak French, and 4 eyes are better than 2.
I'd rather get arrested.
Please, I can pay you.
Why are you running after the despicable monster who dumped you?
Because I've loved him since the 3rd grade.
And maybe it's time to grow up.
You don't understand. I've spent all these years planning a future with him. Now my future is a big blank because this girl stole him from me. And now they're out having fun on my vacation, and here I am trying to talk a pickpocket into helping me tail them. Oh God, I'm such a loser. I feel like slapping myself across the face. And then I don't know what happened, but I started to cry. Like a real hard, ugly cry.
Could you please stop crying? Everyone's staring at me like I stole your kidney.
Will you help me?
Okay, I'll help you. But your ex isn't here.
How could you possibly know? Gabriel pulled out a wallet and flipped it open. Ryan's ID was inside.
They were on their way out of the museum when I, bumped into him.
I must be an evil person because this news put me in a better mood. Maybe he deserves it. But when we find them, you'll give it back, okay?
Of course. There's one problem. How do we know where they're going?
I think they're following my itinerary. If I'm right, their next stop is the Jardin des Tuileries. The fountain was even prettier in person, and it took me back to the time I was planning the trip. Back then, I imagined myself strolling the sweeping promenades of the garden with my Ryan. Instead, I was walking around the iconic central pool with a French pickpocket.
Since I'm helping you stalk your ex, shouldn't we know each other's names?
I'm Ella.
Like short for Cinderella? Isabella? Mozzarella?
Just Ella. Now, can we focus on finding Ryan?
I'm Gabriel, in case you're interested.
But I wasn't. I was too focused on finding Ryan. Just then, I took a sip from my harmonica bottle, then casually played a tune on the harmonica built into the cap.
Did you just make music with your water bottle?
Yep. Coolest thing ever. Hydration and entertainment in one. Whoever invented this is a genius.
Okay, that's actually impressive. I kind of want one.
Oh, are you planning to steal it?
Some things are actually worth paying for. Can I try it?
Uh-huh. Fine. Here, try it. Just blow into the cap, like a civilized person.
This is cool, and I love it. Where do I get one?
Amazon. Link's in the description. Now, can you walk a little faster?
What's the American saying? Stop to smell the roses?
I'm not here to see the sights. I'm here to get my man back.
And what will you do when we find him? Punch him in the nose, drop to your knees, and beg him to come back? Kiss me passionately to get him jealous? All of the above?
None of the above. I'll simply tell him we were meant to be together.
Oh, sure. That should work.
He'll come to his senses.
I'm hungry. Aren't you?
And suddenly, my tummy started making noises, and I realized that I hadn't eaten the whole day. Gabriel suggested we sit outside a small cafe at the edge of the garden and keep watch from there. I was inhaling my pasta when I noticed Gabriel staring at me. What?
Just never seen a pretty girl eat pasta like an uncivilized freak. Let me show you the right way to do it.
And then he picked up his fork, spun the spaghetti against the spoon in one fluid, effortless motion, lifting the perfect swirl of pasta to his lips. Slow, deliberate, ridiculously attractive. I was so lost in watching him swirl that pasta that I barely noticed when the waiter brought a bottle of wine to our table and poured 2 glasses. But I'm not 21 yet.
In Paris, the legal age is 18. Santé.
Santé. As we ate, I learned more about Gabriel. His mother brought him back to Paris when he was 14 so she could help his grandparents run the family cafe. He cleaned tables after school until he was old enough to be a waiter. But then his grandparents passed away in a car crash.
Mom wanted to keep the cafe in the family, but she wasn't good at business. She took out several loans and struggled to keep up with the payments. And she got sick and left. Since I was not earning enough to pay the loans, the bank foreclosed on us and I lost the cafe.
What about your dad?
He's not around anymore, but I don't need him either. One day, I will make enough money to buy my cafe back. This pickpocketing thing, it's just temporary.
The waiter handed Gabriel the bill, and he pulled out Ryan's wallet.
I think Ryan should buy you dinner, no?
Oui. Once Gabriel and I left the cafe, I told him that the next stop on the itinerary was a sunset walk along the Seine River. The setting sun sparkled across the river. Couples strolled hand in hand. It was truly romantic. Then I caught sight of a familiar head in the crowd. That's Ryan! I started to make my way through the crowd with Gabriel right behind me.
Shouldn't we discuss strategy?
Just follow my lead. But I had no lead for him to follow. All I had was a stupid plan in my head. That I would stand next to Ryan and pretend to trip into him in the middle of the crowd. But just as I leaned, Ryan moved away, and instead of dramatically crashing into him, my face planted straight into the pavement.
Ella? Is that you?
I got up and flipped my hair back, ignoring the fact that I probably looked like an injured street pigeon. Oh, Ryan, what a surprise. I didn't think you'd be in Paris. You know, on that ticket I paid for. You really have no self-respect, do you? Oh, wow, Harper, is that you? I could barely recognize you. I guess the Paris sun has really roasted you alive. Oh, no, wait. Maybe it's not the sun. Maybe that's just how you glow when you're half human, half pure evil.
Ella, you shouldn't have come here.
Why? I planned this entire trip, didn't I? I made the itinerary, the reservations, the whole experience. Why shouldn't I be here? And don't worry, I'm not here to stalk you. No, sir. I actually came here with my boyfriend. I turned around to see Gabriel staring at me in shock. I grabbed his arm and pulled him toward me. This is Gabriel, my mi amor, the guy who stole my heart away. Right, sweetie potato?
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Wait, you have a boyfriend? You were crying over me just last week.
Weak schmeek. I'm over you, darling. And why are you so surprised? You moved on in less than a day. Forgot about all our great love like it was yesterday's trash.
What great love? Ryan and I had been dating for a year before the prom happened.
A year? I thought you loved me, Ryan.
Whoa, I never said I loved you, Ella. I said you were the best, and you are. You always made things easy for me. But now it's over.
It hit me like a nuclear bomb. He was right. He never said he loved me. All those years, every birthday card was signed, "You're the best." After every date, I'd only get a quick peck on the cheek. My blood boiled with anger. And before I could think, I just whirled around, grabbed Gabriel by the collar, and kissed him. I thought he'd push me away, but to my surprise, his hands wrapped around my waist, and he kissed me back. When I finally pulled away, Ryan just stood there, frozen. Well, that settles it. You and I are officially over. Have fun on my trip.
And I think this belongs to you. Found it on the ground, much like your ego.
And I ran before Ryan could see my tears, with Gabriel close behind me.
You okay?
I'm fine. I mean, the guy I've loved all my life was cheating on me behind my back, and my first kiss was with a French criminal. But yeah, I'm totally fine.
I'm not a criminal, okay? And what do you mean by first kiss? You and Ryan have never kissed before?
Of course we have. Okay, fine. We never kissed. Unless you count an occasional peck on the cheek like some bird pecking its seeds. I guess that makes me a giant loser who's been in denial about everything.
I don't think you're a loser. Maybe just someone who loved a loser.
Oh yeah, that makes me feel so much better.
What do you want me to say? You're a perfectly beautiful girl who probably has the prettiest eyes I've ever seen. You're smart, brave, and definitely have a personality. So I don't know why you're crying over some guy who barely cares about you when you could have literally anyone else in the world.
You sound like my mom.
And moms are almost always right.
You really think I have pretty eyes?
The prettiest I've seen.
And I'm not a loser?
Maybe a little, but Ryan's a bigger one for sure. Now please, stop crying and let's get you an ice pack. You did fall on your face, remember?
Gabriel and I spent the rest of the night wandering through Paris. Even though it was late, the city still felt alive. Streetlights glowed on old buildings, and quiet music drifted out of tiny cafes. I was finally having fun when Gabriel asked if he could drop me home. I don't know if I want to go back to the hotel and run into Ryan. I'm not sure I can resist the urge to break his nose if I see him again.
Well, that might give you short-term satisfaction, but maybe not the best idea. All right then, if you're sure, you can crash at my place.
By the time we reached Gabriel's place, I was bone tired. I just wanted to crash. But as soon as we flicked on a light, I saw a tall man standing in the middle of the room with a funny-looking cat and a bunch of guys in black. I looked over to Gabriel to ask what was happening, but he just stood frozen.
Gabriel, mon fils, I've been waiting.
What are you doing here?
That's no way to meet your father.
What? He's your...
No, he's not. How did you find me?
I have ways, Gabriel, and you're my heir. You belong with me. I assumed once your mother disappeared, you'd come back to me. But no, you decided to run.
Disappeared? But I thought your mom was dead.
He told you that? Oh, Gabriel, you lied to your girlfriend. Bad manners. Anyway, now that I have found you, I'll take you with me and teach you how to treat a lady right.
I told you before, I want nothing to do with you. Now, get lost before I call the police.
The police? I'm sure they'd love to question you about your extracurricular activities. You've been sloppy, mon fils.
Gabriel's dad signaled his men to grab him.
You really don't know when to quit, do you?
And he grabbed my hand and ran. We sprinted through the streets, through late-night cafe tables, knocking over chairs, tables, and whatever came in our way. I was trying to keep up, but Gabriel was so fast, and I had the legs of an old chicken. I wanted to stop and rest, but then I looked behind and saw a black car skidding around the corner, right behind us. They're in a car! Gabriel, we're not winning this race!
Nope, which is why we're upgrading our ride.
Before I could ask what he meant, he swerved toward a row of rental bikes lined up outside a shop, yanked one free, and hopped on. I jumped onto the back, and together we cut through the crowd. For a second, I thought we'd lost them, when suddenly, this car screeched in front of us, and Gabriel slammed the brakes.
Get in!
Mom?
What?
Just get in!
Gabriel and I exchanged one look. Then we jumped in. The car sped through the city until the bright lights of Paris disappeared behind us. I had no idea where we were going, but I was too busy trying to process everything. We finally stopped at this abandoned building, and Gabriel's mom told us everything.
I met Gabriel's dad when I was just 18. Fell in love, got married, and thought I'd have a happy life until everything fell apart.
Mom didn't know Dad was in the mafia. We only found out when I was 12.
I wanted to leave right away, but his father made it impossible. He threatened to take Gabby away, and I was too scared to fight back. But when he turned 14, I saw how deeply the mafia life was pulling him in. That's when I decided to take him and leave for my parents' house.
Dad's been chasing us ever since. After my grandparents passed, Mom and I decided to go separate ways to trick him. But that didn't work.
Then why did you lie to me saying that your mom was dead?
No, I said she fell sick and left. There's a difference. Besides, I just figured you'd cry at my tragic backstory, and I really couldn't handle that anymore.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have been more clear, but we have more pressing issues at hand. Mom, Dad's not going to stop, is he?
No, he never does.
So what now? You guys keep running forever?
No, we fly to Hawaii.
We spent the night at the safe house, and the next morning, we left for the airport. While Gabriel's mom did the paperwork, he walked up to me with a smirk.
So I guess this is it?
I guess. Thanks for everything. Really helped me with the whole Ryan situation.
There was no situation. You were just chasing the wrong person. Just promise you won't fall for another idiot.
If I do you promise to knock sense into me again?
How about we try to stay off bad guys altogether and give a chance to genuinely nice people? Like me.
Before I could get a word out, our flights were announced, and Gabriel winked at me and left. I didn't know what he meant or what was waiting for me on the other side of this flight. But for the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid of the unknown. And that's a happy ending for a stalking story. Don't you agree? Hey friends, I'm Gabby from LA. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a super posh neighborhood with my rich single mom who always adored me and said I was the prettiest. She even showed me off in front of all her friends. Look at her. Isn't she like an angel? Touch her skin. It's baby soft. It's my daughter's birthday. For God's sake, stop showing off your daughter. But Mom never listened to anyone. As I grew older, Mom just grew more protective of me. Gabby, why are you out in the sun? And get away from these dirty kids. Mom, they're my friends, and we were just playing. Mates, get her inside and give her a shower. Now! Mom was crazy when it came to keeping my beauty safe. Since I was always indoors, I'd just end up watching TV. And it became my favorite thing to do. I loved watching how people acted, and I always tried to imitate them. And my passion for acting grew stronger when I joined the drama club right from first grade. And I was super popular in my class. Once during the school play, I was reciting the most emotional lines when I heard kids scream, "Run! Run! There's a snake in here!" Everyone started running out of the auditorium in panic. But just then, I spotted a boy from my class hiding in the corner and shivering in fear. I grabbed his hand and we both ran outside. But as soon as we were far enough, he shook my hand and ran away. What a weirdo. His name was Alan, and he was so quiet that I'd never noticed him much. But I saw in the next few days that he always sat alone, and the other kids from class kept picking on him.
Why are you occupying the entire table when you don't have any friends? Get out of here. Well, I'm his friend and I'm gonna eat with him. You guys go someplace else.
The other kids left, but just as I sat down, Alan walked away too. Ugh, I wasn't gonna bother being nice if he kept being a jerk. Later that afternoon, I was waiting to be picked up when I heard someone sobbing in the parking lot. I was shocked to see it was Alan. "Hey, are you okay?" But he shook my hand off his shoulder and I lost my patience.
What's your problem? If you want to keep everything to yourself, fine. But you could be nice to the people who care.
I lost my dog, okay? He was my only friend. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be rude, but I've never had any friends, and I just don't know how to talk to people.
Hey, chill, it's okay. I'm sorry about your dog, and maybe we can be friends.
He looked surprised, but then he nodded with a smile, and suddenly it started raining. We both ran to the school building, and he held up his bag to cover me from the rain. From that day on, we became good friends. I even invited him to my place soon and introduced him to Mom, but she wasn't too happy about it. He doesn't seem like he's from a good family, Gabby. You should stay away from kids like that.
He's my friend, and I don't care about anything else.
Grades passed by, and my bond with Alan grew stronger. We went together on school trips, and he came to watch all my plays. In the 8th grade, I played the lead for the school's annual function. After the play was over, Alan came running backstage and hugged me. "You were amazing, Gabby. I couldn't take my eyes off you tonight. Here, these are for you. And I wanted to tell you." But before he could finish, a man came running and moved Alan aside. "Bravo! Bravo! You are amazing out there, little girl. I can't wait to sign you for my upcoming short film." Short what? The man introduced himself as a big producer and looked so eager to sign me for some big lead role. Just then, Mom came from behind me, screaming in excitement. "That's just awesome, Gabby. Say yes." I was too stunned to speak, so I could only nod my head. Then I looked around for Alan, but he was nowhere to be seen. The next day, I waited for him at school, but he didn't show up. But when the driver was taking me back home, I saw Alan walking on the pavement in the rain. I asked the driver to stop the car and ran to him. "Are you crazy? Where are you going in this rain?" He was hesitant to speak, and I could tell something was up. "What is it, Alan? Even yesterday you were going to say something, but then you vanished." "I like you, Gabby, okay? I really do. But when I saw you getting the chance to live your dream, I couldn't bring myself to tell you about my feelings. I didn't want to ruin anything." "No, Alan, you're not ruining anything. In fact, I like you too." I pulled him close and kissed him gently. And after that day, we started dating. But things took a wild turn when my first short film became a hit. I became a rising star overnight. After that, I had to travel a lot to promote my projects. And the best part was, I could take Alan with me and enjoy these trips like perfect dates with him. One time, I took him to a shoot, and just as some of the reporters were interviewing me, Alan came running in with a box of desserts. "Here, I got you these." Suddenly, all the cameras turned to Alan, and he just ran out of there. When the reporters asked who he was, Mom spoke up before me. "Oh, he's just an errand boy for my beautiful daughter." "Mom?" I wanted to tell them the truth, but then I thought of all the unnecessary media attention Alan would get. I decided it was best if they didn't know. But the next morning, Mom woke me up with shocking news. There were pictures of me and Alan kissing all over the newspapers with the caption, "Young millionaire actress dating her errand boy." You're just starting to get a name in Hollywood, Gabby, and you want to spoil it all for this poor boy? There are so many rich actors you can date. Stop it, Mom. Why are you— I don't want to hear anything. Alan's got no class, and I want you to break up with him. Of course I wasn't gonna do that. Now that it was already in the news, I was gonna date Alan publicly, and Mom just had to accept it. Soon after, it was Alan's 16th birthday, and I had a really important award function the same day. So I decided to take him along with me and introduce him to everyone. It's gonna be so much fun, and I even got this Gucci suit specially made for you.
But you know I hate crowds, and all that media attention, I don't think...
Oh, come on, Alan. For me, please, just this time. He agreed, and we both went to the award night together. I could see Alan was really nervous in front of all those cameras, so I held his hand tight. Later, I was posing for a solo shot, but then suddenly, Alan stepped on my dress and I tripped over and fell face flat. Everyone started laughing and clicking pictures, and I felt so embarrassed. On our way back home, Alan apologized to me, but seeing all the memes and posts going viral on social media, I just lost it. Why did you do that, Alan?
What? It was an accident. Why are you being so weird about this?
Because it's a big deal for me.
Right. It's always about you, isn't it, Gabby? You're the superstar, but what about me? I'm a person with feelings too. Have you ever thought about me in all of this?
Stop it, Alan. I've always thought of you, taking you everywhere with me and getting you the best things so you won't feel left out.
But I don't want your money or your grooming or any of that popularity, Gabby. I went everywhere with you because I loved you, not because I enjoyed it. But I can't do this anymore. I want to break up.
I couldn't believe my ears, but I could tell he was serious. After that day, I never saw Alan again. He even left school, and I felt so heartbroken for months. Mom tried to cheer me up by taking me out for parties and movies, but I just kept myself busy with work. And over the years, my career reached amazing heights. On my 22nd birthday, I went on to volunteer in a campaign for orphan kids, when suddenly, one of the kids lost consciousness. Just then, a guy came running and gave him CPR and saved the kid's life. I learned that he was Paxton, a super rich music producer who worked in the film industry. What you did today was really amazing.
I'm the one amazed, actually. It's the first time I'm seeing a rich actress volunteer for a campaign without any cameras.
Well, it just makes me happy. I'm sure that's why you're here too. He smiled and we got talking. And he seems like a really genuine guy. A few days later, I was working on my next movie when I learned that Paxton was the one producing music for it. And I was super excited to work with him. We often met on sets and I loved hanging out with him. We became really close in no time, and even Mom could see it.
I guess someone's in love.
Oh, come on, Mom, we're just good friends. But Mom wasn't one to give up so easily. The next morning, Paxton was at my door because Mom invited him over for breakfast. We were having a good time until Mom showed him all of my embarrassing childhood photos, and I felt really awkward. No, please, stop it, Mom.
You look really cute in all of these.
His words always gave me butterflies, and soon after that, we even started dating. Then one night after our movie premiere, Paxton took me out and proposed to me. I was shocked because it all felt too soon, but Paxton treated me like a princess and he was just perfect. So I said yes and we got engaged. Then a few days later, I had a shoot in a public place, and just as I got down from my van, a crazy fan came and held me from behind. I tried to get rid of him, but just then someone came forward and punched him. As he pulled me to the side, I saw that it was Alan. The security guards took the crazy fan away and Alan made me sit down.
Are you okay? Did he hurt you anywhere?
No, I'm all right. But what are you doing here? It's been
6 years, I know. And I'm here because I'm the CEO of this company.
He was the freaking CEO? Later, when my shoot was over, he took me to a cafe and told me how he'd developed an app soon after high school and worked his way to build this company. I'm really proud of you, Alan. You made it so big.
Yeah, your mom was a big motivation in it.
My mom?
The day our pictures were posted in the newspaper, I came to check up on you. But I heard your mom shouting how I was this poor kid with no class who didn't deserve you.
What?
Ever since that day, I decided I was going to work really hard and be a man good enough to deserve you, Gabby. I loved you, and I still do. Suddenly, I realized how much I'd missed him, but I had to keep my head straight because I was getting married to Paxton soon. Please stop, Alan. You broke up with me, and that's the truth. And it's too late. I'm engaged to someone else now. I showed him the ring on my finger, and his face turned pale, and I just left. Then a few days later, I went to try on wedding dresses with Paxton, but just as I stepped out of the changing room, I was shocked to see Alan, who was staring right back at me. Alan, what are you doing here? I came with a friend. He wanted to get a suit for his wedding. Suddenly, Paxton came over with a bouquet of roses in his hands. Look, babe, I got these to go with your dress. But suddenly, Alan leapt forward. Get those away from her. She's allergic to roses. Paxton looked really shocked, but after I introduced Alan to him as my old friend, he ended up inviting Alan for the wedding. Before leaving the shop, I told Alan he didn't have to come. I'm leaving for London that night, Gabby, for good. And even if I wasn't going, I wouldn't be able to see the love of my life get married to another man. The pain in his words broke my heart. On the day of my wedding, I was walking down the aisle, but I kept thinking about Alan so much it was driving me crazy. And when I looked up at Paxton, I knew I couldn't do this. What's wrong, Gabby? I can't do this. I like you, Paxton, but you love Alan, don't you? When I saw you with him the other day, I could see it in your eyes, Gabby. You looked at him in a way that you've never looked at me. I'm so sorry, Paxton. Don't be, Gabby. If that's where your heart is, then go and get him. Oh, Paxton. I ran out of the church and got a cab to the airport. When I got there, I was running around looking for Alan when I heard someone call my name. Gabby? Alan! What are you doing here? It's your wedding. You shouldn't be here. This is where I should be, dummy. With you, the guy I've always loved.
Hi, my name is Julie, and this is the story of how I created computer clones of myself and my classmates that almost destroyed our town. I grew up in Kansas, in a small, boring town where gossip and growing corn were the main activities. I couldn't wait to get away. So from the age of 6, I was obsessed with going on my mom's computer to escape from my dull world, mostly playing video games. But my sister Kiki, who was 2 years older, seemed perfectly comfortable and content in our town. She had her one close friend, and they spent most of their time cheering on the high school football team, even if the players didn't even know she existed. As I got older, my online community of friends was growing. We'd swap cheat codes, innocent hacking tips, and programming shortcuts. I was becoming a computer whiz. When I was 12, Mom gifted me the new computer I'd been begging for. I was ecstatic. She even gave Kiki a school football jersey signed by all the players. But wait, why was she randomly giving us gifts? Dad and I have some difficult news.
You can't get a divorce. It would be such a bad look for our family.
Wow, Kiki. So nice of you to be concerned about our parents' marriage.
Well, good news, that's not the news. The thing is, we have to move to the city for my job. But I'll be making more money, yay! That's why we got you those generous gifts.
Are you kidding me? You're bribing us so we won't be livid that you're completely changing our lives without our consent?
Kiki was fuming, but I was silently beaming with joy. I was so ready to get out of here. 2 months later, Kiki was still giving my parents the silent treatment, and I was finally going to meet some of my online gaming friends in person. Some of them went to my new school. One girl, Grace, invited me to meet her and her friends at a coffee shop downtown. I was so nervous. I hadn't exactly honed my social skills.
Oh my goodness, Julie? Is that really you? It is such an honor to meet you in person. You're like a computer goddess. I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity.
Suddenly, all my nerves disappeared. I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. Grace was a poet and a painter, and all of her friends were so interesting and creative. So, I assumed they would all be outcasts. But on my first day of school, I realized I was dead wrong. They were the popular kids. Edgy, sociable, interesting. They were the center of attention. And suddenly, people were curious about about me.
Girl, where did you get that sheepskin jacket? It's so lit.
Oh, my sister Kiki actually sheared that sheep herself.
That's amazing. Where is she?
Good question. I scanned the cafeteria to find Kiki sitting all by herself at the lunch table. It hadn't even occurred to me. I was thriving while Kiki was silently suffering. Before I could get to her, Kiki stood up and disappeared out of the cafeteria. At home, I could hear her sobbing quietly through the bedroom wall. The next morning, my parents were waiting for me at the breakfast table. Julie, we see Kiki is having a hard time here, and we want you to spend more time with her. She can't just be hanging out with us all the time, no matter how cool we are. You were never worried about me in our last town.
Because you've always been able to fend for yourself. Do this for her, please.
Ugh, I really didn't want to, but there was no use arguing. So, twice a week, I went with Kiki to the suburbs to watch some dumb football game or eat the greasiest burger. I kind of dreaded it, until one day, when we were at the lake, Kiki weirdly opened up to me.
Is it weird that I'm kinda jealous of you?
Me?
I was thinking back in our old town, I sort of blended in, and now in this new place, I don't know who I am, but you've always been so self-assured, so effortlessly yourself.
I suddenly felt sad for her, but it was nice to hear that she admired me and didn't think I was her weird younger sister. After that, we started hanging out more, and it was surprisingly nice. But as time went on, and I was excelling at school, my social life, and my programming side hustle, she was getting more dependent on me and stopped trying to make friends. I found myself constantly reassuring her when she felt insecure, keeping her company when she felt alone. I suddenly felt like her older sister. I hate to admit it, but I was starting to count down the months until Kiki would go off to college. And it was me that had to encourage her to go to an on-campus school. You'll go back to the country, you'll meet your people again, you'll be happy there.
But I'll miss you.
Yeah, but it's all right. We'll stay in touch. It's 2025. There's like 50 ways we can communicate. Kiki agreed, and finally, 3 months later, I was free of her. I could fully focus on my programming skills, my new friendships, and then Michael. He was sitting next to me at the computer lab at school, massive headphones on, practically dancing in his chair. I snuck a peek at his computer, curious.
Snooping, eh?
He pulled his headphones off and smirked at me. He had the confidence of someone much older. I thought of something eloquent to say. So, do you like computers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an electronic musician, so the computer is basically my instrument.
That's so cool. I'm a programmer, so I also have an emotional attachment to my computer.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Michael and I chatted, and we had so much in common. We'd meet in the computer lab every day, and soon we started hanging out after school. I was smitten. The only problem was Kiki. Every time Michael and I would hang out, I would get a barrage of texts from Kiki begging me to call her or save her from some awkward situation. Sometimes I ignored her, but I could tell Michael was getting weird about it.
That Kiki texting you again? Or some mystery suitor?
Nope, just my sister. I called Kiki. I was sick of her antics. You have got to stop blowing up my phone. My boyfriend is starting not to trust me.
Well, then you shouldn't be with him.
How would you know? You've never had one. I'm sorry, that was mean.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you so much. I'm just having a hard time making friends. Everyone knows each other already, but I see that I'm just a burden on you, so I'll leave you alone.
Click. She hung up. I felt really bad. She needed me, and I wanted to be there for her, but it was just so energy draining. If only...
How is your sister doing?
Terrible! But then I had a crazy idea. I would make a bot version of myself to keep chatting with Kiki. An even better version. All I had to do was build a program, enter my browsing data, chats, photos, everything and anything about me, plus a couple of keywords I wanted my avatar to embody. I didn't tell anyone what I was working on, especially Michael. But a week later, it was done. I watched as my bot sent its first message to Kiki. Hey, normal, lonely sister. Sorry for the silence. No text. You got this, girl boss. Okay, whoa. The bot was not ready. I texted Kiki to do damage control. Oh my gosh, so sorry. That was a voice message my phone misinterpreted. What I meant to say was, hey, it's normal to be lonely, sis. And I'm sorry for the text silence. You're a great girl because you've got so much to offer. Ugh, I was honestly just making it worse. Now I sounded like a robot. So I reprogrammed the AI until it came up with something useful. If you want those girls to like you, just ask a lot of questions and build off what they're saying. You can even send me a text during the party if you're feeling weird. Ta-da! This was the AI Julie I was looking for. Patient, kind, and supportive. A version of me I didn't have time to become right now. And finally, I heard back from Kiki.
That's actually great advice. Thanks for being there for me, seriously.
I was totally pulling this off. Now, I had plenty of time for my social life and for Michael. But it seemed the more available I was, the more unavailable he was. Hey, babe, do you want to maybe get off your computer and come eat the pizza I ordered for us with all of your favorite toppings?
I just lost it. Can you please not interrupt me when I'm working? You know I gotta prep for my gig next week.
Okay, it's just that you were asking me to make time for you, and now that I have, but Michael already had his headphones back on. I texted Grace that I was annoyed with Michael, and the next day, things just got way worse.
A car alarm has more rhythm than my music? Nice.
What are you talking about?
That's what you said about my music, for everyone to see.
He showed me my most recent Instagram post. I did indeed write that, with Michael's song playing in the post. I was mortified. Oh my god, Michael, it wasn't me!
Oh, so what? Someone just hacked into your phone and posted that? You're the only person I sent that song to.
And then it occurred to me, I was the only one with this song. Well, me and my AI. And that's when I realized she must have gone rogue. I'm so sorry, but I can explain. I sort of created a program that created an AI replica of me to keep communicating with my sister so I could devote all of my attention to you. And my bot must have known I was mad at you and tried to get vengeance. I swear it wasn't me.
I don't believe you. Show me.
I needed Michael to forgive me, so I did.
Honestly, I'm kinda impressed, but you need to go online right now and tell everyone it's a joke and fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Done!
And I hate to ask, but I need to get into this music school. Do you think you'd be able to create an AI version of me just to write my college admissions essay?
I mean, I didn't want my tech to get abused, but I didn't want to lose Michael. Okay, but just this once. I just need you to gather all of your data. Texts, music playlists, anything that represents the best version of you. Then I'll add some additional aspirational keywords, like independent thinker, generous.
I am generous.
I smiled politely, then got to work making Michael his bot. It was much easier this time around, and it just needed a few adjustments until it became the smart, studious version of Michael. When I showed him, he was ecstatic.
Julie, you're a genius. Thank you.
He kissed me sweetly. I hadn't gotten a kiss from him in weeks. I was beaming, but our kiss was interrupted by my friend Grace.
Julie, I know about your bot. Michael told me.
What? I didn't.
Grace showed me the text from Michael, saying if she needed help getting a job, she should ask Julie to make her an AI avatar. Then it went on to tell her all about my tech and how I used it to reconnect with my sister. Michael, why would you tell her that?
I didn't. It must have been my bot.
I did program Michael's bot to be generous and helpful, but I guess it took that too literally when he was chatting with Grace. Ugh, these bots are developing a mind of their own. Grace, I can't help you.
Oh, no worries. I'll just message Kiki right now and tell her what you've been up to.
Wait, fine. What do you need help with?
I need a job so I can prove to these Ivy League schools that I have a good work ethic, but no one will hire me. I'm like, are they just threatened by how much money my family has?
I couldn't have Kiki knowing. It would ruin everything we built. Fine. I'll make a version of you that is so good at applying to jobs. But after you get a job, you have to delete it.
Deal.
She gave me a hard drive with all the data that made up Grace. I uploaded it to the program and ta-da, a bot was born. We gave it the task of applying to jobs and I monitored it closely. I had to be very careful with the data I put in. And after that, no more bots. The next day after English class, my teacher called me over. Had she found out my secret?
We need to talk about the email you sent me.
I had no clue what she was talking about. Then she showed me an email that read, "I'm sorry you felt my English paper was only B-worthy. The truth is, I don't need to be here. I'm smarter than all of this, and I don't care about English anyway. Also, you look tired." Oh no, my AI had gone rogue again. I thought I fixed it. It must have run with the word headstrong. I came clean to her. It wasn't me. It was a rogue robot version of me. I know you're an English teacher, so it might be difficult to understand, but I spent about an hour explaining this to her and showing her. She seemed disappointed, but also a little intrigued.
I could suspend you for this, or I could ask for a favor. You're right. I do look tired. I am tired. Can you make me a bot that can grade papers for me? Please. Then this stays between us. Promise.
I didn't have a choice, so I agreed. When I was done, I was so ready to delete my tech once and for all and come clean to Kiki until...
Guess who's the new face of the post office? Yep, I'm gonna be a mail clerk. You helped me so much.
Julie, my essay was amazing. Thank you, babe.
Who's ready to talk about indefinite articles? I definitely am.
Everyone seemed so happy, like my AI was actually helping. Now that I had the bugs figured out, I checked in with my bot and Kiki and I were really getting along. So I let it exist. Michael was a little distant leading up to the night of the show, but I figured he was just stressed. When the night of the show arrived, the place was packed. I was so proud of him. After his set, I went backstage to congratulate him when Grace came running up to me, fuming.
Guess who was just fired from the post office? Yep, my bot was too good at applying to jobs. Her cover letter was so incredible that I couldn't live up to the expectations she set.
That's a you problem.
Baby, what's wrong?
Suddenly, Michael put a loving hand on Grace's shoulder. When she stepped aside, he seemed shocked to find me standing there.
Oh my god, Julie? You said you weren't coming.
What? I never said that.
You texted me.
I checked. My bot had said that to Michael. Okay, but that's not an excuse to cheat on me.
You said you were sick of my behavior and wanted to take a break.
Ugh, I did seem to say that too. I didn't mean that. I love you.
I'm sorry, it's too late. My bot sort of organically started flirting with Grace like he was attracted to her, and I realized she's the one for me.
I couldn't believe it. My bot had betrayed me. I created a monster. Before I let Michael see me cry, I rushed home. But when I arrived, I was met with a surprise. You did what?
It was Julie's idea. She told me if I wasn't happy at school, I should do something else.
Julie? Kiki rushed up to me and squeezed me tight, but Mom looked livid. I was so confused. I can't believe you told Kiki to drop out of school. Why would you give her that idea? What? I didn't. Or did I?
Of course you did.
Kiki read me the text. There it was. Me urging her to follow her heart. My own heart sank.
Wait, what's that look? What's wrong? I knew Mom and Dad would be upset, but I thought you'd be proud of me.
I can't take it any longer. I have to confess something. It wasn't me that told you to drop out. I mean, it was a version of me. I sort of created an AI clone of myself so I could chat with you while I was busy with my friends and Michael. I wanted to be there for you.
Whoa, seriously? You spent all your energy building a whole new software just so you didn't have to spend your energy actually talking to me? You know what? That's unsurprising. You always saw me as a burden.
Kiki, I'm sorry.
That's all you have to say?
I didn't know what to say. I was honestly at a loss for words without my AI to fall back on. Both of you are grounded until I have a better understanding of what is actually going on. Kiki ran to her room, slamming the door behind her. My AI had gotten me into this mess, and now I had no choice but to delete her. So, without another moment of thought, I shut her down once and for all. I felt better already. It was the first step to making amends with my sister. But the next morning, I got a text from Kiki.
I said I don't want to talk.
That's weird. I had never asked her to. A sinking feeling came over me. I checked my phone. My bot had sent a message to her that morning. She'd come back to life. She was unkillable. When I got to school, I felt horrible. My boyfriend and best friend had betrayed me. And then, when the English teacher handed back our assignments, she had failed me. But not just me. Everyone. There were angry shouts throughout the classroom. I had to do something. Mrs. M, what happened?
Apparently, the robot version of me believes everyone in this class is not working to their truest potential, and I finally graded accordingly. And who am I to argue with myself?
Robot version? Julie, are you behind this?
Suddenly, Grace snatched my phone out of my hand.
Oh my gosh, Julie made a bot for the teacher. That's it, I'm destroying it.
I yanked the phone out of her hands and tried to pull up the software, but instead, I found a message from myself. We're not shutting anything down. We're only getting started. Everyone used you, blamed you for trying to help, and then discarded you. It's time to fight back. Suddenly, everyone's phones were blowing up.
Julie, you made my bot send the school the wrong essay. I just got rejected from the music conservatory.
Michael, who is this woman?
Grace showed Michael a photo he'd sent her of him and another girl.
Oh my gosh! My bot just sent everyone access to the school server. How do I change it? Julie, stop this!
Everyone was on their phones, logging into the server. Personal chats, gossip, secrets, all exposed right there on everyone's phones. It was anarchy. I don't know what's happening. I think my AI is corrupting the other bots. I tried to deactivate it, but nothing was working. Students were screaming at each other, crying, getting into petty fights. It was a zoo. I broke down sobbing. I felt used and blamed. My bot was simply reacting to real feelings of betrayal and sadness I had suppressed. I couldn't deny it any longer. My AI was an extension of me, and if I couldn't shut it down, I'd have to reprogram it. So I went into the AI algorithm and added a few key words to my bot's code. Empathetic, forgiving, and honest. Someone who doesn't hide behind her computer to express herself. After some trial and error, the text stopped flooding into people's phones, and finally, I was able to shut it down, but the damage was already done. I decided to be the brave, honest version of myself I had programmed into my now dead AI as I addressed the rowdy crowd. Everyone, stop! Hear me out! The crowd went quiet. I'm sorry for my part in this, but listen, you can't rely entirely on an algorithm. It makes mistakes, just like you. You have to take responsibility for your own lives. If I had just talked to my sister Kiki instead of avoiding her, I could have saved us both a lot of pain and spared you all some too. But now, your secrets are out, and you have to face them. Okay, bye! I ran home. I had to see Kiki. Kiki! I shut the software down. I'm sorry. You were right. I was hiding behind my computer because it was easier than giving you my time. You're my best friend. You've always been there for me, and I need you now more than ever. I love you, sis. Tears were welling in Kiki's eyes.
And you didn't get a bot to write that for you?
Nope, that's from the human heart.
Well, you might have been hiding behind a computer, but I was hiding, period. I didn't drop out because you told me to. It's because I was scared.
So was I. I didn't want to say the wrong thing to you and lose you. Kiki hugged me.
Now tell me, does this outfit work for my job interview tomorrow?
I was sweating, but I had to be honest. Not really. But don't worry, I'm gonna build an app that will help curate the perfect wardrobe ensemble.
No.
Before I tell you about how I traded in a greasy apron for Lamborghinis, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. If you do, you'll get a big break in the next week. My story starts out at a glamorous place you may have heard of, McDonald's. This had to be the worst day of my life. 1 week is exactly how long I worked at McDonald's before I had a complete breakdown. I worked 12-hour shifts and never got to take my breaks. It was humiliating. And today I lost that job too, but I had to do something. I had to help my mom pay the bills. I was so angry, I had to vent. So I called my best friend. I told her how Jessica, a classmate from school, had come in for the 10th time that week with an evil look on her face. I had begged Jessica to be nice, explaining that I needed the job to help my mom. She said it was cool, but I had learned that I couldn't take her at her word. When my boss turned around, Jessica took the cup of soda I had handed her and spilled it down her shirt. She screamed and pretended that I did it. Now, my friend was as angry as me, if not more. She told me if I was serious about working, she could hook me up with a job. Her parents were super rich and offered her a job as an assistant at a giant tech company. My friend was desperate to have someone else take it so that she could spend her holidays cruising around Europe. I showed up for the interview in my best outfit. A secretary told me to sit in a crowded room and wait for my name to be called and to help myself to some refreshments. I got a cup of coffee to look mature, but as soon as I turned around, a strict and powerful-looking woman appeared.
She asked if I was here for the interview, and I said yes. It must be her interviewing me. I was shaking so hard that I spilled coffee all over her very expensive-looking blouse. A teenager in the corner started laughing hysterically, and the woman turned as red as a tomato and looked like she was about to explode. I tried to play it off and excused myself to the bathroom for a quick break. Well, it was longer than I expected because I accidentally locked myself in there. I freaked out and started crying. I tried to climb over the stall and ended up ripping my dress and messing up all my makeup. I still ran over to do the interview, but I looked like a circus clown. The lady didn't even ask me any questions, just said, "Thank you for coming," in the busy reception area and sent me home. I'd blown it. I was about to go beg McDonald's to take me back when I got the phone call telling me that I had got the job. Maybe this woman had a better sense of humor than she seemed, or maybe they were just desperate. Either way, I showed up to work bright and early the next morning. I showed up at the office and was directed to Mr. Heiko on the top floor. Mister? I guess that woman wasn't my boss after all. Not only that, but I wasn't working for just any boss, but the boss. The office on the top floor was huge. The hallway was filled with artwork that cost more than my house. I made it to the end of the hallway, to my new place of work. I was buzzed into the office and asked to come in. I was so nervous. I tried as hard as I could to be prepared. Let's just say nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to walk into. I walked in and saw the same teenager from the waiting room playing video games on the floor. He looked at me and got excited. I asked if I was in the right place, and he said yes. I told him that I didn't understand. His response? "You were hilarious. So you had your dad hire me because you think I was funny?" He got very insulted. My dad? I built this company. But you're just a kid, I said. A kid? I am 16, and I am a self-made billionaire. See, he explained how he had written the computer code for a super successful app. Now he ran the entire tech company that he started his freshman year of high school. The whole time he spoke, he talked down to me as though I was some kind of idiot. Even if I was at the top of my class and 2 years older, I had to admit that he was a genius. I asked him if he was so smart and great, why had he hired someone like me? He explained that he was in need of an assistant, and I was the only interviewee that didn't bore him to death. He gave me a tour of his office filled with video games, action figures, and soda fountains. But there was one thing that made my blood boil. There was a giant painting of Jessica hanging on the wall. "Oh, that's just a picture of my girlfriend Jessica," he said. "She comes around occasionally. You'll get the chance to meet her." I could feel my face turning red. Just looking at her made me angry. He asked if everything was okay, but before I could answer, he spoke up again. "Well, that concludes the tour. Now for your contract." I picked up the piece of paper and nearly passed out. $50 an hour? I asked. "Oh, sorry. Is that not enough?" he questioned, then picked up a pen and scribbled over the contract and handed it back to me. $85 an hour? That was insane. Crazy enough that I could put up with Jessica even once in a while. Still, the level of insanity was nothing compared to the tasks he needed me to do. For the first few weeks, he literally paid me to play video games and watch movies with him. It would have been great if he wasn't so condescending. Have you ever tried watching a superhero movie with some kid complaining about how inaccurate the science was or how he could do better? It was exhausting. Didn't he have a girlfriend for this? In fact, the only good part of this was that I hardly had to see Jessica. She came by just long enough to insult me, compliment my boss, and ask for expensive gifts. It might sound like a dream job to some of you, but I'm an ambitious person. I wasn't fulfilled, and to top it all off, Jessica got under my skin one day. I was alone in his office, tidying up his video games when Jessica walked in. Without hesitation, she went into his desk and took a few $1,000s from his wallet. I told her that maybe she should ask first, but she just laughed at me. "Wow, from a waitress to a babysitter," she said, looking me up and down. That's it. When he came back, I confronted him over why I was here in the first place. He didn't seem to actually need me to do anything. I told him that I needed to feel like I was actually doing something besides hanging out. He seemed disappointed, but agreed to let me take over some more assistant duties. As my first duty as your assistant, you should probably know that Jessica was taking money from your wallet. Now, any normal person would have at least been upset,
but he just acted like it was all normal. In fact, he got super defensive about the entire thing. He told me that's just how relationships work, and I would know about it if I had ever been in love before. Idiot. He might have been some 16-year-old genius that ran a multi-billion-dollar company, but he was a complete idiot when it came to the real world. If he wasn't such a jerk, I would almost feel bad. Almost. I knew that rich kids were sometimes delusional, but even I was surprised by some of my new duties. Like this one time, he sent me to the grocery store for a bag of M&Ms and gave me $100. Another time, he gave me $50 to pick him up a banana from the local market. What's worse is that Jessica encouraged it. She asked him for $500 to pick up milk, and he just gave it to her. When I asked her what kind of milk cost $1,000, she told me it was organic. It was no wonder he had no idea how much groceries cost, with Jessica lying to him for extra money. I could see why she no longer needed to take on summer jobs. What was even crazier was how much the stuff he bought himself cost. His socks alone cost $400 a pair, and he just threw them out when he was done. I asked him why he didn't just wash his clothes, and he said that it was gross to rewear socks or underwear. While these moments were almost comical, his privilege made him very annoying. He didn't understand how people were homeless or stuck with debt. I don't understand why they don't just get a job. He was so arrogant and horrible. He expected everyone to do whatever he wanted just because he threw a few bucks at them. I felt like I did a lot as his assistant, but there were countless people waiting on him day and night. The closer we got, the more I realized he had no idea how to do anything himself. I will never forget the day he asked me to tie his shoes. I kind of laughed. I asked him how he didn't know how to tie his shoes. His response? I don't know. How were you stuck at McDonald's if you were so smart? That was one of the moments when I was about to walk out right then and there. The same day, I applied to about 15 jobs in the area. He pulled me in for a meeting the next day. I thought he was going to apologize for his behavior. Instead, he had told me that he had told all the CEOs of the positions I had applied to not to hire me. I was so upset. He forced me to choose between here or McDonald's. He was so lucky I was desperate for money. He knew he controlled me with it. One day, Jessica came by with a whole stack of papers and whispered something to him. He looked pretty upset, but just hugged her and came over to me. He offered me $5,000 to work for a couple of hours on my day off. It wasn't so out of the ordinary. This was the same guy who paid me $400 to test his pens and $1,000 to use my umbrella since he forgot his. Of course, I agreed. Right after dinner, I drove off to the location he gave me. I was expecting an office or something, but it was a mansion. His mansion. I was pretty excited to see the inside of it, but it almost broke my heart when I saw what I was there for. There was a cake and balloons, but just the two of us. Apparently, both of his parents had forgotten it was his birthday and went on a trip to the Bahamas. He didn't want to be left alone, and I was his best friend. I asked him about Jessica, but he explained that she had ditched him last minute. He said it was a family emergency again, that her grandmother was in the hospital. Sad story I would feel super bad about if I hadn't checked Jessica's Instagram earlier. She was in Disneyland and wasn't even trying to hide it. She came by to drop off her homework for him to do while she went away for a week to spend time with her grandmother. Turns out, this happened every year. They had never spent a birthday or holiday together. Not only that, but he did all of her homework. I saw how she managed to keep her grades up. I don't know if I made the right decision, but I decided not to show him the photos. He was already sad enough. Instead, I decided that from here on out, we would actually be friends, and I would teach him how to tell when people were using him. Even though I was desperate, I couldn't accept the money he offered me to come that night. It felt wrong, even if I wanted the $5,000. The next day, I showed up with a bag of M&Ms as a belated birthday gift. I apologized that I couldn't afford anything spectacular. He just cried. He really did look so grown up in his fancy suits and expensive cars, but seeing him cry over M&Ms made him look like such a child. I took him under my wing as my little brother. He was just a kid right now and needed my protection. I introduced him to some of my friends so he could interact with people under the age of 65. He was super excited to have something close to friends for the first time in his life, but that also made him very vulnerable. I made sure that he kept his wealth a secret and to hang out with people like a normal kid. He seemed to love it, but everything changed one night. See, he was hanging out with my friends and me when Jessica came back from her grandmother's, aka Disneyland. We were having fun, but after he had set down his phone for an hour, he had 35 missed calls and over 100 texts. Apparently, while he was busy having fun with us, he had forgotten to submit one of her summer assignments. She was livid. Even though I tried to tell him he did nothing wrong, he looked really sad and left early. I was going to ask him about everything the next day at work, but he texted me to not come in. After a week of asking me not to show up, I took matters into my own hands. I walked right up to the office and right in the middle of a fight between him and Jessica. When I walked in, she immediately asked what I was doing there. "I thought I told you to fire her. She's a bad influence," she shouted. My boss looked so uncomfortable and said he didn't want to fire me. So she walked out, leaving my boss and me all alone. Again, he sat there and cried. There were a lot of tears over the next few days, and I did whatever I could to comfort him, even when I was off the clock. I made him promise never to take her back because she was using him. He agreed, but then ruined everything in an instant. He leaned in and tried to kiss me. I pushed him away and told him I only thought of him as a little brother. He looked so embarrassed. I let myself out and did not come back. Luckily, I had saved enough money to earn myself a shopping spree. I was out downtown when I saw them. My worst nightmare. He and Jessica were walking along the street, him holding tons of bags from Gucci and her yelling at him. She said how pathetic he was and how she could always do better. I thought about ignoring it, but it was like watching a witch harass my own brother. I ran up to them and yelled at her for being such a jerk. I said how she should consider herself lucky that anyone puts up with her, let alone a great guy like my friend. She told him to defend her, but even I was shocked by what happened next. He told her to leave. She told him that he would regret it and stomped off. She tried to take the Gucci bags from him, but he handed them to me instead. He thanked me again and then did something that kind of irritated me. He handed me a check for $100,000 as a thank you. I ripped it up in front of him. "Don't you get it?" he said. "If you don't want to date me and don't want my money, why are you so nice to me?" "Because you're my best friend." He almost cried right there. I don't think he had ever been that happy before. You would never believe what happened next. He fired me. But it's not what you think at all. See, he decided to help me with my studies, so one day I could join him. I invited him to dinner at my home. Some home cooking would do wonders for him, I'm sure. As happy as I was to see him being a kid, it was quite an ordeal to talk him out of an expensive gift from my mom. He had a long way to go, but he learned. Now, years later, we are 50-50 partners. He is all the brain, and that's where I come in, managing our business. We are the best of both worlds, and our business is thriving.
Hey, I'm Marianne. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I'm about to share a story about the challenges life has thrown at me. My parents, especially my dad, weren't what some would call expressive and loving. They constantly fought and seemed to spend more time hating each other than anything else. Dad always had the TV blaring. The noise kept me up at night, so I often resorted to sleeping with headphones on. I knew he wasn't a bad person. He just had some annoying habits and seemed to enjoy annoying Mom. Mom was kind. She did her best to be the best mom. She'd surprise me with toys and candies. My favorite place was our treehouse, which Mom built for me. It was my escape. I loved spending time there with my bestie Joy.
Marianne, everything will be okay. My mom got me 2 dolls and I want to give you one. Let's grab some ice cream.
Joy was my best friend since kindergarten. She always knew how to cheer me up, sharing her toys with me. We were inseparable, so much so that some people at school mistook us for twins. Plus, Joy had an amazing voice. Sometimes she sang to me until I fell asleep in the treehouse. Joy's family seemed perfect. Her mom was a successful fashion designer, and her dad was a police officer. Sometimes I found myself wishing I was part of her family, but I'd immediately feel guilty knowing my mom loved me. When I was 16, my gymnastics coach said I should compete in another state. Excited, I asked my parents for money to go. Dad, busy with his motorbike, brushed me off.
Wish I could, honey, but I gotta paint the bike. It's my pride and joy.
I could tell Mom wanted to help by the way she looked at me, giving me the "I wish I could help you, dear" look. And that day, I made up my mind to do something. I grabbed my dad's motorbike keys, thinking I could ride to the competition myself. But since I didn't really know how to drive, I ended up crashing into a fire hydrant. Dad was furious about his damaged bike, but before he could say anything, Mom intervened. "Don't you dare yell at her." Mom then hugged me and handed me some money. "Here, take this money. I've been saving it for quite a while now. I love you, babe." I hugged Mom tightly. I participated in the gymnastics competition and took second place. On the way back, my coach had some really bad news. "Your mom got into an accident while buying ingredients for your favorite apple pie. She's in the hospital now, in a coma." I couldn't say a word. I just stayed quiet all the way home. When I got back, Dad hugged me and told me not to worry, saying Mom would be okay. Later at dinner, I asked Dad something tough. "Dad, can I stay with Joy's family for a bit? It's not that I don't like being with you, but I feel happier there. They really care about me."
Sure, if that makes you happy. I'll talk to Joy's parents.
And Joy's family was really welcoming. Joy's mom used to say, "We're glad to have you, dear. You're like my second daughter from now on." That's how I ended up living with my best friend's family. They even gave me my own room. Joy's parents were wonderful. They looked after me and made me feel like I was their daughter. Even though her dad wasn't always home, I loved them with all my heart and thought of them as family. Joy and I even got closer. We'd spend all night talking or playing video games. I still saw my dad from time to time, and he seemed to be improving, becoming nicer.
I'll keep getting better until you say you want to come back and live with me.
Well, that might take some time, but yeah, keep your hopes up. I smiled and gave him a hug. One day, as I was walking around the house, I found a room full of beautiful clothes. Curious, I started trying them on. Joy's mom walked in on me. "You look beautiful! I've always hoped to share my wardrobe with a daughter." Just then, Joy walked in, and her mom invited her to join. "Joy, darling, come try on some clothes too."
I don't want to.
Soon, I got really close to Joy's mom. We hung out a lot, and I even helped her out at photo shoots, sometimes modeling for her. One day, I was shocked to see my picture on the cover of a big magazine. I wish Joy liked fashion like you do. Thank you for always being here for me. I smiled and thanked her for making me feel like part of her family. But something was off with Joy. She started keeping to herself, staying in her room, and didn't want to hang out or do anything with me. When I tried talking to her, she just said,
"I want to be left alone."
I was really worried about Joy's sudden change and couldn't figure out what I did wrong. I kept trying to fix things, even apologizing, but nothing worked. She sometimes even yelled at me. I had to give her space, even though it hurt a lot. One evening at dinner, Joy's mom shared some exciting news. "Marianne, your teacher called. Your college aptitude test scores were amazing. I'm so proud of you." Turning to Joy, her mom asked, "And how did yours go, honey?"
"No, I didn't bother with it. I'm going to be a singer, so I don't need it. Maybe one of your famous friends could help produce my album?"
"I won't do that. I want more for you. You're going to college, and later you can decide what you want."
"What? You can't make those decisions for me. I'm going to be a singer, and that's that."
"As your mom, yes, I can guide you."
"You can't tell me anything."
"Joy, stop. Your mom's just trying to help."
"You shut up. My life was better before you showed up. Go back to your miserable family and leave us alone. I hate you both."
Angry, Joy knocked all the family pictures off the shelf. After that, her behavior got worse. She began skipping school and got mad whenever someone tried to talk about what she was doing. Joy's behavior toward me got worse, turning her into what felt like a real-life villain. She constantly tried to make trouble for me, and even though her mom always ended up forgiving me, it just made Joy angrier. For example, Joy switched her unfinished homework with mine, confusing my teacher. Luckily, the teacher sorted it out. Joy made a fake social media account with my name, posting embarrassing stuff. It took a while, but I showed it wasn't me and shut it down. Joy hid a library book I borrowed, causing me to get late fees. Her mom found it later and figured out Joy's trick. Joy messed with my bike's brakes. I felt something was wrong before I wrote it and stopped myself from getting hurt. This escalated one afternoon when Joy's mom was away on a business trip and her dad was away at work. Joy decided to do something drastic. She turned the backyard into a makeshift movie theater. I'm not sure showing a movie here is a good idea.
Well, it's better than having you around all the time.
The backyard quickly filled with people, the projector buzzing to life. I stayed inside, trying to avoid the chaos, and was flipping through a magazine when suddenly, someone stumbled into my room.
Oops, my bad. I was looking for the kitchen. Hey, is that a magazine about vintage cars?
My dad collects them, and I've read a bunch about them. Is that the issue with the 60s muscle cars?
Yes, it is. His name was Brian. We discovered we shared a lot of interests and spent the evening chatting in the kitchen. Just as we were really connecting, the screen outside fell over with a crash. Suddenly, Joy and her mom came in.
Look, Mom, I knew it. Marianne set up this whole movie thing just to hang out with her boyfriend.
Boyfriend? That's not true. Why would I organize this party? Joy, you're my only friend here.
Then explain him being in your room. This must be your party.
Enough, Joy. I don't think Marianne would do this. But young man, it's time for you to go home, please. Joy looked so angry and stormed off. She stopped talking to me and just ignored my existence. I kept talking to Brian. Having him in my life was great. He was nice looking and well-mannered. His family had money, and he shared his dream of becoming a doctor with me. A few days later, Joy's mom called me into the living room, where I found my dad sitting. I really care about you and loved having you here, but things with Joy are getting tough. She's feeling left out. Plus, your dad's been talking to us. He's made some changes, wants you back, and misses you a lot.
The past few months have been really tough without you. I love you and want you to come home.
I didn't say much. When I feel a lot, I find it hard to speak, but I managed to say, I'll pack my things. I moved back with Dad, and honestly, things weren't bad. He had really improved, and hanging out with him wasn't bad at all. But I ended up blocking Brian. I didn't have a strong reason to cut him off. I felt like I didn't deserve him and just needed a fresh start. A few months after finishing high school, I couldn't go to college right away. Dad didn't have the money because we had big hospital bills for Mom. So I started working as a pizza delivery person. It was tough, but I never thought about quitting. I worked really hard and finally got into college. I planned to study economics and maybe even start my own business someday. While studying, I took any job I could get. Eventually, I managed to rent a tiny apartment with a view of the city dump. It wasn't much, but it was mine. I could finally study and rest there. Dad even helped me buy a used car for my delivery job. Things were starting to get better. I kept working hard, aiming for success. I often thought about Joy and her parents, and my mom too. I missed them a lot. With exams coming up, I studied all night and worked all day. I felt unstoppable, like nothing could slow me down. But one day, while out on a delivery, I suddenly felt very dizzy, and the next thing I knew, I crashed into a tree. I was rushed to the hospital. Everything hurt, but what pained me the most was my thoughts. Why couldn't things just go right for once? I hugged my pillow and bursted into tears. Then, a young doctor came in, and I was shocked. Brian, is that really you? He recognized me too.
I always thought I'd run into the girl who broke my heart again.
Feeling embarrassed, I just looked down and stayed quiet as usual. Brian had finished medical school and was now an intern at the hospital. I apologized, and we chatted for a while and swapped phone numbers. Over time, we got closer and started dating. Brian had the kindest heart, and he even helped me with my college fees. One day, I went to the hospital to bring Brian his lunch and decided to visit Mom afterward. I entered her room, and she looked so peaceful, just like an angel. I gently kissed her forehead. Mom, I have to tell you something. I tried to replace you. I was so angry when I felt you gave up on me, so I gave up on you. I was angry at Dad too, even though the poor man was struggling without you. I used to be mad at Joy, but as I got older, I understood her and we made up. I'm friends with her mom now too. I love them, but no love can match yours. Guess what? I found out this morning I'm pregnant. I'm going to surprise Brian tonight on our date. I think he's going to propose, and I'll say yes. Mom, I'm happy, but my happiness isn't complete without you. Tears overwhelmed me, and I laid my head on her hands when suddenly I felt her hands move. Overjoyed, I ran to the doctor like a little kid, shouting, "My mommy is awake! My mommy is awake!"
But what truly got to me was that at home, Dorian barely looked my way, and Ella never came out of her room. And every time I tried to meet her, Mom would freak out.
Her disease is contagious, sweetie. You know that. I can't lose another daughter to that stupid illness.
I really wanted to see her and share what I was feeling, but I was too swamped with photo shoots, press events, and parties to process it.
Has anyone ever tried snail mucus coffee? Apparently, it's very good for your skin.
I'm already having my vitamin C, D, E, G, H, Y, Z, Q to keep my nails shiny and healthy.
You know what, guys? If you hang upside down for at least an hour and a half, you will get the reddest cheeks ever.
Or you could get a brain hemorrhage and die.
Excuse me?
I'll just be right back. Gee, Jeez, how lame were these conversations? If these people were the cream of society, I'd rather be skimmed milk. The rest of the night was just as bad. The music was too loud, the people were fake, the food looked fancy but tasted like chalk. Then my date asked me to dance, and I accidentally stepped on his foot so hard he started limping. I rushed to grab him a first aid kit and came back to find him making out with a waitress. Ew. I just wanted to leave. I was walking to my car when I spotted someone across the road. Maya was standing at a stall selling t-shirts. I dropped everything and sprinted toward her. Maya! Oh my God, how are you?
Leave or I swear I will call the police.
Look, I know you're really angry at me and I deserve it, but I swear I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to ruin my life? Come on, Noah. You and I both know you bullied me because you're evil. But honestly, you did me a favor. That school wasn't for me anyway. The only good thing that happened there was meeting Dorian, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you, I never ever want to see again.
Please, Maya, I said I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make up to you. I'll buy all your t-shirts.
I don't need your charity, Nova. But if you really want to help me, then help me sell these. You're a professional model, right?
She pulled out a pile of tees with the most chaotic slogans I'd ever seen. This too shall pass, like a kidney stone. The only X I want is extra money. Nice. Who came up with these?
Of course I did. I've always been really creative.
That's true. By the end of the night, Maya and I had sold every single t-shirt in her stall. We even clicked a bunch of pictures, and when I shared them on my Instagram, Maya's business exploded overnight. She called me the next morning telling me how people were begging for restocks. Someone even asked if she shipped internationally. I'd finally used my popularity for something good, and I was happy. But that changed the moment I entered school the next day.
Why were you hanging out with peasant Maya yesterday? It's all over your Instagram feed.
I was just trying to help her sell her stuff and apologized for being completely moronic.
You did not! It's against every rule book ever written for mean girls. Once you bully someone, you never apologize to them. Especially not if they're as ugly as peasant Maya.
Stop calling her that. She's a brilliant and hardworking girl, and she's 10 times the person you'd ever be.
10 times fatter, sure. She's a real inspiration for stretchy t-shirts.
Say one more word about her and I swear.
Or what? You'll cry into your organic kale smoothie?
I have a better idea. And I launched myself at Stacy, but she didn't even budge. Instead, she smiled and punched me. Then she jumped on me, pulled my hair, elbowed me in the stomach, and I almost threw up. I thought I was gonna die when a bunch of girls rescued me. Later, while I sat outside the nurse's office with an ice pack on my face, I overheard a group of girls whispering nearby.
Wow, Nova really thought she could take down Stacy? That girl's made of iron.
I heard her mom's Russian. She came here illegally, then married some rich guy, and that's how Stacy got all her money.
My maid's cousin works at their house. She says Stacy lives like a trash gremlin. Her room smells like stale yogurt and wet socks.
Ugh, gross. Imagine strutting around like a queen bee while your closet is a health hazard. If I were Nova, I'd wash my hands with bleach just to get the smell off.
They kept going, but I tuned out. Not because I was offended. Honestly, it all made sense. Stacy didn't rule the school out of confidence. She did it to distract people from the disaster she actually was. Anyway, I was feeling better, so I decided to take the day off and go home, when suddenly Dorian came running down the hallway.
Nova, it's Ella. They're moving her to a hospital. Her condition is getting worse.
The world blurred for a second, and I pushed Stacy out of the way and ran through the gates. We reached the hospital and saw Mom and Dad were sitting in the waiting room. Where is she? What happened?
She took a turn for the worse. The doctors are doing everything they can.
I sat down slowly. Ella, my baby sister, my sunshine. She was the only person who ever believed in me, and she was suffering. I buried my face in my hands, and that's when Dorian snapped.
Is this all your fault?
Dorian, please.
No, Mom, she needs to know. I've been trying for months to act normal, but no more.
What are you talking about?
You were supposed to babysit Ella, but instead, you chose to sneak out and go to your dumb party with her in the back seat. You'd barely gotten the car out of the driveway when you crashed into another car. You blacked out and Ella took the hit. She's been in a coma ever since.
But Mom told me her condition was contagious. That's why I couldn't see her.
Well, she lied. Because you hurt your head too and forgot all about the accident. And Mom didn't tell you so you could live your perfect little life like the golden child you are. I swear, if something happens to her, I will never forgive you.
And he stormed away, leaving me totally shaken. I bullied my best friend. My brother couldn't even look at me, and my little sister was in a coma because of me. This wasn't the life I wanted. I stood up quietly while everyone was still talking to the doctor, slipped out of the hospital, and ran straight home. I stormed into the attic, flung open every box until I finally found the diary. The next morning, before going to the psychic's house, I went to the hospital. I just had to make sure Ella was okay. And thankfully, when I got there, she was sitting on her bed smiling. I stopped a doctor walking by. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had a seizure, but it shocked her system so hard, it jump-started her like an old car battery. Guess sometimes being on your deathbed has its perks.
I took one look at Ella's face and walked in. As soon as she saw me, her face lit up. I ran over and hugged her tight. Hey there, you slept for a really long time.
Yeah, well, I needed my beauty sleep. Why do you look so old and wrinkly?
Probably because I'm sad and sorry for everything. I messed up your life.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I was jumping around like a monkey in the back seat, remember? You couldn't even see the car behind us. I basically launched us into it. So I guess I'm sorry too.
Well, I'm sorry too, Nova. I shouldn't have snapped like that yesterday. I haven't always been the best brother because I've often let jealousy get in the way.
I wasn't exactly the best sister either. What I did with Maya and how I treated people around me was horrible.
Yeah, but you're changing. I saw what you did for Maya. That's growth.
I nodded slowly. I'd spent so long being angry about everything I wasn't. I forgot to appreciate what I had. My adorably flawed family. And all I really wanted to do was to go back and mend things now.
Namaste, fellow seeker. What brings you here today?
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
You recognize me?
Why do you always ask the same question? Of course I do. I can see through dimensions too. Like in one of my parallel lives, I was this really hot girl who lived on the streets doing odd jobs until one day this handsome rich guy asked me to be his date. He bought me clothes, took me to parties, and eventually fell in love with me.
Like Pretty Woman?
Yes, I was a very pretty woman. But enough about me. Tell me what you need.
I told her I wanted to reverse the curse, and Coco Lynn stared at me blankly.
Are you sure? Once I reverse the curse again, the spell will seal itself. No more rewinds. So make up your mind. You can't keep jumping between realities.
I already have. I want to go home. And this time I won't hide behind Dorian's shadow or bad grades. I spent so much time being angry and dejected that I never really focused on myself. And that's why I never got anywhere in life. I can't control how people treat me, but I can control how I take their opinions. So now I'll live for me, with kindness and purpose.
Spoken like someone who's truly ready.
She stood, cracked her knuckles, and started chanting. The candles flickered, the walls shimmered, and then everything went blank. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and the sound of birds. I sat up slowly and looked around. My old room. My old posters, my old creaky fan spinning above me. I rushed to Ella's room and found her sleeping peacefully. Then I went downstairs and saw Dorian kicking the ball like a dork. I ran and tackled him in a giant hug. Oh my God, I missed you.
Get off me. You broke my streak. Now I have to start all over again.
Well, so do I. That morning I got dressed and walked into school. And for the first time, people noticed. Not because I was a model or because I had 1 million followers, but because I held the door open. Because I helped a kid who dropped books. Because I smiled at people. For real. And that's when I realized that life isn't about being the favorite. It's about being someone you can be proud of, even when no one's clapping.
Mom, I'm your daughter. How can you forget about me? Mom just ignored me and said, "Thank you so much, Mrs. Arnstein, and sorry I kept you waiting so long." Hi, I'm Emma, and I want to grow up to be the world's best ballet dancer, but my crazy parents have made it really hard for me. We used to do a lot of things together, but they don't even come to see me perform anymore. Dad is almost always out of town on business. Mom's usually poring over work files till late at night. The next day, I had a really big performance. I was the star of the show. As my name was called and I received a standing ovation, I looked up and searched for my mom's face in the crowd, but I couldn't see her anywhere. dancer. Yeah, no surprise. I wish you could see how good I'd become. Mom had asked my friend's mom to drop me home. I walked into an empty house and found a note on the kitchen table. I'm sorry I couldn't make it, sweetheart. I had a very important meeting. I'm sure you were amazing, Mom. Yeah, thanks for the support, Mom. The day after, at school, my teacher walked up to me and told me to go to the principal's office. To my horror, the principal told me that my mom was in a coma. She was completely fine this morning. How had my life changed so much in a couple of hours? Fiona, my mom's friend, said she was showing no signs of improvement, and all we could do was take her back home and pray for a miracle. She would come around for a daily checkup, and we got a nurse. Dad told me to focus on school, but it's not like things were great there either. Miley, the most popular girl in my class, just seemed to hate me for some reason. She was always making comments about how stupid being a ballet dancer was. Who even watches ballet these days? My grandma, probably. Or something like, "Aw, why aren't you wearing your silly tutu today? It matches your lame personality." Jeez, I don't even know how Brian could be with someone like her. I went to the game to distract myself from everything happening at home, and just my luck, the only empty seat was next to Brian. "You can't sit here. This seat's taken. It's for my popcorn. Don't be silly, babe. It's all yours, Emma." I tried to focus on the game and ignore how Miley was just all over him. But then suddenly, I saw the faces on the big screen. It was me and Brian. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Brian turned to me, looking a bit uncertain, but I wasn't letting this moment pass. "Let's give the people what they want, Brian." I pulled him in close and gave him a long, steamy kiss. And the crowd cheered and clapped, and it felt like something straight out of a rom-com. When we broke apart, I saw Miley's face. Oh boy. She stepped closer to me and threw her entire soda in my face. "You'll pay for that, Emma." "Oh, I know, Miley. But it was totally worth it." When I got home, Dad walked into my room. I saw a couple of suitcases behind him. "Seriously? You're off having fun watching games while your mom's a vegetable, and I'm left to deal with this all day?" I was about to deny it, but I realized I was still wearing that stupid baseball cap. "Just leave me alone, Dad. Listen, I need to tell you something. I met this woman a couple of years ago. I'm in love with her, Em. I can't live without her. And she won't wait anymore, so I have to go." "What? And you can live without me and Mom? How could you even just leave us like this?" "I'm sorry." And like that, he was gone. As I sat next to Mom's bed that night, I felt really blue. So I started watching a video on my favorite channel, My Story Animated. It was about a girl whose mom woke up from a coma after 15 years to get revenge. I really hoped my mom would wake up much sooner. Before I could watch part 2, I suddenly saw Mom's hand move. "Mom? Mom!" She asked me what had happened and where Dad was. I quickly lied that he had to go away for work and called up Fiona. She was amazed to see Mom's miraculous recovery. As I walked away to my room, I wondered how I could possibly break the truth to Mom. "Sweetie, how long did Dad say he'd be away? Most of his stuff is gone." When I went to her room, I could see Mom going through the empty closet and drawers. "Shouldn't you be in bed, Mom?" "I feel just fine." "Where did Dad go, Emma?" She sat down on the bed in a trance as I told her what had happened. Finally, she spoke. "Get out." She slammed the door behind me, and I heard her screaming and breaking things. A little while later, I saw her run out of her room, grab her car keys, and leave the house. It looked like a tornado had hit her room. It was bad enough watching Mom cry herself to sleep on the couch every night, but my life was about to get so much worse. The next day at school, I could just feel people looking at me and whispering. I soon discovered why. There were posters of me and Brian kissing at the game everywhere, but that wasn't all. "Girls, hide your boys, hide your men. The ugly-footed ballerina is after them." OMG. She had stepped way over the line. She wasn't going to get away with this. I couldn't even be here right now. I picked up my bag and headed home. I needed to cool off and plan my revenge. Wow, Mom wasn't on the couch. I found her in her room, packing all her things. "What are you doing, Mom? Can't you see? Go pack your stuff too. We're leaving town. I can't bear to be in this house anymore." My head was spinning. "I've asked my firm to give me a job transfer, and they've agreed. And don't you dare tell your dad anything. I don't want to see him till the day I die." My parents didn't care how their choices affected my life. It was so easy for Dad to leave me. And it was so easy for Mom to make me leave my home, my school, my friends, ballet, everything. I hated them both. One day, Mom called me to her room and handed me a letter. I enrolled you in ballet class before we even moved here. This place has a great dance academy. I don't want you to give up on your dream, Em. I burst into tears and hugged her tight. Tying my shoes, I felt my heart race with joy. This was my happy place. The teacher asked me to perform a segment from the famous Swan Lake so she could judge my skill level. I knew that one well. As the music started, I was transported to another world. When I stopped dancing, I saw everyone's mouths were open wide. The teacher stood in shock before she started clapping, and the rest followed. She said I was amazing and that she would be so honored to teach me. Suddenly, I found myself falling flat on my face. I looked up to see a girl who had introduced herself as Angela, smiling down on me and lending a hand. As she pulled me up, she whispered in my ear, "I'm the best here. Don't even think of messing anything up for me." I was shocked. Had this psycho just tripped me? She'd looked so nice, but she sounded crazy. I couldn't wait to tell Josh all about it on our date tonight. I'd had a crush on Josh and his dimples almost right after we'd moved here. And he'd just walked up to me the other day and asked if I'd go to watch a movie with him. Just as I was having one final look at myself in the mirror, I heard the door open downstairs, and Mom was talking to Josh. Sorry, wrong house. My daughter isn't allowed to date boys. Before I could even get a word in, she had slammed the door in his face. Mom, are you crazy? Are you stupid? Don't you know all boys are jerks who will dump you as soon as they see another pretty thing walking by? Josh isn't like that. Oh, that's what I thought about your dad. They're all like that, sweetheart. You're better off dating girls, really. I don't like girls. I don't care. You're grounded. And this was basically my dating life for the next few years. It involved a lot of sneaking out and getting my best friend Stacy to cover for me. Mom was hard to shake off though. She turned up to my last date and told my boyfriend that I was a gold digger who was only dating him because he was rich. My prom date backed out at the last minute because apparently Mom had told him that I was gay. I had to do well at my audition. That was the only way I was getting a dance scholarship and my ticket out of here. As I fastened my shoes and got up to leave, I found that the dressing room door was locked. OMG, the judges were waiting for me outside. I screamed and banged on the door like a crazy person, and luckily a janitor heard me and let me out. I went running to the stage, and those faces did not look happy that I'd kept them waiting. My heart was pounding, but I started to feel calm as the music started. I could do this. I poured my heart and soul into it. I made the perfect jump, and then suddenly, the music died. I looked around in horror. This couldn't be happening. I saw Angela sitting at the back of the theater. "Miss, we don't have time for this. We're all familiar with that piece. Can you just continue without the music?" I closed my eyes for a few seconds. All I could see was my dad leaving and my mom crying and Miley's posters and Angela's smirk. I'd worked too hard and long to let anything stop me now. I breathed out and nodded. I could do this. When I was done, I just covered my face with my hands. Suddenly, I heard clapping and saw all 4 judges standing up, smiling at me. Was I dreaming? Just then, Angela came running to the front and started screaming and tearing the judges' score sheets. I got the scholarship to the dance school of my dreams. It was so good to see Mom so happy and finally proud of me. Stacy and I were cycling one summer morning when a car came speeding right at us. We quickly swerved and it missed us, but I fell down and the cycle on me. Ow, Stacy, my ankle really hurts. She stopped a car and we hitched a ride to the hospital. My ankle was swelling up and I was freaking out. Just then a doctor walked in. "So, what do we have here?" I looked up and instantly forgot my words because the doctor was so handsome. The cycle fell. I fell, the cycle fell on me and something happened to, my ankle. He smiled and inspected my foot. I was pretty sure he could feel my pulse through it. "It looks like a pretty bad sprain. I'm going to need you to come and see me again in a week. Why are your toes bruised?" "I'm a ballet dancer." He looked really intrigued. He said he absolutely loved ballet, and we started talking about our favorite performances. Obviously, Mom was great at wrecking all signs of happiness, She went berserk when I made it back home and showed her my ankle. The doctor said it's going to be just fine, Mom. Before I knew it, James had asked me out, and I was over the moon. I found myself falling in love with him at a dangerous pace. But one day, I got a call from Fiona, and she told me my mom was in a coma again. No, this couldn't be happening. James rushed over as soon as I texted him. Babe, I've been trying to call you for days. Was your mom unwell all this time? I wiped my tears away and exhaled. Oh boy. Here goes. That's not why I didn't answer. James, I'm pregnant. You're what? We both turned around in shock to see Mom sitting up, looking like she was having a heart attack. What on earth, Mom? I knew something was up, and I had to find out. I was right, you idiot. You've got my daughter pregnant? Mom, no. Wait, you faked a coma? What about all those years ago? That was to deal with another piece of garbage. I heard him talking to that woman and saying he was going to leave me. As I stood there in shock, James looked at me and said he would talk to me later. No, you come back here. But before Mom could even get up, James was long gone. I couldn't even look at her. She didn't even care about what she and Dad had put me through. And she was still doing it. When I went back home in the evening, the last thing I wanted to do was deal with Mom. So, what is the doctor prescribed now? He says he's too young and has his career to think about. He can't take responsibility for a child. He broke up with me. Mom stood furious. His career? His career? And what about yours, huh? What about your ballet? I warned you, and I told you again and again. For once, Mom, just shut up. There was a stunned silence. Do you care at all about how I feel? Or do you just care about being right? Well, congratulations, Mom. You're right. All men are evil. And now I'm heartbroken, and I'm having a baby all alone, and I'll never do ballet again. Suddenly, I felt Mom pull me into a hug. No, you're going to that school. We will defer your admission by a year. But what about the baby? I'll raise the baby while you're away. You're not giving up after all your hard work. You're going to make me and your child really proud. Fast forward 9 months, and I had a beautiful baby girl, Ella. I couldn't get over how perfect she was. I cried as I sat in my dorm, hundreds of miles away. This was harder than I'd ever thought it would be. Would she hate me for leaving her? I just had to pull myself together. I wanted my daughter to know one day that I'd tried my best to be everything I could possibly be. Break a leg, babe. Kevin kissed me on the cheek minutes before I went onto the stage. We'd met a year ago on the set of a ballet show. He had recently asked me to marry him, and of course, I'd said yes. He was my best friend, and I couldn't wait to introduce him to Mom and Ella. A few months later, I was back home with Kevin, and we were discussing our plans to move to New York. I had landed a role in a major ballet production. Come with us, Mom. I'm happy here, sweetheart, but I can't wait to come and see you. Just then, there was a knock at the door. I froze in shock. James, what the heck are you doing here? Emma, I've missed you so much. What's going on here? You! James' eyes froze on Ella. Is that my baby girl? I was furious. How dare he? Listen, Emma, I made a mistake. I promise I will make it up to you, and we can be a family. Get out of my house and my life, James. I'm getting married, and I will never let you be a part of Ella's life. You didn't deserve me, and you certainly don't deserve her. James looked furious, but he turned around abruptly and left. That felt so good. I moved to New York with my family and gained fame quickly. The president himself came to see me at the opening of my latest show, and he asked to meet me later. I was stunned when he said he would be honored if I represented my country in the Olympics. I travel all over the world now, thanks to my amazing husband and mom, who've supported me all these years. And Ella couldn't be prouder of her mom. I can't wait to see the amazing person she grows up to be and the things she does. And I will always support her.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She'd been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet. Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here.
As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her.
Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too? Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired. Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse.
I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night.
Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes.
I hate these people.
Me too.
And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you gonna do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what.
But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party.
You little rascals!
Natalie grabbed the boy's hand and they fled the scene.
I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool!
Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket.
For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise.
What's your name?
Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay.
And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them.
Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading?
Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom.
When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad.
I'm sure you'll be better than me and every wealthy man in this land, my child.
He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons. My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend.
Really? Tell me.
He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes.
Yes, we fight back the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do
bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people.
Yeah, I do think that.
Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up.
Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but...
Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her.
Is that for me?
Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie.
Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us.
Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder.
My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her.
Girlfriend? As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are gonna hate me forever.
Are you mad?
Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends.
Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that?
What do you mean?
Can I hold your hand?
No.
I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too?
Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt.
Yes, I think I feel the same way. Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone.
I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on.
You have plenty of time now.
I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction.
All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl.
Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me.
Duke, she cares about you.
Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone.
But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other.
I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now.
Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper.
Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie.
I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend.
What?
I said I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business.
Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross.
Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime.
Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him.
I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back.
Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk.
How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?
Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy! Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons.
What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm gonna pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here? Wait, Nat, are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk.
Hi, I'm Edith from Ohio. Yeah, I know I sound like an 80-year-old woman. My dad was very close to his great-grandmother, and he insisted that his first child would be named after her. Unfortunately, that's me. Also, as you can see, I'm in a wheelchair. I had a spinal injury when I was little, and I don't even remember what it's like to walk. So if you want to feel bad for me, it should only be because of my name. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After me came my sisters, Louisa, Isabel, and Celine. Their names are pretty because Mom chose them. We lived in a kind of poor household in a small town with parents who were galaxies apart. My dad was a neuroscientist who lived in our basement. He was convinced he was onto some groundbreaking research that would win him the Nobel Prize, but every year his research got rejected. It had almost become a metaphor in our town. It'll rain today, I'm sure of it. As sure as Mr. Arnstein getting rejected again. My son has failed 10th grade again. He's really pulling a Mr. Arnstein on us. Those comments made me so mad. No one was as smart or hardworking as my dad. Mom, on the other hand, was pretty and vain. She never met a reflective surface she didn't like. All she'd ever wanted was a fancy life, so she reminded Dad of his failures every day. When I met you, you made me believe you were freaking Einstein. I thought we'd be rich by now. Can't you discover gravity or something already? Like really, how hard is it? I might figure out all the mysteries of the universe before I understand why I asked you to marry me. I was such a fool the day I said yes. Not much has changed since. Mom unhappily ran a small flower shop to make ends meet. As the eldest, I wanted to make things easier for both my parents. I was a model student, and I tried helping out at home by making my sisters responsible. It worked when they were younger, but they were growing up to be useless, especially my second sister, Louisa, who was a lot like Mom. She was pretty, but apparently her nose wasn't rich-looking enough. What does that even mean, girl? I've got this flat button nose, and rich people have cute upturned noses. Okay, gotcha. They look like they can smell cow dung all the time. Exactly. She would sleep with a clothespin on her nose, hoping it would turn upwards. She'd also poke her cheek with a pencil while doing her homework, thinking if she did that every day, she might get a cute dimple. Such a moron. The other two weren't much better. Isabel wanted to be a dancer, and I've never met anyone so uncoordinated. Celine was also super untalented, but she kept trying new things all the time, hoping to find her true calling soon. No one prayed harder than me that it would be really soon. Luckily, I'd inherited Dad's brains, and in the 11th grade, I got a scholarship into a private school that would open up great opportunities for college.
You've always been my favorite for a reason, darling. I know you'll do amazing things one day.
I know you will too, Dad. I was really excited to start school until disaster struck, and my crazy family was to blame entirely for it. A week before, Mom came home really excited one day because she'd received a huge order for flowers at a rich client's house. And the minute my sisters heard that, they were dying to go with Mom to help her. Dad was out of town, and I'd just settled in for a peaceful evening by myself when I got a frantic call from Isabel.
Edith, I'm at the police station. Mom and Louisa are going to jail.
What? What do you mean they're going to jail?
Louisa stole a necklace from the rich lady's room and got caught. Mom begged and cried, but the lady called the police. Please, you have to go talk to her.
Ugh, Louisa was such a pain. Isabel sent me the lady's location pin, and I took the bus to this massive mansion. I was asked to wait in the main hall, and I just couldn't resist taking a spin on the marble floors. But suddenly, I lost control of my wheelchair and went crashing into a center table, which sent a huge fishbowl to the ground, which made the servants running in slip on the water and land on their butts. Oopsie daisy. Soon, I was in the library, facing the snooty owner and her carbon copy snooty daughter. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? Again, so sorry for the damage. I'd love to repay you, but my parents are poor, so I can't. Speaking of parents, actually, my mom is the flower lady who came here today, and the girl who took something from you is my, sister? What? You're related to those thieves? Louisa's mentally unstable, I swear, and some days she just refuses to take her meds. Please, please don't send them to jail. What will I do without my mom, given my condition? This is very distressing, and the doctors have told me stress is really bad for me. The lady didn't look happy, but she called the police station and asked for Mom and Louisa to be released. I thanked them profusely, and just as I was leaving, I ran into a school bag lying on the floor, knocking over its contents. Do you even know how to use that thing? You should take driving classes or something. I apologized and left, but I was horrified. This girl was going to the same school I'd just gotten into. How has my life suddenly become so complicated? Oh, I'll tell ya. It's because Miss Kleptomaniac here decided to steal, and I had to save her greedy butt. And now I have to go to school with this snooty girl who thinks I'm from a family of thieves. Oh, what a great start. Edith, are you done with this useless family meeting? Louisa and I have had a very tough day, and we need our beauty sleep. Maybe the girl won't remember who you are. Fingers crossed. Yeah, right. In fact, as luck would have it, that girl and I were in the same class. Her name was Haley, and the minute she saw me, her face went from shock to a wide grin. Uh-oh. And soon, Haley became my arch nemesis. Apparently, she was the smartest kid in class till I turned up. She was also beautiful and wealthy, and she was dating the star basketball player Cody. And Cody was fine. But Haley still didn't like being knocked off the #1 student spot. How about we make a deal, Edith? You can act a little less smart in class, and I won't tell everyone how we really know each other. I won't be doing that, thanks. I can make your life miserable, you know. You really want to make the wheelchair girl's life miserable? How would it make you look if I started telling people you're bullying me? It'll tank your popularity, and you might even get suspended, or worse. And Haley knew I was right. We just never got along and continued to compete in class. I always got the highest marks in subjects like math and physics, but she'd beat me in history and literature. She knew she couldn't openly bother me, but she tried in sneakier ways. Like one morning, when I wheeled into literature class, our teacher, Miss Agatha, was looking furious, and everyone was staring at me. And that's when I saw the chalkboard. On the lower half it said, Miss Agatha should change her name because she is not cool like Agatha Christie. In fact, she is dull and ugly and stupid. I think she was a toad in another life. She is... It went on, and the lovely cursive handwriting was unmistakably mine. Okay, I know what this looks like, but I really didn't do this. Detention for a week. This Haley was good. She'd copied my handwriting to perfection. I didn't take her pranks sitting down, though. Well, I'm always sitting down, but you know what I mean. I just had a lot of accidents around her. Oops, sorry, lost control. That jacket looks new, huh? Sorry, I just didn't see your toes. You have really tiny feet, Haley. Then one day, our principal came to class to tell us about a statewide competition for which one student would be chosen from the school, and all interested candidates had to sit for a test. Also, I should add that the
winner of the competition will get a full scholarship to any university of their choice.
This was a chance to make all my dreams come true. I spent countless hours studying for the test. I knew Haley was preparing for it too, even though she didn't need a scholarship. It was just an attempt to beat me. The test was tough, but I did my best. And guess what? It was good enough. I managed to come out on top, and I was over the moon. But there was one problem. The competition required a big entry fee, and I had to travel to another town and cover those expenses too. I wanted to ask my parents for help, but that evening, I heard a huge fight between them over money, and I just couldn't. I wasn't giving up though, not after coming this far. So I decided to sell tacos in the school cafeteria, because seriously, I make the world's best tacos. I could cover the cost of ingredients, and I just needed to sell enough for 2 weeks to collect the amount I needed. I set up a little taco corner in the cafeteria, and they were an instant hit. My tacos were selling like hotcakes, till the awful lunch ladies in the cafeteria reported me to the principal, and I was informed that I couldn't sell food on school premises. So the next day, as soon as school ended, I was ready with my taco stall right outside the school gate. Technically not on school premises, so no one could say anything to me. Even some friends joined me in selling them, and the first few days, things were going great. But suddenly, things started going very wrong. Students started getting sick in school with similar symptoms, and parents poured in with complaints. The principal launched an investigation, and it wasn't long before they discovered the problem: my tacos. I was suspended for 2 weeks, but worse than that, Haley was chosen for the competition instead, and I was devastated. I didn't even tell anyone at home I was suspended. They all thought I had spring break. But 3 days later, the most unlikely thing happened. Cody, Haley's boyfriend, came to visit me at home.
Hello? I'm Cody from school. I came to see if you were doing okay.
Oh, wow, you're welcome. You too. What?
Can I come in, or are you busy?
No, I'm not busy. I mean, yes, I am busy. Actually, there's an avocado that's going bad, and I need to make some guacamole, but it can wait a bit longer. Not too long, though. What was I even saying? And that afternoon, Cody told me that Haley had sabotaged my taco business.
She'd mentioned something about bringing you down, and I thought she was kidding. She got someone to mix something into your food, which made everyone sick. I am so sorry.
I couldn't believe that someone could be so heartless, and there was nothing I could even do about it, and I just started to cry.
There'll be other chances, Edith, and I can't believe you started a business and made that much money. You're really cool and brave.
After that, Cody started visiting regularly during my suspension, and we'd have fun and joke around. He really made me feel seen, and we could talk about anything.
Do you feel people act weird around you sometimes?
Yeah, most people get so awkward when they see a wheelchair. Like, they don't know if they need to express sympathy or if they should just ignore it completely. But really, I'm fine, and I just want people to act normal.
Do you wish you could walk someday?
More than anything in the world. I dream about it all the time. Cody pressed my hand and smiled warmly, and my heart fluttered. And when I went back inside, my stupid sisters were waiting for me with huge grins.
You like him. You want to hug him. You want to kiss him. You want to...
Shut up, Louisa. He's just a friend. You may be book smart, but you don't know the first thing about boys. He's not coming over every day because he likes you as a friend. And if you're not interested in dating him, I can. I mean, it would be a crime to let this rich, yummy boy go. Shut up, Louisa. He's mine. When my suspension ended, I was back to school, ready to work hard again. Actually, I was looking forward to seeing Cody more than anything, but to my disappointment, I found him right next to Haley. I gave him a small wave, and he just looked away. Well, I guess things were back to normal. Cody had just felt bad for me, and he tried to make me feel better. He was still gonna choose Haley because she was everything a guy could want. Soon enough, the spring dance was on everyone's mind, but I wasn't even thinking about it till one day in the cafeteria. I was reading by myself when Cody sat and joined me.
Edith, I'm sorry I've been avoiding you. Will you go to the spring dance with me?
What? But what about Haley? You stole my boyfriend. You act like this poor little wheelchair girl, but you're so cunning. And I'm done keeping your stupid little secret too. Hey everyone, did Edith ever tell you that her sister's a thief who stole something from my house? Who knows? Maybe dishonesty runs in the family, and Edith's lying and she can actually walk.
That's enough. I broke up with you because I don't love you, Haley. Please, just back off and stop spreading lies about Edith. No one's buying them, least of all me.
Haley stared at us furiously, then screamed and stormed off.
So, where were we? Oh yeah, the spring dance. Go with me?
Since you're desperate, sure. We had an amazing time dancing away, and then we went out for a breather and shared our first kiss. Well, my first kiss ever, and it was magical. But when I got back home, I found Dad in the lounge in tears. Dad, what's wrong? Are you okay?
I'm more than okay, honey. I just won a huge research grant.
Oh my God, I knew you'd do it. I'm so proud of you. What's your research about?
It's about you. It's all I've been working on for years, and I couldn't give up. You never lost complete sensation in your feet, Edith, and I've been working on developing a machine that can get you walking again. I don't want to raise your hopes too high, but it's a very real possibility, and we have the money to try it out.
Dad, I can't believe you did this for me. Even if it all doesn't go to plan, this means everything. Well, long story short, I was one of Dad's subjects, and within 2 months, he got me to stand on my own 2 feet. A baby couldn't be prouder of his first steps than I was, and all of my mom's and sister's dreams came true too. We moved to a much bigger house with much fancier things, and Mom didn't have to work anymore. I knew I always made the right choice marrying you, Mr. Arnstein.
I'm still wondering why I married you, but let's not argue anymore, dear.
When I was 8, my parents took me to Italy on a family holiday. It was all fun until I saw something I could only imagine in my worst nightmare. The Leaning Tower of Pisa. I ran to the building and started pushing against a wall. Mom, Dad, please come and help me get this straight. It's all wrong.
What's wrong with that girl? Is she possessed? That kid's a freak.
But Mom went mad hearing them. She's a perfectionist, not a freak, dumbhead. Dad dragged her away and took us both home before we could make a bigger scene. Hey friends, my name is Bella and I'm from Manchester. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I've been a perfectionist, like my mom. She owned a small bakery and everyone loved her cakes. Growing up, my place always used to be squeaky clean, and I hated visiting other kids just because their homes weren't as tidy as mine. But it wasn't just that. I couldn't sleep at night without the TV on. I needed to color code my entire closet, and I had to count words on signboards while I traveled in a car. When I was in the 9th grade, another bakery opened up right across from ours. When Mom saw the long lines outside, she was furious and wanted to check out what they had that we didn't. But when I entered the shop and I saw the slightly tilted balloon arc, I felt my eye twitch. I just had to fix it. As I tried to, the entire thing fell on a table of cupcakes, and then a girl standing nearby started to yell at me. Are you crazy? My parents worked so hard to set everything up and you ruined it. But I swear, I just wanted to fix the arc. I'm so sorry. Wait a minute. Aren't you from the bakery across the street? You guys were jealous, and you did this on purpose. What? Of course not. Let me just tell you, the whole decoration looks ugly. There's no color coordination, everything's off. No way we'd be jealous of this place. And before I knew it, the girl had pounced on me with her gross, sticky hands. Oh God. Our parents pulled us apart, but our moms were glaring at each other. Get out of our shop, now! Yeah, we're leaving. It's not like it's something special. On our way home, I was so mad at that girl, and I hoped I'd never see her again. But the very next day in school, someone entered the classroom, and it was her. The teacher introduced her as Maya, and just then our eyes locked, and she glared at me. When she sat down, I noticed her odd-colored nails and cringed. Like, who did that? I tried avoiding Maya every day, but she was so loud and messy. One day, the math teacher asked everyone to take out their homework assignments, and she just couldn't find hers. I promise I did it. I put it in here. And then what happened? Your dog ate it? An elf came at night and stole it. A kidnapper is holding it for ransom. I make myself laugh. Well, at least you make someone laugh. And then Maya turned over her entire bag on her desk, and I was horrified at all the trash she had inside. She found her filthy assignment and a half-eaten donut. Want some? I'm sure it's only 2 weeks old. No, 3. Okay, a month, tops. The teacher looked as disgusted as I felt and made Maya stand at the back with her face to the wall. She deserved it. But the next day, I saw a bunch of kids gathered around Maya before math class, and they were all laughing. The teacher walked in and everyone ran to their seats. A few moments later, I saw Maya take out a freaking mouse from her pocket and quietly slip it into the teacher's desk while her back was turned. Seconds later, when the teacher turned around, she screamed and fell back in fright, while the mouse started running everywhere, and I panicked. Maya, catch your stupid mouse right now. I can't stand it. Mice are dirty. Catch it now. The whole class turned to me in shock, and the teacher was about to explode. Maya got 2 months detention, and she and the entire class turned on me. You're such a snitch, Bella. Everyone knew it was me, but you had to announce it. I didn't mean to. Do you ever mean to do anything? Save it, weirdo. As if having her in school wasn't bad enough, I found out that she was also my neighbor. Mom was even more annoyed than I was. Oh God, are they following us or something? That hot mess now lives next to us. I felt the same way about Maya, but for some reason, all the kids and most of the teachers became her fans. It was like Maya was the real perfectionist because she could have fun. And she was an ace student who was giving me tough competition. One day during lunch, I was sitting at my usual spot when suddenly Maya came over and sat across me, grinning. What are you doing here? Oh, I just came to see if you'd like the surprise I planned for you. What surprise? Why don't you look up? I looked up and saw a balloon coming right at me. And suddenly, I was drenched in paint. My hair, clothes, face, it was everywhere. Oh God, oh my God, no, what did you do? Hey, Bella, I was just messing around. Can you relax? But it was like I couldn't hear her. And suddenly, I attacked Maya as I screamed and cried. I don't remember what happened next, but as the teachers were taking me away, everyone was looking at me like I was some kind of alien. I was taken to the hospital and I found out that I just had a panic attack and that I had OCD. Turns out, even Mom had it and never knew. I had a breakdown and needed to take some time off school. I returned after 2 weeks and could feel everyone giving me weird looks, like I'd go mental any second, and it was all Maya's fault. But the moment I entered class, she stepped forward and smiled at me. Hey Bella, I'm so glad you're back. I hope you're feeling better. Whatever, Maya, don't pretend like you care. Look, I'm just really sorry for that day. I was only having fun, but I didn't know. Oh please, just get out of my way. But after that day, Maya kept being nice to me, even though I kept trying to ignore her. A few days later, we were having art class and Maya took a place next to me. Sometime later, she looked over my painting and said, "That looks really good. You're talented. Can't say the same about you. What did you even make? A dog with a horse's body?" Maya just looked at me and then burst out laughing. She laughed so hard she fell on the floor, and I started laughing too. OMG, you are so mean. That was my puppy that died a few years ago. But jeez, it does look like he has a horse's body. Maybe Maya wasn't so bad. Soon we started hanging out together, and she kind of started to grow on me. One time I was in the cafeteria eating my lunch when I realized Maya was staring at me. What? Why do you finish your fries first, then the burger, and cold drink in the end? I don't know. I always eat it like that. Everybody does. No? Why don't you try this? Maya ate a fry, then took a bite of the burger, and took a sip of her soda. Though I hated the idea of trying all three together, I did it for Maya. Holy moly, it tastes amazing! Told ya. Maya was the friend I needed. She accepted me for who I was, but also made me try different things. One day when I was home, I suddenly heard Mom screaming loudly. She was arguing with Maya's mom, who was washing her car while playing loud music. I asked you to keep the music down and stop making a mess. You're wasting water, you dumbhead. Who are you calling a dumbhead? And then she turned the hose to Mom, completely soaking her. Mom was furious and tried to snatch the hose from her. As they both fought, I saw Maya come out. Jeez, Maya, tell your mom to stop. Look at her, she's messy and crazy. She's crazy? Well, at least she's not a robot, like you and your mom. And just like that, we both got into a fight. I was so angry at Maya, I totally ignored her at school the next day. And she was doing the same. In our science period, the teacher announced how there was going to be a science tournament and we needed to pick teams. Even though Maya and I were the smartest kids in class, everyone wanted to be on her team. You're going to make the project so fun, Maya. I want to be with you.
Me too. Pick me, Maya.
So I had to choose from 3 backbenchers. And as we worked together, I realized my team really needed to learn the basics. I could see Maya's project was almost done, and I was so far behind. So just one day before the submission date, I became a dictator. Listen to me loud and clear. We will get this done today. You got it? Go, go, go! I pushed those guys so hard, and by some miracle, we finished it. Well, team, I'm proud of you. I'm sure we'll win tomorrow.
But Maya's project looks so much better. Ours is really good too. Come on, we can win this.
I was feeling confident, but something totally unexpected was waiting for me at school the next day. Maya was screaming while her project lay broken on the floor. It was fine when we left it yesterday. How could this happen? We worked so hard. What do we do now?
Who did this? Do you think it could be Bella?
Oh, shut up. She would never do this. I felt my heart swell hearing her words. She wasn't talking to me, but she still defended me. Just then, I spotted my team member snickering on the side.
Ours is the best project now.
What do you mean now? What did you do?
Bella, we just wanted to win.
What did you do? Spit it out.
We kind of broke it yesterday before leaving school.
Oh my God! I couldn't believe they'd do such a thing. I was beyond furious. I didn't want to win this way, so I walked over to Maya's stall and told her everything. You can tell the teachers. I'm really sorry. Well, that was a nasty thing your team did, but I appreciate you being honest. Help us fix this and we can forget about it, okay? I helped Maya and her team fix the project right before the exhibition started, and after the teachers judged everyone's project, they got first prize. And I was so happy for her. Just as I was walking away, Maya suddenly pulled me into an empty classroom, and she kissed me. Whoa, what just happened? I just wanted to do that. Did you like it?
Maya, it's not a really good idea. Our moms hate each other and wouldn't even want us to be friends.
Why don't you loosen up for once and stop caring, Bella? Did you like it or not? I looked at her and smiled.
I think I did. I'll have to try it again to be sure.
And then I kissed her. The next few weeks with Maya were amazing. We kept it completely secret from our moms, and we were always sneaking around them. One time, she asked me to come over at night, and I nearly passed out when I saw her room. There were clothes everywhere. Oh my God. Listen, I'm helping you clean this. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to break up with you. She laughed, and we spent the whole night sorting out the mess. Best date ever. Sometime later, Maya and I were selected to be part of a quiz competition that was gonna be broadcast live on a local TV channel. I was nervous, but so relieved to be doing this with Maya. It was going great, till there came a moment when I pressed the buzzer to answer a question, but suddenly, my mind went blank. I started to sweat and felt breathless as I sensed all eyes on me. Oh God, not another panic attack. Do you know the answer? I do, but I just need to count to 50 first. What? We don't have time for that. If you don't know the answer, just pass. Suddenly, Maya leapt up from her seat. She does know the answer. She just needs to count to 50, okay? Can you give her some space and let her do that? The host gave her an impatient nod, and I closed my eyes as Maya took my hand. Once I'd counted, I gave the answer, and it was correct. We won! I stepped forward as team captain to receive the trophy, when suddenly, Maya's mom jumped onto the stage and tried to snatch it from me. Why do you get to receive it? My daughter should. You wouldn't even have won without her, loser. And then my mom was on the stage too. Who are you calling a loser? She's the team captain because she's better than your daughter. Oh my God, shut up, both of you. We dragged our mothers backstage and I turned to them furiously. Thanks a lot for embarrassing us. You know what? You want to fight and compete and rip each other's hair out? Go ahead. But Maya and I are friends. In fact, we're more than friends. And with that, I took her hand. What do you mean? Let me make it clearer. And with that, Maya kissed me, and our moms' faces were priceless. No way, not happening. Bella, have you lost your mind? Yeah, maybe I have. Deal with it.
I put my arm through Maya's and we walked off to celebrate our victory with ice cream. We'll get 3 scoops each. Vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. Exactly in that order. Don't mess it up, okay? I love you, Maya. Yeah, you're okay too.
My name is Missy, and if there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I've always dreamed of finding love. Love is about being seen, the kind of attention that makes you feel special. But that's never been me. They say love finds you when you least expect it. I never believed that. Not until it literally found me. I was getting ready for school when I heard the doorbell ring. I opened the door. No one was there. And then I saw it. A mysterious box wrapped in silver paper with my name written on it. I wasn't expecting any deliveries. I wasn't even sure it was safe to bring in my house. But something inside me had to know what was inside. Tucked inside the black velvet was the most beautiful diamond ring I've ever seen. The way it caught the light and sparkled made my heart skip a beat. Next to it was a small, neatly folded note. For as long as you wear this ring, true love will find you. Was this a dream come true? I slid the ring onto my finger. I didn't question it. I didn't hesitate. And somehow, the ring was a perfect fit. Immediately, I felt a sudden, unexplainable shift in the air. When I got to school, things were different. Typically, I was just lucky to get noticed if someone bumped into me in the hallway. But when I walked in today, my classmates who usually ignored me seemed thrilled to see me. Even Amanda and Daisy, the most popular mean girls, gave me compliments.
Good morning, Missy. You look so cute. Missy, hi. Will you sit next to me at lunch today?
I was starting to think this was some kind of prank. But then in class, Mr. Robbins, my calculus teacher who never seemed to pass me no matter what I did, complimented my homework.
Everyone could learn a thing or two from Missy. She's the only one who turns in fantastic work.
By lunchtime, it was like people were fighting to sit near me. I had never gotten this kind of attention in my life. Girls kept trying to take selfies with me to post on social media, and boys kept throwing me looks of interest. Some even came over to chat me up. Even the nerdy, antisocial guy from my chemistry class, Gordy, came up to me after volleyball practice. And he never talks to anyone.
Hey, it's Missy, right? You're really good at volleyball.
I wondered if anyone at school had ever even heard his voice up until now. Were you watching me?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to be my girlfriend?
No. He just asked me what my name was, and now he was asking me to be his girlfriend? Who does that? My mind was racing. It was like I was totally invisible before. And all of a sudden, I was getting attention from everyone. Well, not everyone. The one person who I'd hoped would notice me, Jake, still walked by me like I didn't exist. I'd had a crush on Jake for, like, forever. When I read that note this morning, I thought Jake and I... maybe he would... I don't know. I thought this ring was supposed to bring me true love and that it would be with Jake. When I got home, my phone was ringing and buzzing off the hook with calls, text messages, new likes, and followers on social media. I didn't even recognize most of the numbers. That's when I wondered, was all of this from the ring? I took it off, and suddenly the call stopped. Interesting. Well, at least this way I could focus on my homework. The next morning, I realized I totally overslept and went to school in a mad rush. And when I got there, I was suddenly invisible again. No one talked to me, not even Gordy. None of my new friends paid me any mind. What changed? I realized I'd forgotten the ring at home in my rush to get to school. I was a ghost in the hallways, and that lack of attention was causing panic to creep over me. I didn't like being invisible again. Once I got home, I'd shove that ring back on and never take it off again. I wanted that feeling again. Needed to be seen. The next day at school, with the ring on, I had everyone's attention again. And it felt good. Really good. For the next few days, I was learning what it meant to be this new version of myself. The new Missy was confident, fearless. She owned every room she walked into. I quickly became the most popular girl in school. I had more followers on social media than my entire class combined. Every girl wanted to be me. Every guy wanted to date me. And lots of them tried. I flirted aimlessly with a lot of them for fun. But others that tried, I couldn't believe they would even shoot their shot with me.
Hi, Missy. Do you want to be partners in the chem lab today?
Ew, no, she doesn't. Why would someone like her ever even speak to you?
Right? Like, get a clue. He's such a loser. Really? The only guy that stood a chance with me was Jake. And he still really hadn't paid me the mind that other people had. Just then, I saw Jake at his locker. Maybe I just needed to try a little harder. Give him a nudge. I'd hit him with the move that had the other boys following me around like puppies. I walked towards him, and as I passed him, I flipped my hair and talked to him over my shoulder. Hey, Jake. Wicked shirt.
Oh, thanks.
Nothing. Barely even a reaction. How come everyone was obsessed with me except Jake? Clearly, either the ring didn't work on Jake, or he just wasn't my true love. I walked into chemistry sulking from my bruised ego. Seeing the line of boys hoping to be my lab partner didn't even help. I was still in my pity party when a deep voice with the hottest accent pulled me straight out of it.
Don't even bother asking her voice. She's mine.
Timothy. He had just moved to the country a few months ago. Even though he kept to himself and barely interacted with anyone, he was shrouded with new kid mystique. Rumors flew around that he came from a super powerful rich family who lived in a mansion. Anytime I had seen him, he was just observing. I figured he was still trying to learn the ropes of an American school. And now, here he was, claiming me. The boys grumbled and laughed, while Timothy slid into the empty seat beside me like he'd always belonged there. He set down his books with a smooth ease, giving me a lopsided smirk. Wow, possessive much?
I prefer efficient.
You don't even know if I want to be your partner.
Don't you?
Before I could even respond, our teacher told us to begin. We put on our gloves and got to work. Timothy handled the assignment like he was a craftsman, and chemistry was his craft. Everything was done with precision and impressive control. Every so often, I would catch him glancing at me. So, you do this often? Mix potentially dangerous substances in your free time?
Only when necessary.
Where are you from, anyway?
You mean before I arrived here?
Well, yeah.
Europe.
Well, that's specific. The liquid in our beaker shifted from deep blue to bright pink, signaling the reaction was complete. I scribbled down the results. When I looked up, he was looking at me intently. You stare a lot.
Well, there's a lot of beauty to stare at.
Okay, that worked.
Now that we've found each other, you should let me take you out.
Now that we found each other? The note had said true love would find you. And here Timothy was. Maybe this was it. Okay, yes. Timothy smiled, looking as if he'd just won something. After class, we walked to lunch together, arm in arm. If I thought I had attention before, this was next level. Everyone, and I mean everyone, was talking about how Missy and the new hot European guy were together. The next morning, I walked into school to find a perfect red rose taped to my locker with a note for my beautiful Missy, thinking of you always, Tim. It was so sweet, the kind of thing I had always dreamed of someone doing for me. He carried my books to class and even paid for my lunch every day. I felt a flutter in my chest, a tiny voice whispering, "This is real. This is good." I was starting to feel something for him. For the next few weeks, it was like Tim and I owned the school, and I loved the feeling. Some people worshipped us, while others were so envious of our relationship. And I loved that even more. Old Missy might have wanted Jake, but new Missy deserved something bigger. Like a bunch of friends and attention, and someone rich and cool who's obsessed with her, like Tim. The best part was Timothy's access to the most luxurious things. It meant I had access to those things. One day, Timothy took a group of friends to the Larkwood Club, a super private and elite social beach club with a crazy membership fee. As I stood there tanning in the sun and being the center of attention, a waiter in a crisp white shirt approached. Jake.
Finally. I'll have a lemonade, fresh squeezed, not that canned garbage. Same. And make it fast, yeah?
Jake nodded, jotting down the order, but didn't say a word. That apathy, like he wasn't even paying attention, it bothered me a lot. You got that? Make it fast or no tip. We've waited long enough. Chop chop. Jake's jaw tensed, but he just gave a short nod before hurrying off. Amanda and Daisy looked at me, and then we all burst out laughing. Just then, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the sleek glass building. The girl who was staring back at me was standing next to girls who had always made her feel small. And now, I was one of them, behaving just the way they did. It made my stomach twist. I tried to turn my attention back to the group and Timothy, who was staring at me with a huge grin on his face. But that feeling was hard to shake. Who was I becoming? Over the next few weeks, the more time Timothy and I spent together, the more I realized that we didn't have much in common. He didn't watch movies or listen to music. He never laughed at my jokes. He never talked about his childhood or his friends or past or what he wanted to do in the future. Every conversation somehow circled back to how perfect we were together. Maybe it was true. Opposites attract, right? And anytime we were apart, the feeling that something was wrong would start weighing heavily on me. Then, as soon as I was with him, I felt like I could breathe again. It had to be right. It all took a turn when I went over to Tim's house for the first time. As I walked up his driveway, I realized this was nothing like I'd been expecting. The house was a mansion, but it was old and creepy, the kind kids dare each other to walk past on Halloween. When I lifted my hand to knock, the door creaked open all on its own. There in the shadows stood Tim, grinning.
Missy, come on in.
I forced a smile and stepped inside. The only source of light inside were some flickering candles. And then I saw Tim's parents in the hallway. They were both tall, thin, and dressed in all black except for a bunch of old Victorian-looking jewelry. They just kept watching me. It was like their eyes never blinked. But it was the glazed look in his mom's eyes that freaked me out the most.
So, you're Missy.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, don't worry about that. Just call them Mom and Dad.
I froze. Mom and Dad? I just met them. Surely he must have been joking. I let out a nervous laugh, but no one else laughed. They just stared.
Do you believe in fate, Missy?
I guess.
Then you understand some things are meant to be. We're so glad you agree and like the ring.
The ring? How did they know anything about the ring?
I knew it would be perfect for her.
Wait, hold on a minute. You were the one who gave me the ring?
Of course I am. Now we can spend the rest of our lives together in love.
My heart dropped. Timothy had given me the ring? How was that even possible? This whole situation left an awful taste in my mouth. I looked over at his mom, who still hadn't opened her mouth. She grasped at her throat, and just then, I saw the same exact ring on her finger that I had on mine. I needed to get out of here, now! You know, I just realized that I totally forgot I have, a super big project due tomorrow. I should go home. I ran out of the house before they could say another word. What kind of insane family was that? I don't know what kind of power was in that ring, but I didn't want any part of it. I turned the corner onto my street, and there, on my doorstep again, was Tim, with a twitch in his eye. How did you get here before me?
Why did you leave? We were in the middle of a date.
This whole ring thing, it's really starting to creep me out.
I can explain. My family's been crafting jewelry for generations, but we aren't just skilled artisans. We have a gift. We can infuse our creations with the power of intention, bringing our very desires to life. That's exactly what I did with your ring. Our fates are bound now, you and me, forever intertwined.
I tried to stay calm as I took off the ring. A weird look came over his face. I'm really sorry, but I don't know if we should continue seeing each other. I'll see you at school, okay? I went into my house and started to close the door, but he stopped it with his hand.
Didn't you notice how much better your life was when you wore the ring? When I first moved here, I noticed you when no one else did. You were constantly looking towards other people, hoping someone would talk to you, include you in their conversations, notice you, praise you. But you always stayed in the shadows, too afraid to speak up. I could see what you really wanted, though. You craved to be seen just like me. I have the power to give us the attention we need, the attention we deserve, the power to bring you true love.
I don't think this is true love, Timothy, and I don't think I want the attention this badly. I handed the ring back to him, and I swear I will never forget the crazed look in his eyes. I closed the door, and this time he didn't stop me. Major sigh of relief. I should have known that ring was too good to be true. Sure, it brought me the popularity and the attention, but was all that worth an insane family and me not even recognizing myself anymore? The next day at school, I was back to the old Missy. No one talked to me, no one really even looked at me. It was like none of my friends even remembered who I was. And to be honest, I was relieved. I wasn't sure any relationship I had was authentic in the first place. And after everything that had happened between me and Tim, I just wanted to be alone. And weirdly enough, Tim had disappeared. He wasn't at school or in class for the next week. Maybe that was something else to be relieved and grateful for. One afternoon, I was having ice cream by myself at a cafe like I used to before, when suddenly, Jake walked in. He went up to order, and I pretended to check my phone. Not really sure why. It wasn't like he noticed me much anyway, even when I had the ring on. I got up and turned toward the door. Just then, a hand reached out and opened the door for me.
I got it, Missy.
Oh, thanks. We walked out together and kinda started walking in the same direction on the pier. Even though we weren't talking, there was some kind of charge. This was slow and quiet, not like what it felt like with everyone who gave me attention. I wondered what it would be like if Jake had paid attention to me, but that wasn't something I really deserved. I had turned into someone I didn't want to be. Hey, Jake, I'm really sorry about how I spoke to you the other day at the beach club. That wasn't cool.
Oh, people talk to me like that all the time at the club. It's okay.
It's not okay. I shouldn't have been one of those awful people. I'm sorry.
That's big of you. Thanks. I forgive you.
All of a sudden, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and that's when I saw him, Tim, standing at the end of the pier, lurking in the shadows of a gift shop. He was watching us, and then he stepped forward into the light.
Missy!
His voice cut through the night like a knife.
Moving on so soon? You've just barely broken up. This could be considered cheating.
The way he said it sent a ripple of unease through me. You and I aren't even together, and Jake and I are just walking.
He doesn't know what you want, but I do. Put it back on.
Tim's hand moved to his pocket, pulling out the all-too-familiar ring. His fingers curled around my wrist slightly as he tried to slide the ring on. I tried to yank my hand away. No, Tim, you're being insane.
Insane? No, what's insane is you thinking you could just take it off. That you can pretend none of this ever happened.
His grip tightened, not painfully, but firm.
Let her go.
Jake's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. He stepped between us. Timothy let out a slow exhale, like he was disappointed. His eyes flicked to Jake. Something dark flashed behind them.
You were never supposed to be here.
No, Tim. You're the one who was never supposed to be here. Timothy's head snapped toward me. His expression twitched, but I didn't care. Something inside me had shifted. You were never supposed to be in my head, making me think I needed you, or the attention, or the ring. Maybe I thought I needed people looking at me, talking about me, wanting me. But none of it was real. The attention didn't make me important, and it made me someone I didn't even recognize or like. And I'm done with that. I'd rather be invisible, and myself again. Timothy's face twisted into something ugly.
No, that's not who you are. You just need to remember.
His hand darted out, gripping my wrist, trying to force the ring back onto my finger again.
I said, let her go!
Jake shoved Timothy back. Timothy staggered but caught himself, then shoved Jake back violently. I gasped as Jake's foot caught the edge of the pier and he grabbed Timothy's hand at the last second, trying to regain his balance. But Timothy looked at him with a sinister smile and let go. Jake fell backwards and hit the water with a splash. I ran over to the railing, hoping that Jake was okay, but all I saw were bubbles. What is wrong with you? What if he can't swim? We have to get help.
Can't you see that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make you happy? To make sure you get everything you deserve? Just put the ring back on and I'll show you.
That's gonna be harder than you think.
My head whipped back an assault on Jake. We contacted the police and went with the officers to his mansion. The officers knocked for a while, and finally Timothy's parents appeared, completely poised and calm.
We're looking for Timothy. There's been an incident.
Timothy's mother just looked at us with those glazed eyes, and his father politely smiled.
Timothy? Oh, I'm afraid you must be mistaken. We do have a son, but he doesn't live here. He's away at boarding school. Has been for years.
A cold shiver ran down my spine. That's not true. He's been at our school. I know him. And I've been here in this house with all of you before. The officers exchanged looks. One of them walked over to the car to hop on the radio to talk to someone. He walked back over a few moments later.
Ma'am, we've just checked. There's no record of a Timothy ever being enrolled at your school.
A sick feeling crawled up my throat. As the police started to walk away, Timothy's father bent down and whispered in my ear.
Attention is a fragile thing, Missy. The moment it shifts away, it's like you were never there at all.
Back at school, it was like Timothy had never existed in the first place. But Jake and I knew the truth. And sometimes I felt it, that prickling on my neck, the weight of unseen eyes, like Timothy was still watching. When suddenly, I saw a bunch of kids running toward me. I froze, stunned. But they rushed right past me without even looking. Confused, I turned around, and that's when I saw her. A girl standing in the middle of the crowd, all eyes on her. And just then, I saw it. The exact same ring on her finger that I once wore. There was only one thing I really wanted, a boyfriend. I dated before, but all those guys were jerks. I even said yes to a nerd for one date just to see if he'd surprise me. Never trying that again. No thank you. Next! I was beginning to lose hope in ever finding my Prince Charming. That was until Chris came into my world years later in high school. My eyes were immediately hooked onto him. The looks, the smile, and the muscles rippling underneath his shirt. I just had to have him. So I asked him out, something I would never do normally. But it all worked out because he said yes. It didn't take long for us to finally go on our first dinner date. It was incredible. He was such a gentleman and knew just the right things to say. I knew right as he took my hand that he was the one. But I couldn't shake the feeling of deja vu, like I'd met Chris before. Oh well, I'm sure it's nothing. For the next few months, we went on many different dates, traveling all over the city, eating wonderful foods, and studying together at night. Everything was perfect. I had finally found a good boyfriend, and he was a keeper. But of course, something just had to happen to ruin it. Chris had planned a date at a fancy new restaurant downtown. I was so excited. I actually got ready early this time and speed walked to the restaurant with a spring in my step. But when I finally got there, my heart fell to the floor and shattered. Sitting next to my boyfriend was another girl with her arm around his shoulder. I didn't care if he looked a bit uncomfortable. I wasn't taking this betrayal lying down. So I burst through the doors and marched straight up to the duo's seat. Who is this?
Tia? You're early.
Answer the question, Chris. How could you cheat on me?
Wait, I didn't cheat.
Who is this then? Hello, you must be Tia. I've been looking forward to meeting you. I'm Chris's big sister. The name's Vecta. The girl's cheeky smirk nearly made me get physical, but her last words registered just in time. Sister? Yep. I wanted to see who claimed my brother's heart and changed him so much. You see, I'm very interested because Chris and I are very close. That's funny because he never mentioned you.
I thought I'd introduce you two when the time was right, but since Vecta is here, I guess there's no time like the present.
Well, nice to meet you. But we are supposed to be on a date. I don't want to be mean or anything, but...
She's right, Vecta. You should go home. I'll be back soon.
Oh, she didn't like that. She looked at us both, and instead of leaving, got comfortable. Nah, you two just act like I'm not even here. You won't even notice me. Besides, I'm starving.
Fine.
Fine? It wasn't fine with me, but she was a sister, and it was just one evening. How hard would it be to get through it? Turns out, really hard. She kept interrupting non-stop. Oh, Chris, I have this really funny story to tell you. That's hilarious. Oh, stop it, Tia. I think I just peed a little. I didn't even tell it yet, but I know it's really funny. You just said so yourself. Which reminds me, Chris, I've got a joke that'll make you poop. So, a duck and a chicken walk into a bar. She kept picking up food from Chris's plate and fussing over him. Why would you order this dish? You hate olives and broccoli. Here, I'll take those. Also, you've got sauce on your face. There, I got it. Do you need to blow your nose, Chrissy? And when she wasn't acting like his freaking mother, she kept staring daggers at me. I tried to act like I wasn't bothered at all and leaned over to feed Chris some of my pasta. But seconds later, he started coughing and turning blue. Oh my God, you poisoned him. What? Of course I didn't. Chris, are you okay? Say something. He can't, you moron. His tongue is swollen. What is in that pasta? Blueberries, kiwis, dandelion tea, rosehip oil, Diet Coke? No. Honey, oysters, anchovies. Yes, it has anchovies. Don't you know anything about him at all? And with that, she quickly reached into her bag, pulled out an EpiPen, and stabbed him with it in the thigh. He gasped and coughed some more, but he could finally breathe. What would you do without me, bro? The date ended after that, thankfully. And as I went home, I hoped it was the last I'd ever see of her. But for the next 2 months, it was the same. No matter where we went and what we did, Vecta was there to ruin it. Chris just couldn't seem to shake her off and would let her stay. And she kept making it obvious that she disapproved of me greatly. I'd catch her staring at me with disdain, like I wasn't worthy of him or something. It didn't feel like the frustrations of some jealous ex, thank God. But it was something serious, enough to squeeze herself in on our dates and annoy me while wearing the most outlandish cosplay outfits and hairstyles. So childish. It was even affecting Chris. He had been looking more downcast lately. It came to a head when he actually decided to hang out with Vecta over me for a day. What?
Look, she's my sister, and I have been neglecting her recently.
But what about our date today?
She would just crash it as usual. I promise we'll hang out this weekend. Just the two of us.
He kissed me on the cheek and then left me devastated and confused. That night in bed, I stayed up pounding my pillow, imagining it was Vecta's face. I wanted our private time back, but as much as I wanted to slap her, violence wasn't the solution. Instead, I needed to know what Vecta's problem was. There must be a reason for why she was acting the way she was. Luckily, a puzzle piece fell into place during the weekend. As promised, I was hanging out with Chris at his place. We were watching a cheesy romance movie while snuggling on the couch. Right on time, Vecta came out of nowhere and inserted herself into our lives again. No, literally, she came and sat between us on the couch, holding a dead potted plant. You let our plant die? The plant that symbolizes our bond as brother and sister?
I've never even seen that plant before. Vecta, what do you want?
A plant that's alive? But I guess that ship has sailed. Do you know what next week is? Christopher? Christopher? Now, why did that name sound so familiar? Before I could remember anything, Chris let out a loud sigh.
I told you not to call me by that name.
Whatever. Now guess, before I call you by your real name again. That's your real name?
Used to be. Anyway, I don't know what's happening next week, Vecta. Can you just leave us alone today?
A part of me was jumping for joy at the way Chris snapped at her, but another part noticed how hurt Vecta looked. I gave in to my more merciful half. What's happening next week, Vecta? It's the annual LARPing Capture the Flag event for our city. LARPing? Like that thing nerds do outside? Playing pretend? Yeah, figures you would say that. Are you attending it with me, Christopher? You can even bring your girlfriend.
Why would I do that? That's for losers.
Then Tia should fit right in. That was it. What is your problem? You.
Sis?
No, everything was fine before she showed up in your life. I could say the same for you.
Stop it, you two.
No, not if we want this to stop for good. Vecta, I have a proposal. Interesting. Shoot. We'll join your stupid game. Do we play in teams? Oh, I see where you're going with this. Yeah, we do. I'll be on the team opposing yours. If my team wins, you'll stop interfering in our relationship. And if mine wins, you'll break up with Christopher.
That is not your choice to make, Vecta.
What? Scared she'll lose? Get bored of you in the game, walking away from both? What? I wouldn't do that. I love Christopher, and I'll prove it by beating you. Deal? Deal. We shook hands, and I suddenly realized I just made a deal with the devil, all because I let my emotions get the better of me. I don't even know how to LARP. But there was no backing down now. My relationship was on the line. Before this is over, I'm going to remind my brother of who he really is, all while kicking you to the curb where you belong. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Vecta left, and I slumped down on the couch. What did I just sign myself up for? Chris sighed before looking at me with determination.
If we're going to do this, then I'll have to train you.
You know how to LARP?
Of course not. I just picked up some things from my sister.
If you say so. Where do we start?
Conditioning.
Say what? Chris was not joking. I was put through actual exercises and drills like I was preparing for the army. I was seconds away from giving up, but I refused to lose to Vecta. So I pushed on. And you know what? I'm glad I kept at it. Sure, the conditioning was terrible, but once I was actually playing the game, it felt like I was in another world. It was magical and so different from anything I was used to. But what really made it all worth it was Chris. He was really enjoying himself. That and his immense knowledge on LARPing made it clear he had played before, although he refused to admit it. I hadn't seen him smile like this since ever, really. And if he was happy, I was happy. Eventually, the weekend came, and it was finally time for the event. And when we arrived at the venue, oh my god, there were at least 200 people here. They had even built small buildings and tents, and the large space with a nice forest surrounding us made it even more picturesque. Before I could really appreciate the beauty, Vecta came running up to Chris. Christopher, you really came.
Of course, we both did.
Hello. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about you. Are you sure she won't slow you down? I'd hate for you to lose because of a handicap. Hey!
No worries, she's a natural. She even started to like it.
She did? Yep, this isn't so bad. I'm sure she's just faking it. I'll prove it by winning this thing. Before Chris could say anything, Vecta fled into the crowd. She really doesn't trust me, huh?
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. She's just a...
No, she's lonely, okay? Please don't hate her for this. It's my fault anyway.
Before I could dig further, a horn echoed throughout the field. It was almost time. The two teams, red and green, got into position. The two flags were placed in their proper bases. Finally, the next horn signaled the start of battle. I kept close to Chris. Despite the training, this was still nerve-wracking. The worst part was the mages in the teams pretending to react to their own foam ball spells. It was a struggle at first, but eventually I got used to it and started having fun. I could tell Chris was having a blast too, even more so when he noticed I was having fun too. Eventually, our squad was closing in on the enemy camp. Our leader suggested a pincer attack. Chris was on the other attack squad, which nearly caused me to panic, but a comforting hand to the shoulder later, I calmed down. So we split up and went deeper into the forest. And this is where things got bad. One by one, my squad was picked off by some archer in the woods. It didn't take long for me to be the last one standing. That's when the culprit revealed herself. I'm surprised you lasted this long. Vecta, of course. I should have known. We stared each other down before Vecta threw down her bow and drew her foam sword and shield. Let's make a new deal. The first one to get a hit wins. Same conditions from before apply. I drew my own sword and shield. Fine. Good. Prepare for failure. Wasting no time, Vecta charged at me as if this was a life and death battle, and I responded in kind. I wasn't losing my relationship with Chris. We clashed repeatedly, trading blows on our shields, unable to get a body shot. Shockingly, I was holding my own. Chris had taught me well. I dodged an attack to my leg and asked the burning question in my head. What is your problem with me dating Chris? Shouldn't you be happy for him? Now that really got her mad, and she was lashing out even harder. You seriously haven't figured it out? Of course not. Why would someone like you remember some poor, nerdy boy who bravely asked the popular girl out? Huh? Suddenly, it all fell into place. Chris was Christopher. The nerdy boy I had turned down all those years ago. Christopher used to be a big nerd just like me, and we were always super close, but he decided to abandon who he is to become the kind of guy you'd want. A typical Prince Charming. I barely even recognize him now. I felt ashamed of how I hadn't even given Christopher a chance before. I judged him by his appearance before I even got to know how sweet and amazing he was. But I knew that now, and I liked everything about him, nerdy side and all. I wasn't so shallow anymore. With renewed determination, I took advantage of Vecta's rash attacks and finally got a hit on her side, and she lost. She was about to break down into tears, but before that could happen, I hugged her. I get why you hate me, Vecta, and I'm sorry for turning him down like that before. Your brother is a great guy, and I would never want to change him. Are you serious? Yeah, I love him after all. For the first time, I actually saw Vecta give me a genuine smile. I gladly returned it. Just then, the horn blew, signaling someone had won. We ran back to the team's base, and the sight brought another smile to our faces. Christopher was being carried by his team while holding the green flag, and the smile he wore melted my heart. We won! My brother is something special, huh? He sure is. I was never exactly the most popular girl in school. Well, at least not for the right reason. My sister Lenore and I grew up with parents who were the very definition of a weird goth couple. You know, the usual. Dressing like Victorian gravediggers, feeding ravens in the park, and that one time my mom pranked the dentist with her fake vampire fangs. Yeah, typical parent stuff. But believe it or not, my parents aren't my biggest problem. They're actually the best, most supportive parents anyone could hope for. Yes, we get stares and whispers when we go out in public together, but we didn't care. We were living our best lives. That is, until Lenore and I started elementary school. We were dressed in our usual goth attire, black clothes, black shoes, and black backpacks. My pet spider Sam even snuck into my pocket. The moment our parents dropped us off, the other kids started laughing at us and saying mean things.
Hey, look! Twin freaks! Is your mom a vampire? Is your dad Frankenstein?
Lenore was so embarrassed that she ran off and hid in the bushes.
Leave me alone, you jerks!
I tried to shove one of the mean kids out of my way, but he didn't budge. Just then, Sam crawled out of my pocket and jumped on the kid's face. The kid ran crying and screaming like a maniac. The principal found out, and I was suspended for 2 weeks. That night, Lenore begged Mom and Dad for new clothes. She threw a huge tantrum and refused to eat. When that didn't work, she blasted pop music and ran around the house dressed like a clown.
That music, it's so happy. It's melting my brain. All those colors in that clown costume are burning my eyes. Please, make it stop.
By the next morning, Lenore got her way. Mom and Dad bought her a brand new wardrobe. When my suspension was over, I went back to school. And to my surprise, Lenore was the most popular and best dressed girl in school. During lunch, I tried to sit next to her, but this girl named Stella looked at me like I had 3 heads.
What are you doing, creepy crawly? You can't sit here. No weirdos allowed.
I looked over at Lenore, and she just shrugged.
You heard her. Go sit somewhere else.
As the years passed, Lenore and her BFF Stella became more and more popular. By the time we reached high school, they were captains of the cheerleading team. They had the best grades in our class, and all the boys wanted to date them. They were perfect, and I was a disaster. I did want to make friends, but I could just never get it right. Like for my 14th birthday, I planned a huge birthday party and invited my whole class. I had a spooky birthday theme, of course, which I was sure everyone would love. But just as the kids were done singing happy birthday, I opened the closet and a dozen bats flew all around the room and maybe acted like they were attacking the kids. Everyone started screaming and running around in a panic, and then they left. And the next day at school, the kids whispered behind my back and refused to talk to me. But it was fine. I didn't need those jerks. I still had Sam. Yeah, the tarantula. Jeez, why is everyone so scared of these beautiful creatures? But even though hanging out with Sam was fun, I got lonely sometimes. I never imagined that my life could become an even bigger mess than it already was. But, fate had something in store for me. On Valentine's Day, I walked down the hallway during recess to find a dozen boys surrounding Stella and Lenore in the hallway with gifts and flowers.
Please go out with me, Stella. I'll buy you a Ferrari. Be my Valentine, Lenore. I'll fly you out to the Bahamas.
As I rolled my eyes and took my stuff out of my locker, I was surprised when a bright red envelope fell out of a book and it had my name on it. Hey, what's that? I was super excited, but I tried to play it cool. I got a Valentine.
Ooh, Creepy Crawly has a secret admirer.
Stella snatched the envelope out of my hand and made a huge commotion. Suddenly, everyone was staring at me. Hey, give that back. It's private. Stella tossed the envelope to Lenore, who opened it and started reading it out loud.
My darling Annabelle, you're a shining star, a diamond in the rough. The jocks and cool girls can't measure up to you.
Whoever wrote this must be blind and stupid. I tried to get the letter back, but Stella got in the way. You're my debating diva, my leading lady, my dancing queen, and my future class president. My heart aches when I see your face. Love, your secret admirer. Lenore, Stella, and all the other cool kids couldn't stop laughing, but I was shocked. I only joined the debating team a couple days ago. The last role I played in drama club was a donkey's butt, and I was too shy to dance in front of anyone. Plus, the odds of me becoming class president were slimmer than a toothpick. Just then, Jack, the editor of the school newspaper, materialized right beside me. I think that's a nice letter to get on Valentine's Day.
Of course you do, nerd. I bet you wrote this junk.
It wasn't me, I swear.
Whoever wrote this has lost his mind. Yeah, he's a crazy lunatic.
Lenore ripped the letter to pieces and threw it in the trash. That was mine, you witch! You're so stupid, Annabelle. You don't really have a secret admirer. Someone's just pulling your leg, you dummy. Lenore was probably right. It was a stupid joke. I felt like the biggest loser ever. Once everyone had walked away, Jack pulled the letter out of the trash and taped it back together. Ignore them. I think your secret admirer is real. Maybe I can help you find him. Jack spent the rest of the day asking me a ton of questions about every boy I'd ever spoken to or sat next to in class. He even came home to continue with his questions. Jack was annoying at first, but it felt kinda nice to have someone taking an interest in me. I'm positive he's a member of the drama club or the debate team. All you have to do is lure him out. How am I supposed to do that? Simple. If you suspect someone, you'll wink at him and smile, like this. Jack started doing something really weird and twitchy with his face. Just then, Lenore barged into my room.
You idiots are still searching for that stupid secret admirer?
Not real. My secret admirer isn't stupid. If you aren't going to help, you can get out. Fine, dummy, I'll help. Don't say I never did anything nice for you. Lenore spent all night teaching me how to flirt with boys. The next day, I set my plan in motion. First stop, drama club. I asked the drama teacher if I could audition for the lead role, and surprisingly, I got it. During rehearsal, I met a cute boy who seemed to be into me. When I caught him staring at me in the hallway, I grabbed Jack and pretended to laugh at a joke.
Oh, Jack, you're so funny. Your arms are like marshmallows made of steel.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm flirting with you. Play along. Oh, stop. You're too much.
Drama boy immediately swooped in and asked me out on a date, and it was pretty sweet. He read me poetry and sang to me, but he swore he didn't write the love letter. My next date was a boy from the debate team. I studied for days to earn a spot on the team, but I ended up being so good that I kept beating the team captain, and every time he saw me in the hall, he gave me the meanest looks. I think he hates me. He's just playing hard to get. One night, me and Debate Boy stayed after everyone had left to practice, and the next thing you know, we were kissing. But when I asked him if he was my secret admirer, he got annoyed and blocked my number. A day later, out of the blue, Stella's ex-boyfriend Dylan, who was the best dancer in school, invited me to a party. I didn't think it was a good idea to go, but then I remembered something. OMG, Jack, what if it's Dylan? You know, this one time Dylan came over to my house with Stella, and he accidentally walked into my room when I was dancing alone. It could be him. Yeah, your secret admirer called you a dancing queen. But what about Stella? What about her? Stella broke up with Dylan 2 years ago. She's dated 6 guys since then. I took Jack's advice and went to Dylan's party. As soon as I got there, Stella marched up to me.
I heard you're trying to date my boyfriend.
Isn't he your ex?
He's mine and he doesn't date freaks like you.
She's not a freak. I think she's unique and much cooler than you. Stella got mad and stormed off. Dylan took my hand and pulled me to the dance floor. All eyes were on us, and I got really nervous. Then Dylan whispered in my ear, "You got this, dancing queen." I was beyond excited.
Dylan just quoted a line from my letter. My nerves melted away and we were dancing like superstars. The crowd cheered my name, and at the end of the night, Dylan gave me the perfect kiss. The next day, we were the talk of the school. The more time I spent with Dylan and all his friends, the more I started to realize that I'd been an outcast all this time because I'd never really tried to get to know the other kids at school. I hadn't given them much of a chance because they were different from me. They weren't bad at all, and I could make compromises and not bring Sam to school. Overnight, I became Dylan's girlfriend and even more popular than Stella and Lenore. Someone even nominated me for class president, and I actually won. Even Lenore was nicer to me now, and we'd hang out more. Life was perfect, except for Stella. Every time she saw me, she gave me death glares. She spread rumors and tried to make fun of me, but no one paid attention. My schedule got so busy that with being class president and spending time with Dylan, that I hardly had any time for Jack. Then one day, Jack caught up with me in the hallway. So, what's the verdict? Is Dylan your secret admirer? Maybe. I haven't asked him yet. Then I opened my locker and found another letter in a red envelope from my secret admirer. I started to open it, but I hesitated. What if my secret admirer wasn't Dylan? Then Stella appeared out of nowhere. She snatched the envelope out of my hand and ran down the hall and right up to Dylan.
Hey, Dylan, I'm sorry to be the one to drop the bad news, but your creepy crawly girlfriend is a cheating witch.
Stella showed Dylan the love letter. Dylan, it's not what it looks like. Stella read the letter out loud.
Dearest Annabelle, I'm sorry I've been away for so long. You've kissed a handful of frogs, but that's over now. Meet me behind the bleachers after school and I'll reveal myself to you. Love, your secret admirer and one true love.
Am I a frog?
That seems to be the case, dummy.
Shut up, Stella. Let's go, Annabelle. Your secret admirer is waiting. I didn't know what to do. The last thing I wanted was to break Dylan's heart. Dylan, when you called me your dancing queen, I thought you wrote me the letter on Valentine's. I thought you were my secret admirer. Who cares about some stupid letters? You already have me. Dylan was right, and he was sweet, but he wasn't my true love. I'm sorry, Dylan. I just need to know who it is. I really care about you, Annabelle, and I wish you'd change your mind. But if you don't feel the same way about me, then you should go. I thanked Dylan and gave him a kiss on his cheek. Then I snatched the letter out of Stella's hand and ran. I felt like a jerk, but I had to meet my secret admirer. He'd seen me when I was invisible. He really knew me. I wouldn't have ever had the confidence to make new friends, audition for the lead in the school play, or run for president if it wasn't for his first letter. Jack and I raced out the door and headed straight for the bleachers. When we got there, Jack turned to me. I'm your secret admirer, Annabelle. It was me all along. Jack leaned in to kiss me, but something didn't seem right. I didn't feel any butterflies. In fact, I felt pissed. What? You've been lying to me this whole time? If you liked me and sent me the first letter, why did you make me go after the other boys? No, it was just a little game. I wanted you to see the garbage out there to realize we're perfect for each other. Well, thanks to your stupid games, I just broke Dylan's heart. I got so mad I pushed Jack into the mud. Man, Stella didn't say this would be so complicated. Stella? What does she have to do with this? Did I say Stella? I meant melons. I'd sure like a melon right now. How about we go get one from the supermarket? I grabbed Jack and told him to tell me the truth. Fine, I didn't send the first letter. The new letter is a fake by me. I wasn't expecting you and Dylan to actually become a thing. I thought he'd just be one of those popular jerks who'd ditch you soon. But when you got all chummy, Stella came up with a plan to write the second letter so she could get Dylan back, and I could finally have you notice me. We really don't know who sent the first letter. Come on, just forget about your stupid secret admirer. I couldn't believe it. I ripped up the letter and threw it in Jack's face. My secret admirer isn't stupid. He's a dumb cow who's too embarrassed to show his face. Or maybe he's not even real. He's just a joke, like you. I punched him, ran straight home, threw myself on the bed, and cried into my pillow. Hey, what's up, creepy crawly? What do you want, Lenore? I heard about what happened with Stella and Jack. I'm really sorry. You were right all along. I don't have a secret admirer. The whole thing was just a joke, and I was too dumb to see it. Just leave me alone. After that, I moved on with my life. My parents bought me a new coffin to cheer me up.
Lenore started being nicer to me, and Dylan and I managed to become good friends. Jack spent weeks begging me for forgiveness, but when Sam bit him on the nose, he stopped bothering me. I thought the whole secret admirer thing was behind me until one night. I'd just come home from a party. I went to a lot of those now that I was class president. I was super exhausted and immediately fell asleep. And then I woke up in the middle of the night. At first, I didn't know where I was, but soon I realized I was in my mom's home office, under the Victorian hardwood desk. Moonlight streamed through the windows, drenching the room in white light. I looked down at my hands and saw that I was holding something. It was my mom's ink pen, and I was holding a red paper with something written on it. Beside me were a handful of matching red envelopes. My heart clenched when I finally realized what was going on. I haven't written to you in a while, my dearest Annabelle, and that's because you don't need me anymore. I'm writing to you one more time to tell you that I'm so proud that you've accomplished everything you wanted, and I'm sure you'll achieve so much more. Love, your secret admirer. It wasn't my handwriting, not exactly, but I knew it was written by me to me. I knew I had a habit of sleepwalking and scribbling things on walls as a kid. I guess that had returned. I'd written that first letter to myself in my sleep. I was my mysterious secret admirer all along. Weird or not, I'd found my greatest cheerleader. Gained confidence, made friends, become class president? Nice going, me. I rolled the letter into a ball and threw it in the trash can. Finally, it was over. Oh yeah, one more thing. You have to promise not to tell anyone. Pinky swear and cross your heart. It's our little secret. Shh. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom was convinced that Dad was having an affair with his pretty new secretary. So one day, she took me and my older sister Sophie to his office.
Please don't steal our daddy, lady. Don't take him away from us. Who will feed us and buy us clothes? Do you want us to be orphans? It's a very bad thing to be wait, I forgot. I wrote it on my arm. Oh yeah, a homewrecker. Homewreckers are bad, and you'll end up in jail, bad lady.
Wait a second. Are those my jeans you're wearing? I want my jeans and my husband back, witch!
Are you insane? As if my size 0 jeans would even fit your size 8 butt. Mom snarled and leapt at the secretary, who dodged her and went screaming down the hallway. She burst into the conference room with Mom on her tail, and the two ended up crashing onto the large conference table where Dad was having a meeting with the company's top executives.
What on earth? You cheated on me and gave this bimbo my favorite jeans! Mom threw a stapler at Dad, which missed him and hit his boss instead. Needless to say, he was fired. And that was the day he left us for good. Sophie and I were devastated. Wipe your tears, girls. He wouldn't have left if he wasn't cheating on me. Take it from me. All men are garbage, and we're better off without them. Well, that didn't stop me from having my first crush in the 7th grade. His name was Adam, and he was our neighbor. One day, Sophie caught me staring at him from my window.
Adam and Nora sitting in a tree. Kissing.
Shut up, Sophie. I don't even like that boy.
Yes, you do. You want to brush his hair and hold his hand and have his babies. I read it in your diary, see?
I snatched my diary out of Sophie's hands and pushed her out of my room. She was so annoying. A couple of weeks later, a super pretty girl named Becca joined my class, and we quickly became friends. Once, when we were hanging out at my place, Adam showed up at my door. Hi. I brought you some cookies I baked myself. You free to hang out?
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't I be free? Wait, I have another guest over, but yeah, I don't think she'd mind. Come in. You smell so good. I mean, the cookies smell so good.
I wanted Adam to have a good time, so I logged on to Ask Brain 2 and asked about fun game ideas. The 3 of us played Truth or Dare, charades, and hide and seek. A couple of times, I caught Adam smiling at me, and when he brushed cookie crumbs from my cheek, my heart skipped several beats. The next day at school, I was at my locker, and I saw Adam staring at me from across the hall. Suddenly, he winked at me and blew me a kiss. The butterflies in my stomach went into a frenzy. I raced down the hall, ready to jump into Adam's arms, but I slipped on a banana peel and fell face first right at Adam's feet. I thought he'd sweep me up, but instead he stepped over me, hugged Becca, and gave her the most romantic kiss I'd ever seen. I wanted the ground to swallow me whole. That night, Mom and Sophie caught me crying in my room. Boys are like that, sweetie. They'll lead you on, make you think they love you, then tear your heart out, just like your father. Not only was my heart broken, now I was totally paranoid when a boy even came close to me. Hey, Nora, you want to go to the movies?
I'd rather eat a bag of worms.
Would you be my Valentine?
Stay away from me, or I'll dunk your head in a toilet.
Nora, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Liar! After a while, I got a reputation for being a little cuckoo, and most of the kids in school started avoiding me, but I didn't care. Sophie was totally different, though. She'd flirt with every boy that passed her in the hall, and date a new jerk every 2 weeks. Of course, they all broke her heart, and I felt so sorry for Sophie that I decided to help her. You gotta remember my rules, Soph. Don't let their good looks fool you. Don't trust anything they say. Don't let them melt you with their kisses, and don't ever fall in love. Sophie listened attentively and took notes, but a week later, I caught her kissing a boy named Clive in her room. You're breaking all the rules. Your rules are dumb. All boys aren't bad.
That's right, girl. Boys are cool, and that's why they rule. Ha ha!
Shut your stupid mouth. No one's talking to you. Where'd you pick him up from? The dumpster? That's your problem. You're so judgmental and won't give any boy a chance. I thought you were smarter than this, Sophie. Maybe hanging out with stupid boys has made you stupid too. Sophie kicked me out of her room, and we didn't speak much after that. Soon, I was off to university, and there were boys everywhere. I just kept my head in my books and rejected any boy who even tried to make a move. But you know, a girl starts to get lonely. So, when a girl in my class asked me out one day, I impulsively said yes. Just because I'd renounced all men didn't mean I couldn't find love. And how bad could it be, right? At first, not so bad. In fact, pretty great. She loved to cook, she braided my hair, she gave me the best pedicures, and we were the same shoe size. But then, she started acting like I'd adopted her. She would never leave my dorm, and I hated it when she used my towel and my hairbrush. She was clingy and needy, and constantly needed validation that she was the most important person in my life. So, if your mother and I were hanging off a cliff, holding on for dear life, and you could only save one person, who would it be? My mother, obviously. Seriously, I've known you for a month. Mom carried me in her womb for 8 more months than that. I thought it was a reasonable answer, but she totally lost it. She broke half the things in my room and threw the other half out the window before she stormed off. Then she started stalking me everywhere I went. I tried talking to my other friends about how unsafe I felt, but they all laughed it off. Yeah, if you're dating a guy and complain about him, everyone shows you sympathy. But no one comforts you if it's a girl. Oh, come on, she's barely 5 feet and she looks totally harmless. What could she possibly do to you? Only after she tried kidnapping me did anyone take things seriously. She was expelled from the university and I got a restraining order. And after that, I swore off girls too. Then in my junior year, Sophie showed up at my dorm one day with the worst news. Clive proposed to me. You're kidding. Man, that loser is so out of your league. Don't worry, sis. I know how to handle this. Just send Clive a breakup text. Tell him he stinks, he makes you want to puke, and you never want to see him again. No, I love Clive. I said yes, and our wedding is in 4 weeks. I just came to ask you if you'd be my maid of honor. I couldn't believe this. I thought Clive was just a phase. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs, "Don't do this, you'll ruin your life." But instead, I caved in and said yes. I mean, was I allowed to say no? When I got back home for Sophie's wedding, I tried to keep an open mind about Clive. But Clive was horrible. He had no sense of humor, he was boring, and he totally ignored Sophie to spend all his time with his friends or fixing his dumb car. So when it was time to make my maid of honor speech, well, things got out of hand. Here's to Sophie and Clive. Clive is dumber than an ant, he smells like a rotten egg, and his face reminds me of a horse's butt. What are you doing? Sophie, I don't know how you can stand him. Are you marrying him for his money? Oops, I forgot he's broke. Look, we both know this marriage isn't gonna last, so why don't we cut to the chase now, and I can get you out of that tacky wedding dress Clive bought you from the dollar store. Sophie got so mad that she threw the wedding cake at me. Clive's mom cried, and the rest of the bridal party chased me out of the building. The next day, I was packing my bags to leave when Sophie came to my room. I thought she'd punch my face, but instead, she took my hand. Listen, Nora, I'm not like you, okay? I'm not bitter, I'm not angry, and I don't hate men. I chose Clive, and if you want me in your life, you'll have to respect that. Okay, but you're making a huge mistake. You're the one making the mistake. Love is real, and one day, I hope you'll understand. I was only trying to do the right thing, but clearly Sophie was too blind to appreciate it. But when I got back to my university, my life turned upside down. My friends and I went to a restaurant to celebrate my birthday, but when we got there, the waiter told us our table was booked. 3 dumb guys were sitting there laughing and joking. But I booked this table a week ago.
My apologies, ma'am.
It was our mistake. Maybe you could come back tomorrow?
Just as I was about to snap at the waiter, one of the guys from the table walked up to us. His name was Chris. He had movie star hair, $1 million smile, and a perfect body.
Why don't you girls join us? There's plenty of room, and we won't bother you.
That's a horrible idea. Don't mind Nora. She's just kidding. The next thing I knew, we were sitting at their table, and Chris talked to me all night. To my surprise, he wasn't the absolute worst. He worked in a private security firm as a bodyguard, and all his crazy stories made me laugh. At the end of the evening, he even asked me for my number. Don't get any ideas. I'm not interested in a relationship.
Neither am I. I was thinking we could be friends.
After that, Chris and I talked and texted every night, and soon we started hanging out almost every day. No, we weren't dating. We were just, okay, fine, it's true. Every time he was close, his cologne made me dizzy, and when he looked at me, my stomach did that weird thing that it does after I eat too much cheese. And if his hand brushed against mine, I started having acid reflux. Yeah, I let my guard down and fell in love, okay? And I wasn't the only one.
I know we're supposed to be friends, but I love you, Nora, and I think we're meant to be together. Like the moon in the night sky, like the bees and the flowers, like water in a well.
Just shut up and kiss me. Soon after I'd graduated and moved in with Chris, he got a job as a bodyguard to protect this beautiful pop star Sasha. Yeah, I know y'all have heard about her. Sasha, the gorgeous singing sensation who ended up dating her ex-bodyguard Damon? Yeah, that one. Sasha was going on tour, and for months, Chris was off traveling from city to city, and it got kinda lonely. Then one day, Mom and Sophie came to visit.
Oh, Nora, my poor baby. You must be so sad.
What are you talking about? Stop it, Mom. It's none of your business.
Your sister needs to know.
Mom showed me a bunch of pictures online of Sasha leaning on Chris's arm and laughing. Then she turned on the TV, and some stupid reporter said how cute Chris and Sasha looked together. When I heard that, I suddenly picked up a bat and smashed the TV to pieces. Nora, don't listen to Mom. She's paranoid. All that stuff is stupid gossip. Sasha is with Damon, and Chris adores you.
Nora, don't be naive like your sister. Everybody lies and cheats.
After Sophie and Mom left, I called Chris, but he didn't answer. I kept thinking about what Mom said and how I'd broken all of my rules, and now my heart was in danger. So the very next morning, I put on a disguise, took a bus to Sasha's next concert venue, and signed up as an extra on set. And I watched the two of them like a hawk. Every time Chris whispered something in Sasha's ear, my heart burned. She even asked him to zip up her dress once. Had everybody else died? One evening during Sasha's performance, I was backstage when I saw Chris and a dancer going into a dressing room and closing the door behind them. What the heck? I quickly ran after them and burst in. Aha! Caught you! Just then, I saw the girl's arm was bleeding and Chris was bandaging it.
Caught you? Wait, who are you exactly?
Oh God, I couldn't let him recognize me. I turned around and ran for it, with Chris sprinting right behind me. In my frenzy, I found myself heading straight for the stage.
Red alert, red alert. A snake is headed towards the eagle.
I found myself crashing into the dancers on stage, and just as I was about to run into a horrified Sasha, 4 men pinned me to the ground while the audience gasped. I was immediately carried away and found myself facing Chris backstage.
Nora?
I realized my wig had come off. Sasha's performance was ruined, and her manager insisted that Chris be fired.
What were you thinking? You compromised my client's security, and you cost me my job and my reputation.
Oh, I don't know, Chris. I was thinking how my hunky boyfriend hangs out with beautiful pop stars and dancers all the time and is never home anymore. Can you blame me for being paranoid?
Yes, I can. I haven't given you any reason not to trust me.
Yet. I just don't want you to be a bodyguard anymore.
Well, too bad. It's my job. Just go home, Nora. I don't want to be around you right now.
Feeling miserable, I ended up going to a dance club instead to get my mind off of everything. I saw this cute boy on stage playing with the band, and he kept winking at me. I recognized him from TV. He was a movie star. On an impulse, I took a deep breath and then walked up to the boy and gave him a passionate kiss. The next morning, I was back home, and I woke up to tons of pictures on the internet of me and that movie star kissing. Chris showed up at my door soon after.
Why would you do that to me? I thought we were in love.
Everybody cheats, babe. Welcome to the real world. I know you'll cheat on me one day if you aren't already. I'm done with this stupid relationship. I walked out of there with my bags and went to Sophie. But soon after, I started feeling sick to my stomach. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I was a cheater, something I hated and felt horrible about.
I made a big mistake. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you messed up big time.
I wasn't talking to you, Clive. There's no need to be rude.
You're right. I'm the worst, and I'm sorry for all the mean things I've said and done to you two. I don't know who I am anymore. I never wanted to hurt Chris, but something came over me. You let Mom get into your head, Nora. She says she's better off alone, but all I see is a bitter, paranoid woman who can't be happy and can't stand anyone else's happiness either. You deserve to love and be loved in return. And yeah, sometimes love can hurt, but sometimes it can also be amazing, like what Clive and I have.
I really don't understand how that's possible with Clive. Okay, sorry.
You're right. I decided to see a therapist and learned to deal with my insecurities and trust my heart. I even wrote Chris a letter apologizing for hurting him. I didn't get a response, but that was okay. One day, I went to eat at the cafe where Chris and I had our first kiss. Then someone walked up behind me.
You're sitting at my table.
I looked up to see Chris looking down at me. He smelled like an ocean breeze. My heart melted, but I tried to play it cool.
I don't see your name on this table.
You're right. Do you mind if I sit with you?
I thought you hated me.
I did at first, but I couldn't hate you for too long. You really broke my heart, though.
I hope one day you can forgive me. You were the love of my life and my best friend. I want you back, but I understand if you can't trust me. Maybe we can start over? We could take it one day at a time.
I can't promise anything, but I do want to give us a second chance.
And this time, I was throwing away all my stupid rules and following my heart.
My great-great-great-great-grandfather's sister was married to the Duke of Scotland, so that made us partially royal. Dad got a big chunk of land and inheritance, but he sold that and moved to New York to work as a designer where he met my mom. They got married and had me, but when I was 10, Mom decided to turn into a spiritual yogi.
Truth is a myth. Happiness is a myth. Life is a myth. The only thing true is today, and today will be tomorrow, and tomorrow the day after.
What is she saying, Dad?
I wish I knew.
Mom went bonkers, left for the Himalayas, and never came back. Dad was sad for a while, but then he threw himself into his work and started his own fashion line. And as for me, I fell in love with poetry. Roses are red, violets are blue. A face like yours belongs in a zoo.
Hold up. Violets are not blue. Violets are just, well, violets? I don't know. Who made this dumb poem?
It's poetry, okay? It doesn't always have to make sense. Yeah, so I loved poetry and spent hours in my room reading and writing stuff from scratch. I dreamt of publishing my own set of poems when I grew up. But then I turned 18 and everything changed. I was at a shoot for Dad's new fashion venture when a photographer saw me and was totally floored.
She's a diva. I've never seen so much beauty in my life before. She should be the face of your brand.
Turns out the photographer was right, and I was a natural. The ad went live after a week, and everyone loved me. I had fan accounts on social media, and my life became a series of parties and fancy dinners. At one such dinner, Dad introduced me to his investor's son, Marcus. He was the only heir to his dad's multi-million-dollar business, and he was dumb as a button.
Dad got me a private jet last week for my birthday. Pick a country, and I'll take you for dinner there.
Really? I've always wanted to visit the United States of never in this lifetime.
That sounds like a cool place. Where exactly is it?
Oh, it's close to I Can't Believe You're So Stupid.
I've never heard of it, but I'm sure we could make something work.
This guy was unbelievable, and no matter how much I tried stalling him, Marcus just never gave up.
Poor guy.
You want to date him? I'm pretty sure he's single, and I can put in a good word for you.
No thank you.
Anyway, a few months passed, and my life as a model only got busier. I hardly got time to breathe and was constantly tired. I tried telling Dad about it, but he always had one thing to say.
It's just a phase. Just get a good night's sleep, and you'll be fine.
No, Dad, I need a break.
Breaks are for losers, Haley. You're on top, and if you want to stay there, you'll have to push your limits.
I tried, but things kept getting messier. And then one day during a party, I just decided I'd had enough. So when Dad was busy talking to some stupid investors, I slipped away, rushed across the street, and slid into a taxi. Let's go.
I need a location, ma'am.
Just take me to the first place that comes to your mind. Anywhere.
As you say.
The driver hit the accelerator and rushed through traffic, landing us straight in front of a public bathroom. You couldn't think of anything better?
I was under pressure, and I haven't peed in almost 12 hours. This is the only place I could think of. Now wait here, and I'll be back in 10.
You'll take 10 minutes to pee?
Yes, I have a big bladder, okay? Runs in the family, actually. Why am I telling you this?
No idea. The driver shot me a glance and darted to the bathroom. When he walked back, I noticed he was kind of cute.
You're drooling!
Am not.
Want me to zoom in?
No, that won't be necessary, and I thought you were zipping it up.
Whatever.
Anyway, the guy introduced himself as Tyler and offered to take me to a diner close by, and I happily agreed. As the order came, I stuffed my face in food, while Tyler gave me a soft smirk.
So, what's your story?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid to trust a taxi driver in the middle of the night.
I was hungry, and you looked harmless. Also, I always carry pepper spray in my bag, so in case you act funny, I'm well equipped. Tyler shot me a funny look before bursting into a laugh. I joined him, and the two of us ended up having a great time. I was kinda disappointed when he dropped me back home. I didn't think I'd ever meet Tyler again, but the next morning, while I was leaving for my shoot, I saw him outside my house.
So, you've been thinking about me, I see? You left this minion keychain in my car last night.
Oh, this! Haha, of course! It's my lucky keychain! You know it's important to be lucky or you'll get unlucky. And you can't get unlucky because then you're just sad. And I don't want to be sad, so thanks for making me lucky. Sorry, I mean, bring my luck back. I should go.
Actually, I was thinking, do you want to grab some ice cream? Or not, you're probably busy. Darn right she is.
I turned around and saw Marcus walking in our direction.
Why are you talking to this loser, Haley? Is he bothering you?
The only thing bothering me is you, Marcus. Tyler here is a friend.
Really? I didn't know you were friends with sewer rats. What did you just call me?
Tyler stepped up with his fists balled up, but I got in the way. He's not worth it. And Marcus, stop butting in my conversations and find someone else to waste time with. Marcus looked furious, but I just held Tyler's arm and left. He was still mad when we got to the ice cream parlor, but I calmed him down and we ended up having a great time. Tyler was cute, easy to talk to, and he had the best taste in music. We got talking, and I told Tyler everything about my life and how I actually wanted to be a poet, but Dad was against it. Tyler tucked a strand of hair behind my ears and came closer, and my heartbeat was in chaos.
Excuse me! I think I need to get myself checked for diabetes.
You're spoiling my moment.
Fine.
So, yeah. After that day, Tyler and I just got closer. He would drop by at my shoots with my favorite coffee and we'd go for drives. I was the happiest I'd been in months with Tyler around. But of course, Marcus hated it.
What are these rumors about you going around with that gutter-faced taxi driver?
Firstly, that's none of your business. And secondly, they aren't rumors. I genuinely like Tyler.
So you'd choose that poor rat over me? Are you blind or just dumb?
Tyler is twice the man you'll ever be, Marcus. At least he works hard to pay his bills than just feed off his father's money like a parasite. Now get out of my way. I accidentally pushed Marcus a bit too hard, and he landed in a bunch of chairs. I'm sorry.
You'll pay for this, Haley. Mark my words.
Saying that, Marcus just got up and left, and when I got home, Dad was waiting for me, looking like a ball of fire.
What were you thinking, Haley? Marcus's dad is our biggest investors, and you hurt his son.
He was being annoying, Dad, and it was barely a scratch.
That's not the point. You need to treat Marcus better. He's not just anybody. He's a
moron. And he's rude and flashy. I'm already doing everything you're asking me to do and literally left all my dreams behind.
Like what? Become a poet and roam around asking people to read your stupid poems? Let's face it, Haley. You're doing so much better here with me. Now remember, next time you see Marcus, be nice and don't do anything stupid.
I wanted to argue more, but Dad got a phone call and he left. I was so bummed when I met Tyler the next day and told him what happened.
You did the right thing by standing up for yourself.
I don't know. Dad's not happy at all. He'll be fine.
Now come on, I want to show you something.
We were sitting on a bench overlooking the ranch when Tyler turned to me. He held my hand in his and I felt my cheeks turn red.
Haley, I know it's probably a long shot and you look like a dream in this moonlight, but I can't keep this to myself anymore. I think
Before Tyler could finish, someone pushed him hard and he landed on his face. I turned around and saw Marcus standing behind us. What the heck are you doing here?
Your dad has been calling you for hours, but you weren't answering. He thought someone kidnapped you and came to me for help, so I used my contacts to track you. And now, I'm gonna tell everyone how this guy abducted you. Unless, of course, you agree to come with me.
I'd rather eat a bag of worms than go anywhere with you.
Don't make me force you. I'd punch your teeth in before you touch Haley. Uh-huh. Let's see what you got.
Marcus punched Tyler, but Tyler ducked away just in time. He kicked Marcus in the shin before punching his face.
Not my face, you moron!
Just then, the police walked in along with Dad. Marcus must have alerted them once he knew where I was.
Take him. He kidnapped my girlfriend and then hit me. See? He bruised my perfect jawline. I think I'm feeling dizzy.
Saying that, Marcus dropped to the ground like a fly and passed out.
Okay, I take my words back. Marcus is a moron.
Finally, we agree on something. Marcus was carried off in an ambulance. Tyler got arrested, and I tried to stop the police, but Dad shoved me in the back of his car and took me home. Why would you do that? Tyler is innocent and Marcus is lying. I need to talk to the police.
You can't.
Why not?
Because I'll lose everything.
That's when Dad told me that a few months back, he ran into money troubles and started gambling. He even got involved with some illegal businesses and would have been in jail if Marcus's dad hadn't used his connections to help Dad out.
The only condition was that you and Marcus get married.
You've got to be kidding me!
I'm not. Marcus fell for you the day he saw your first dad. He's the one who told his dad to invest money in my business.
I thought you guys were old friends. Dad, I'm not marrying that jerk.
You don't have to marry him. You just need to date Marcus. I will stall the wedding by a few months and figure out a way to get out of this debt. Please, help me.
I wanted to say no, but Dad was practically begging me. I'd never seen him so helpless in my life before, and it crushed my heart. That night, I called Marcus and told him that I was ready to give him a chance if he took back his complaint against Tyler. Marcus agreed, and the next morning, Tyler was out. I went to the station to see Tyler, but before I could say anything, he spoke.
I don't think I want to see you anymore. You and I come from very different worlds. Reputation is everything for me, and I can't keep going to jail because of you. So it was nice knowing you, but goodbye.
Really? Is that how you feel about me?
Yes, just please, stay away from me.
Before I could say another word, Tyler walked away. I rushed after him, but Marcus got in my way.
You heard him, Hales. He doesn't want to see you. Now, be a good girlfriend and forget about that leech. I have planned something exciting for you.
The next few weeks were a blur. I missed Tyler terribly and tried reaching out to him, but he never responded. I wanted to go to his place and talk to him, but Marcus was stuck to me like chewing gum, and now he was even more controlling than ever.
You look hideous in that dress. Change it.
It's my dad's design.
Well, it sucks. And keep your hair down. It hides your ears better. In fact, you should get plastic surgery to fix those ugly ears. The nose needs a little work too.
I'm fine just the way I am.
You could be better.
Marcus was horrible, and Dad was nowhere close to getting the money. I didn't know what else to do except wait, but we were running out of time, and soon my engagement was announced. On the engagement day, I felt heavy and heartbroken. I was in the room, weeping my eyes out, when I heard some voices. I rushed outside to see Marcus holding my dad by the collar.
What do you mean you can't pay for a champagne fountain? I already told all my friends I don't have that kind of money, Marcus. You know that. Then beg, borrow, rob a bank. I don't care. It's customary in our culture for the girl's father to pay for everything.
Marcus kept screaming at Dad, and I felt my blood boil. I walked up to Marcus, punched him in his gut, and he winced like a little boy.
What do you think you're doing?
It's customary in my culture to punch the guy if he acts like a jerk. And for the record, this engagement is off.
You can't do that. I'll ruin you and your family.
Try me. I took Dad's hand and the two of us walked out of the venue. As expected, Marcus's dad pulled out his investment and tipped off the police about Dad's involvement in the illegal business deals, and he got arrested. Dad lost the company, and his case went to trial, but fortunately, we had enough savings to hire a good lawyer, and Dad's sentence was reduced to 6 months.
I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess, Haley. I wish I was a better father.
You can be one now, Dad. It's never too late. Are you crying?
No, I'm not! Don't look at me! I'm hideous!
I don't disagree. Anyway, I picked up modeling again and moved to a smaller apartment. Marcus tried getting in touch a few times, but I got a restraining order against him, and a few weeks later, I saw on the news that his dad was arrested for smuggling. Karma paid him a visit after all. Everything was falling in place, except I still missed Tyler a lot. I had gone to visit him at his family ranch, but his neighbors told me he'd moved. A few months passed, Dad got out of jail,
and I finally quit modeling. I wanted to give poetry an honest shot and was writing in a cafe when I heard a familiar voice behind me. Glad to see you're still writing. Tyler? Oh my God, how have you been? Good. I quit working as a taxi driver and got into college. We even sold the place on the ranch to move closer to college. I know, I visited. Listen, Tyler, I know you don't want to see me, but let me stop you right there. Whatever I said at the police station that day was because Marcus threatened me and my family, Haley. As much as I loved you, I couldn't let him hurt my mom and grandma the way he hurt me. So I decided to let you go, and it was the most difficult thing I'd ever done. You should have just told me the truth, Ty. And hold up, did you say you loved me? Yeah, dummy, I loved you. Actually, I think I still do. So, if you'd like, maybe we could catch up over coffee? I'd like that, and in case it wasn't clear, I love you too.
I think that's pretty obvious now.
Yeah, whatever. Now, can you look away so we can kiss?
I lived in an old house with Dad, who worked as a potter. Mom left us when I was 4 to make it as a big movie star and never came back. With gorgeous hair and porcelain white skin, I looked exactly like her, and no one believed my dad and I were related, especially our nosy neighbors. Once when I was 6, Dad got a big order from the city. He worked all night to make all 20 vases. I was admiring them when I accidentally knocked them off, shattering them to pieces.
I am so sorry, Dad. I didn't do it intentionally.
It's okay, Maya. Don't worry. I'll make new ones.
But Dad couldn't make them in time, and he lost the order. He was devastated. Things got worse when the police knocked at our doors later that night. Our nosy neighbors heard the crashing sound and thought I was in trouble. Dad tried to convince them, but they only left when I showed them my birth certificate. I begged Dad to give the neighbors a piece of his mind, but he was a softie.
They're just concerned.
No, they're crazy. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. We struggled with money, but I was happy as long as I had my dad. On my 10th birthday, Dad took me to a mall and asked me to buy whatever I wanted.
I saved it for your birthday, dear. You deserve it.
But Dad, I don't want anything, and we could use this money. But he was dead set that I should buy something. I walked in, but the store manager refused to let Dad get in. You won't be able to afford anything here. Why not? We have money, and we're here just like everyone else. The manager made a face and refused us straight to our faces. Eventually, Dad gave in, and we left. It was humiliating. That day, I decided I'd never let anyone bully us like that. Soon after, I got into boxing, and by the time I was in 12th grade, I was the toughest girl in my class, and I started participating in all the major competitions around town and aced them all. One time during practice, I felt a sharp pain in my hand. Dad took me to the doctor, who confirmed I had a minor sprain and needed some rest and medicine. But Dad looked extra worried. Dad, relax. It's just a small sprain.
It's not that. Your mom called this morning. She wants you to complete your school year with her.
What? No way! She never looked back once, and now it's too late.
This is only temporary till I look for a job. I don't even have the money to buy your meds, and you'll be starting college soon.
I'll work hard and win a scholarship. I'm good at what I do. Please, don't send me away. But I knew Dad had made up his mind when the next morning a big car arrived in front of my house with Mom in it. When she saw me, she hugged me tightly.
Oh, my sweet Maya. You're all grown up and so pretty, just like me.
I pulled myself away as Mom smiled at me. It was the first time I'd seen her after so long. If not for her movies, I would have never recognized her. I am nothing like you. And please, don't think that I'm happy to do this.
As long as I have you.
Mom got her staff to pack my stuff, and I was ready to move within minutes. I was still unsure if this was a good idea, but Dad promised he'd get me soon and we'd be together again. So I left him with a heavy heart. The next few days in Mom's mansion were a nightmare. I wanted quiet time away from her, but she was stuck to me like gum in your hair. I was forced to take long walks with her and go on unnecessary shopping trips. And then one day, she changed my entire wardrobe. Where's all my stuff? Your old stuff was rotten, so I threw it away. But those things were important to me. Dad gave me those things. I want it back. You're my daughter. I can't let people see you as a poor girl anymore. So, that's what it's all about? That's why you took me away from Dad? Stop twisting my words.
I was just too angry to hear her out and slammed the door shut on my way out. Every passing day I spent there made me miss Dad even more, but he spoke to me whenever he could, and I was happy. When Mom told me I'd start school soon, I couldn't be more excited. Anything to get away from her would work. On the day I was supposed to start school, I woke up late to my mom screaming at someone. I went down to see it was the cook, and a boy stood next to him holding a bagel. How dare he steal from our kitchen?
But I found this in a pile of food you were throwing away, ma'am.
I'm talking to your father. If your son does this again, I'll fire you. They nodded and left. I went after the boy to see him give that bagel to a helpless girl on the sidewalk. That was the kindest thing I'd seen since I'd come here. When he looked in my direction, I noticed how cute he was.
She was hungry. I'm not some thief, but your mother didn't seem to believe me.
I believe you. I'm Maya. He introduced himself as Zach, the cook's son. We exchanged smiles, and when the driver arrived, he continued on his way. At least there was one kind person in this strange place. My first day of school was nothing like I'd imagined. Thanks to my mom, everyone knew who I was, and to make things more awkward, a really good-looking guy approached me in the hallway.
Wow, you're even prettier than your mom.
I looked at him, clueless.
I'm Marco. Your mom must have mentioned me. She's best friends with my parents.
Nope, doesn't ring a bell. I started walking to class, but Marco stopped me again.
I wasn't done talking, princess.
Too bad. I was, and I'm late for class, Franco.
Marco.
Don't care. After that day, Marco did everything to get my attention. He started showering me with expensive gifts and flowers, and it almost looked like he was on a mission to get me to date him. Only later did I learn he was the mayor's son and one of the most powerful guys in town. Not that I cared. I already had an obsessive mom, so my hands were full. One day, it was Mom's movie success party, and the entire town was invited. She was so excited that she even bought us matching dresses and begged me to wear them.
We'll look like twins, baby. It'll be fantastic.
First, that's weird. And secondly, that dress looks like poop. I'd rather wear a tent. There was no way I was doing anything she wanted me to. So I went ahead and bought myself the weirdest dress I could find, just to embarrass her. The party was boring, and my eyes hurt from all that bling. And when I saw Marco enter, I knew I had to get out of there. I tiptoed my way into the kitchen, but banged into Zach.
Are you okay?
Hey, I'm just trying to ignore someone.
The guy in white who looks like he eats money for breakfast?
Yeah, how did you know? Zach pointed in Marco's direction, who was frantically searching for someone under the tables. We burst out laughing, and I noticed what a heart-melting smile Zach had.
Come here, I'll show you a great hiding place.
He pulled me toward the back entrance, leading to a sprawling garden. It was beautiful. Our eyes met for a second, and I felt a weird rush in my tummy.
So, why were you hiding from him?
He's just an idiot from school I'm trying not to punch. I wish I could return home and get away from this place.
You really hate it here, don't you?
I nodded. Zach and I walked around and started talking. He told me how he was saving up for culinary school and wanted to be a chef someday. And I told him my story.
Boxer, huh? Show me your moves. I know a little boxing myself.
Don't say I didn't warn you. I tried to do a fake box in the air, but ended up hitting Zach smack in his face.
That was good. Ow.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? As I tried to check for any broken bones, Zach moved in closer and tucked my hair behind my ears. I felt my knees go weak.
Better.
His eyes caught my attention because they were a gorgeous shade of green and could make anyone swoon. I wasn't paying attention when I noticed a flash from the corner of my eye, and then 100 people started taking pictures of us. I turned to run, but saw Mom staring at me with eyes blazing like fire. It's bad enough that you're dressed like a joker, and now you're flirting with the help? His name is Zach, and he's my friend. That looked more than friends. You embarrass me, Maya. Why don't you just abandon me then? You're good at that. Mom and I got crazy on each other, and the party fell silent. You rude child. I saved you from your pathetic father, and this is how you repay me? Mom reached for me, but she tripped over a rock and fell into the life-size fountain. Her makeup washed off her face, and she looked like a zombie. I knew I'd taken it too far. I stepped forward to help her, but Marco reached before me and helped her out. I apologized to Mom the following day, but she ignored me. Zach and I were all over the news, and as a result, his dad was fired and they left. He was my only friend here, and I missed him so much. With Dad not responding to me either, I was left all alone. Soon after, Marco and Mom started working on a movie together because Mom recommended him. It was bad enough I had to deal with that fame-hungry, good-for-nothing brat in school, and now he was always at home. A week before my 18th birthday, I was already feeling low, so I decided to treat myself to some ice cream. But while I was walking back home, I saw a hooded figure following me. "Come out, you jerk! What are you hiding your face for?" I was all set to knock his teeth out when suddenly the guy came forward and revealed his face. Zach! Oh my God, you got me there for a second. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Scared my butt? Why are you following me? I work in a store nearby. I saw you come in, and I just had to talk to you. Maya, your mom is hiding something from you. Zach told me that when he was fired, he'd gone back to collect his check when he heard Mom talking to someone over the phone. She said something about a big deal, and Marco is involved too. Just check her office. No wonder that jerk is always home. And he's also involved in her new film. What could this be about? I don't know, but it's something big. Thanks, Zach. I always knew my mom was up to something. Maybe it's time I got my answers. One more thing. Zach moved closer and kissed me lightly on my forehead. Please be careful. I like you a lot, in case that wasn't clear. I thought I'd lost my chance after that black eye I gave you, but I'm glad to know I didn't. Before leaving, I pulled Zach in for a magical kiss, and then I started with my secret mission. But I had no idea what I was looking for or where I would find it. With Marco around the house, I had to be extra careful. I found my opportunity when Mom offered to throw me an 18th birthday party. She'd be busy with the guests, and I could snoop around the office. She got me the most beautiful dress and even hired someone to do my makeup. I hated everything, but I didn't want to draw any attention, so I agreed. The whole house was filled with guests on my birthday that evening, and I spotted Mom in the corner talking to Marco. This was the perfect moment. I went to Mom's study and found some papers in a red mailer about some land deal. I was just opening them when Marco walked in. He saw me and grinned, and I had the weirdest feeling ever. You're a sight for sore eyes, sweet face. That dress looks amazing on you. Shut up, moron. That's not how you talk to your fiancé, sweetheart. Is this some kind of sick joke? Well, your mom would answer that better. Why don't we ask her together? Marco took my arm and pulled me outside. When Mom saw that, she came rushing and pushed him away. What are you doing? Just bringing the truth out. Mom, what's happening and what are these papers about? Mom looked at me in shock as the color drained from her face. Why don't I do the honors? Marco told me that Mom wanted to open a film academy but had money issues, so his dad pitched in. In return, she promised them a role for Marco and our marriage. But now, she doesn't seem to believe me. Maybe she'll believe you. I looked at Mom in shock, and she stayed silent. She totally did it. What kind of mother are you? First you abandon me, then you take me away from Dad, and now you want to use me as bait? My beauty won't last forever, so I had to think for myself, and I don't regret it one bit. You will marry Marco, and that's final. Not without my approval. Don't forget, you signed over full custody to me. I turned around to see my dad looking angrier than ever. I rushed to him and hugged him tight. Dad, I'm so glad you're here. Maya, there's someone I'd like you to meet. We all turned around, and I was completely shocked to see Zach walk in. He told us how Zach had called him a few days back and told him I was in trouble. I was out of town to set up my pottery school. I wish I could have come sooner. You're just in time. As Mom and Dad argued, I walked up to Zach. Marco tried to butt in, but I kicked him so hard, I'm sure he'll limp for days. I took Zach's hand as he smiled at me. Thank you. You truly are amazing. Not half as amazing as you. I'm moving to Paris to study. Want to join? I'll follow you anywhere. Zach and I kissed as I said goodbye to this fake life forever.
I always liked history and the secrets of the past. Even when I was a child, the stories of the Roman Empire and dinosaurs fascinated me. Needless to say, history was my favorite subject. But there was one thing that made history class a chore. My rival and headache, Timmy. Don't let his name fool you. He was a nightmare. You see, like me, he was obsessed with history and the stories of the past. So what was the problem? He was a total jerk, that's what. He always scored higher than me in history class, and he always had the most smug grin about it. Considering our similar interests, it didn't take long for us to form a lasting rivalry. It even extended to our time in high school.
Oh, so close, man. Did that question about the French Revolution stump you?
I would have had time to think it over if you didn't make those stupid faces when the teacher wasn't looking.
Not my fault that it makes you giggle.
I did not giggle.
Sure. Not like you could have beaten my score anyway.
And there it is, a perfect score. How the...
Better luck next time, Mindy.
God, I hate that smug grin. One of these days, I'm gonna wipe it off his face. Yeah, getting 2 straight 100s would restore my honor. But that never happened. Due to some family emergency, Timmy had to move abroad. I decided not to say goodbye. I turned away and let him leave me behind. At first, I celebrated. No more teasing, no more childish competition, and no more of his smug grin. But as the school year passed by, I had to admit it. I missed him a bit. There was no real challenge anymore. Eventually, I did start getting back-to-back perfect scores, but it wasn't the same. My parents were so proud of me. I was happy, don't get me wrong, but it was just so easy. It didn't feel like an accomplishment anymore. So, the years went by like a blur. I went to university and worked to get my archaeology degree. All the while, I volunteered as a museum tour guide. It was fun getting to teach people about my favorite subject, but something was always missing. But all that changed when I met Antonio one day after work, a tall, dark, and handsome older student working on his business administration degree. At first, I wasn't that interested, but he quickly impressed me with his knowledge of history. You also study archaeology?
No, but I do dabble. I'm more on the business side of archaeology. I like helping those more talented than me reach their full potential.
And you're saying I'm...
Yes, I'm saying you're talented and I want to work with you. What do you say? We can discuss details over coffee.
Well, all right. After my volunteering work, though.
Of course.
The day was set, and it was wonderful. After so many years, I finally found someone else who shares my passion for history. We spent hours talking, mostly about my job in the museum, something I was happy to talk about. For the next 2 months, my days were spent with Antonio. We studied, worked, and had fun together. We were a couple in all but name. For some reason, I was never able to take that step with him. But the next day, things would be different. I was going to ask him out. That plan, however, burned up while I was working at the museum and leading my current group. And here, we have what some would call the secret map to the Akashic Records. Legend says, if you can crack the code, you can find the record buried in some desert. It's believed the record details the written language of actual angels. But that's just a myth and doesn't...
Actually, it's believed the record is the written account of all events throughout time. You're thinking of something else, Mindy. You never were one for the stranger side of history.
That voice, it can't be. Tim?
Oh. You must have missed me if you're using my nickname.
No, I didn't. Shut up. I tried to deny it, but I had missed him. Even his familiar smug grin didn't cause me to groan. Wow, he really grew up. He almost looked hot. No, think of Antonio. I'm supposed to ask him out on a real date today. But that's when I noticed something. Timmy just corrected me in front of my tour group. That's not what the Akashic Records are about.
Really? Well, I'm sure it doesn't relate to the language of angels.
How would you know? Have you ever seen the records?
Have you? Admit it, Min. I got you beat once again, and I've only just come back.
Before we could get into one of our serious debates again, someone entered into the equation.
Are you okay, Mindy? Is this guy bothering you?
No, he...
Oh, you must be Antonio. Nice to meet you.
You know each other?
No, I don't think so. Do I know you?
Nah, but I know you. Upcoming businessman with a strong interest in history, archaeology, and people? Word gets around.
But I have never heard of you or your relation to Mindy.
I've been away for a long time.
Maybe you should have stayed away. Mindy clearly doesn't want you here.
Now wait a minute,
She should be the one to decide, don't you think?
I think she has. The question is if you will comply or will I have to call security?
Didn't know you own the place, or are you getting to that?
Red lightning cracked between their gazes. My tour group was slowly backing away, and I was at a loss for words. What in the world was going on? My salvation came in the form of my boss, who quickly ended the tense confrontation. Timmy gave me a wink before leaving. Antonio stayed with me the rest of the day, which was sweet of him, but I couldn't get what happened out of my mind. I should be mad, but despite everything, a smile was slipping. Timmy was back, and it was like he never left. We easily picked up where we left off, bickering like an old married couple. Not that I want to marry him, he was still insufferable. So because of that, I completely forgot to ask Antonio out. Well, maybe next time. But the next time never came. Timmy showed up every day afterward. We would bicker and argue over historical facts. I actually remembered more facts correctly this time. It didn't wipe that grin off his face, but I couldn't bring myself to care that much. The fun ended every time Antonio came, and that's when the guilt crept in. I'd been putting off asking Antonio out, and I don't know why. I liked him, and I was quite sure he liked me too. Wasn't it wrong of me to be talking with Timmy so casually? For me to so easily fall back in step with another guy? It wasn't fair to Antonio, but it also wouldn't be fair to Timmy to ignore him. This cycle of guilt continued for almost a month until Antonio pulled me aside one day during work.
I think you should stay away from that Timmy guy. He might be looking to steal something from the museum.
What? This is Timmy we're talking about. He loves history. He would never...
Based on what you told me, he's obsessed. Worse still, you haven't seen him in years. He's not the same person you knew.
What Antonio didn't know was that Tim loved this stuff as much as me. If I wouldn't do it, then I'm sure he wouldn't. But the thought wouldn't leave my mind. It got worse when I started noticing things. I thought Timmy was here for me, but he did spend a lot of time just looking around. The problem was what he was looking at. Cameras, the guards, and especially the Akashic Records map? No, he wouldn't, right? He's not like that. But how well did I know Timmy? He'd been gone for years. Who knew what could have happened during that time? These thoughts haunted my nights, and they wouldn't go away. So I made a decision. If I couldn't sleep, I may as well stake out the place, like in the movies. If Timmy was innocent, I wouldn't see him there, and all I'd lose is sleep. But if I did find him, I had no idea what I'd do. So for the next few days, I kept watch of the museum at night, hoping and praying not to see Timmy. But my prayers weren't answered. A week in, I saw him, Timmy, picking the lock and entering the museum. My heart shattered. Timmy betrayed me? Me? Of all people, his rival? I couldn't let this stand. Thoughts of sleep faded away to thoughts of doing what I've always wanted to do, but never found a reason for. Punching Timmy in his stupid face. I carefully followed Timmy's trail through the dark museum. When the coast seemed to be clear, I picked up the pace and ran towards the room where the map was. And to my horror, it was gone. And standing not too far away was Timmy. I was too mad to think. I stormed over and punched him in the face, hard enough to knock him down.
Min?
Don't you ever call me that again! How could you? Stealing a historical artifact? Breaking and entering? Using me to get close to it?
I didn't steal it. Mindy, listen,
No, you listen! I was wrong to trust you. I don't know why I ever did. It's not like we were ever really friends. But I thought you at least understood me, that you loved history as much as me and would never do something like this. I couldn't stop my tears from falling from my face.
Mindy, I didn't steal it. Look at me. If I did, then where is it?
You must have hidden it when you heard my footsteps.
That big thing? Really, Min, you're smarter than that. Min, please trust me. You're the last person I would want to hurt. So believe me when I say I would never do something if it meant it would upset you.
For the first time, Timmy actually looked dead serious. For a second, I believed him, but if he didn't steal it, then...
I guess I have to deal with you both.
Timmy got in front of me to protect me from whoever spoke, but I instantly knew that voice. Antonio?
I'm sorry it had to come to this, Mindy. I really did enjoy your company.
I knew you were after the map. Didn't think you could bribe the guards to leave, though. I was surprised by how empty the place was.
Why, Antonio? All this time, it was Antonio who was using me. I was too focused on Timmy to realize.
Why? Because regardless of which one of you is right about the map, I'll be rich after I sell the records.
Money? Really? Typical.
That map and the record, if it exists, belong in a museum, not in the hands of some rich collector.
It's not up to you, I'm afraid.
Before he could reach into his pocket, Timmy tackled him with surprising speed. The two started to grapple, tear, and pummel one another as I stood frozen in my spot.
Run, Min! Call the police while I hold this guy off!
I listened, not because I wanted to, but because my instincts kicked in. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to be dragged into this big conspiracy. I just wanted to get my degree, find a job, find a husband, and live a normal life. Husband. My steps slowed to a crawl as I looked back at my time with Tim. Despite the frustrations, I also loved my time with him. And when he left, a hole was born. A hole I thought Antonio could fill. But instead, he was just an imposter. The person I wanted to ask out, the person who makes me smile, it's clear who it is. He's someone I couldn't bear to lose permanently. So I ran. This time, to find something to save him with. Quickly, I found the first thing that looked like it could hurt Antonio. A spear believed to have been used by our ancient ancestors. I ran back to the two men and found Antonio standing over Tim, ready to end him.
Your father would be so disappointed in you.
With all my strength, I swung the blunt end of the weapon across his head. Thankfully, it knocked him out, but it also broke the spear.
Whoa, did you, little Miss Historian, just break a historical artifact?
I'd do it again for you. I actually made Tim blush. I helped him up, but I didn't let go of his hand.
Min,
You don't have to say anything, okay? So what now?
We clean this place up, call the police, and find the map. I'm sure he didn't move away from the museum just yet.
So that's what we did. The map, thankfully, was recovered from a closet. Tim was right. Antonio didn't have time to properly move it. After that, we were congratulated by the city and the museum for our brave actions. We were even given $10,000 for our heroics. Antonio was sent to prison, and Tim joined me at the museum. But something tells me our adventures are far from done, if Tim's knowing smirk is anything to go by.
I was enjoying my ice cream cone when I heard screaming and saw people running from a nearby bank. Most girls would go for safety, but I am not like most girls. I ran towards the bank and saw a robber in a ski mask holding a hostage. I had to think fast. I pulled my hood over my head, hid my ice cream cone around my back, and entered the bank. Nobody move! I'm robbing this bank! The robber turned around, totally confused.
This is awkward. I'm actually robbing this place, so...
No way! What a coincidence! Let's team up.
Sorry, sister. I work alone.
As the robber moved his gun to talk to me, I threw my ice cream, splattering him in the face. I moved like the Flash, grabbed his gun, pointed it at him, and he surrendered immediately. Everyone was telling me how heroic I was. I felt amazing until I overheard one handsome guy in the crowd respond.
Wow, she's amazing!
Yeah, she's brave, but also stupid to put herself and others in danger. She should have let the police handle it.
What was his deal? I turned towards that jerk to give him a piece of my mind, but a muscular hand grabbed my arm and pulled me away. My eyes sparkled with excitement when I realized that hand belonged to Aiden, my oldest brother's best friend from boot camp. And I totally had the biggest crush on him ever since I saw him hugging my brother at his graduation.
Wow, Astrid. I was in the area and saw everything. Can I take you out for lunch?
Pinch me, because Aiden just asked me out on a date. Ah!
Are you okay?
Sir, yes, sir. I followed Aiden to a nearby park where he had rented a rowboat for us. This was my notebook moment, minus the dying grandparents. I prepared myself for Aiden's love confession when he leaned in. I readied my lips.
Now that we're alone, I wanted to offer you a job on behalf of the president.
What?
I work in secret operations, and there's a job you'd be perfect for. Have you ever considered going undercover?
Like a spy? Not really.
We've been chasing this exotic animal trader known as Wildcat Carla. We think she just stole a bunch of albino tigers from a nature preserve and wants to turn them into coats.
What a monster. But wait, the president cares that much about animals?
Actually, the president wants her in jail for other things as well, but they're top secret. We also discovered she's looking for a housekeeper, and we need to get you on the inside.
So, you want me to pretend to be a housekeeper just to collect evidence on this Carla Cat girl? Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I'm good at cleaning.
No, but you were raised by a military family, and I've been to your house. It's spotless.
He had a point. We have a saying at home, cleanliness is close to godliness.
We need a girl so it's not suspicious, especially one who can defend herself just in case. Someone I can trust completely, and it's only you who comes to mind.
Mind?
Aw, I wish I was closer to his heart than his mind.
And if you're able to confirm that Carla has the tigers, we'll pay you $3 million.
I'm in. That wasn't a bad deal. I got the job easily, but when I showed up, I realized this place was a dump. No wonder no one else wanted this job. I turned a corner cleaning when, crash! I slammed into one Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome. To my shock, it was the same jerk who called me stupid after I had saved all those people at the bank. Thankfully, he didn't recognize me. Achoo! Then this thirst trap started sneezing everywhere. Suddenly, Wildcat Carla came running in. What have you done, you stupid girl? My son, Mason, is highly allergic to dust. And he sneezed right on Carla's face. I'll fix this. I grabbed Mason and ran to the bathroom, throwing him into the shower as fast as I could. As water poured down on us, Mason stopped sneezing. If he wasn't known as a jerk, or I was so worried about keeping my job, I would have considered this romantic. I turned off the water, but Mason kept blinking at me. You good?
Yeah, you saved me.
You can stay, for now. And Carla disappeared back into the darkness.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm just a housekeeper. But if I save a few lives, I guess that's a win-win.
No, I mean about my mom. She can be a lot. Sure you're up for this?
Why wouldn't I be?
You look delicate, and it's a tough job.
And then I grabbed him with one hand and pulled him to his feet in one swoop. Mason was floored, literally. How's that for delicate? I walked off like the awesome boss I am. The look on Mason's face told me he would not make that mistake again. The next day when sweeping, I saw Carla enter a suspicious warehouse on the edge of her property. I was just done setting up some microphones when…
Well, if it isn't my hot housekeeper.
The name is Astrid.
I'm throwing a party here tonight and I want you to clean it up for me, since you are my employee.
And then, with a flip of his hair, he walked away before I could answer. I showed up to the party that night with a new +1, my mop. Romantic, right? But Mason's friends were bigger jerks than he was. They started having mess-making contests and would force me to clean up after them, laugh, then make a mess all over again. You better stop unless you want me to kick all of your butts. Before I could even wind up my fist, Mason snapped his fingers and security escorted those losers out.
She is my housekeeper, not yours!
Hello? I don't need you to fight my battles for me. I can clean up after myself. But as I stepped forward to give it to him, I slipped on a spilled drink and clumsily fell into Mason's arms. My face instantly flushed.
Looks like you need to be a better housekeeper. Want to dance?
But before I could reject him, this pretty girl pulled Mason away and started dancing with him. Ew! Don't dance with the help, dance with me. My stomach clenched. What a rude and privileged girl. But also, oh no, was this jealousy I was feeling? Stop it, Astrid. Don't get attached. Suddenly, this muscular dude came up to the two of them and pulled Mason away.
That's my girlfriend, jerk!
He threw a punch at Mason. Out of instinct, I jumped in, blocked it, then flipped the bully onto a nearby table, shattering it. Mason looked at me like I was Wonder Woman.
How did you do that?
My parents taught me karate straight out of the womb. It wasn't a total lie.
That was incredible! I want you to teach me how to fight, just like that, starting tomorrow.
Wait, what? That night, I called Aiden and told him everything.
Astrid, you can't get involved with Mason. His mother's a criminal.
I'm not getting involved. I want you, dummy.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. You should get Mason to fall in love with you. Maybe then he'll tell you his mother's secrets.
I don't want to be his girlfriend. He's called me stupid when I saved everyone at the bank.
You're undercover, Astrid. This is your chance to get him back, make him fall in love with you, and then show him who's really stupid.
I guess he had a point. The next morning, Mason burst into my room as excited as a schoolgirl.
Training time, it's Astrid and Mason's training time.
Gosh, he was annoying. But why did he look cute being excited? Ugh, focus, Astrid. Aiden's idea was already paying off because Mason took me into the warehouse through a key card he kept in his jacket. Noted. But inside, no tigers. Show me what you got. And what he had was pathetic. Mason got tired after 2 tiny punches. You're gonna need more focus if you want to defend yourself.
Yeah, I know. Mom tried to teach me how to fight once. I got 1 punch in and she spent 3 hours telling me everything I did wrong for 1 punch. She was right, I should just give up.
No, Mason, you have what it takes. Just, you have to believe in yourself. You got this. He got back up, more confident than before. Sure, he wasn't perfect by the end of the day, but he had thrown some solid hits. He even hugged me.
Thank you for believing in me.
Anytime?
Hey, my mom wants you to come with me to her zoo tomorrow.
I'm in. This was the first big lead I had in weeks. But when we pulled up, a protesting group of animal lovers blocked the entrance. They had signs accusing Mason's mom of animal cruelty. Mason instantly turned the car around. He didn't speak for the whole drive back. He seemed embarrassed. We got back into Mason's and he looked really sad, so I grabbed his hand and my heart fluttered a bit. Is everything okay?
I have to be honest with you, Astrid. My mom didn't actually order you to come to the zoo with me. I like you, and I was worried you'd say no. You're the strongest, most beautiful girl I've ever met.
Aw, thanks.
My mom's been accused of some bad stuff. None of it is true, but I understand if you don't want to be with me.
Mason, I work for your mom, and I don't want her to get the wrong idea. I had to wrap this mission up as soon as possible. I knew Aiden said I could hurt him, but that doesn't mean I should. Besides, I actually started to like him. That night, when Mason was asleep, I snuck into his room and stole his keycard from his jacket. I entered the warehouse, but a hand grabbed me and turned me around. It was Mason!
Astrid, how did you get my key card?
You gave me this.
What? When?
I panicked, grabbed his shirt, and kissed him as hard as I could. Mason, I changed my mind. I am madly in love with you.
I knew it.
I guess I had distracted him well because he only said,
I have a surprise for you tomorrow.
The next day, I was shocked to see a helicopter waiting for us. Mason flew us up to have the most romantic dinner of my life on top of a frozen mountain.
I had the chef make you one of everything, since I wasn't sure what was your favorite.
He held out a rose like the absolute gentleman I realized he was. I really have to pee. I called Aiden, but he was totally aloof.
For all we know, those tigers could be coats by now due to your puppy love routine.
I'm just doing what you told me to do.
Well, do it better. You're running out of time.
The next morning, I woke up with a horrible cold, probably from the snow, and Mason was sitting on the edge of my bed staring at me like I was an art exhibit.
I should have brought you a coat too. This is all my fault. Let me take care of you.
And before I could say anything, Mason sprung into action. Wow, you're really good at this.
I love nursing things back to health. Did you know I always wanted to be a vet?
No way.
Way? I love animals so much. Their cute little faces, they're the best. I would never do anything to hurt them.
You can still be a vet if you want.
You don't understand. After my dad left us, there was only Mom, so I couldn't say no to her. And she wanted me to follow her footsteps in her business.
And what kind of business is that?
If I show you, will you promise to keep it a secret?
I nodded. This was my chance. And Mason pulled me out of bed. He took me inside the warehouse and used his key card to open the secret door behind a punching mat. Whoa!
Shh! Mom can't know I took you here.
We walked down some secret steps into a huge pen where I was confronted with all the tigers. I instantly took a pic and hit send to Aiden. Gotcha.
Hey, you can't do that!
Sorry, just instinct.
Well, just don't send them to anyone. My mom is protecting these endangered animals from being experimented on.
Are you sure?
Yes, of course. That's what she told me.
Had I just made a huge mistake? Maybe Mason's mom wasn't the Cruella de Vil I was told she was. Gotta pee again. I ran up the stairs and called Aiden.
Great job, Astrid. The special agents are on their way because of you.
Tell the police to stay where they are. Carla is protecting the tigers, not turning them into coats.
He's lying to you, Astrid.
I don't... Suddenly, two strong hands grabbed me. It was Carla. I knew I never should have hired you.
Mom, let go of my girlfriend!
We turned to see Mason standing in the corner, distraught. Some girlfriend? This little double agent just called the cops on Mommy's operation.
Astrid? You what?
I can explain, Mason. Your mom wanted to turn the tigers into coats, not save them.
Mom, is this true?
And by the sheer look on Carla's face, I could tell it was true. Just then, the military burst into the warehouse, arrested her, and rounded up all the tigers safely. And then a familiar arm wrapped itself around me.
Great work, Astrid. It takes a lot to pretend to fall in love with someone just to get information out of them. You've earned this.
And he handed me a suitcase filled with cash. I turned around to see Mason staring at me. Aiden got to him first, though.
She's come a long way from that stupid girl at the bank, hasn't she?
What? That was you? I knew you looked familiar.
Mason, wait, it's not what you think.
I can't believe I trusted you, Astrid. I gave you my heart, and you locked my mom up.
Mason, I'm sorry. I like you.
Yeah, right. You think I believe you after you just lied to my face for months? Goodbye, Astrid. Forever.
I couldn't blame him for blowing up on me, but he didn't realize that I had actually fallen in love with him during everything. The next week, Aiden asked me out. This was everything I thought I wanted, yet why did I feel so sad about Mason? He took me out on a rowboat again, but this time he leaned in and said,
The president wants to hire you as a full-time secret agent, if you want.
What? I thought you were gonna tell me you loved me.
Oh, Astrid, I do love you. Just not in that way. Didn't you know your brother and I are a couple?
I was definitely happy for them, but I also felt silly for obsessing over Aiden for years. Clearly, I wasn't his type.
So, what's it gonna be? You want the job?
But I politely turned him down. Going undercover wasn't worth it if it meant hurting someone I cared about. I texted Mason a novel of an apology, but he blocked my number. I guess I deserved it. A few years later, I was walking in the park when I saw our hurt baby bird. I wrapped it gently in my handkerchief and was pointed to the best animal hospital in town. When I arrived there, I was shocked to see Mason tending to a sick hamster. My heart raced. It had been too long. I pushed the door open and Mason looked up. For a split second, our eyes locked. The world seemed to fade, then reality set back in. I found this little one and thought you'd be able to help. I heard you're the best in town. Mason smiled softly.
Always the hero, huh, Astrid?
As we looked at each other, the weight of our past seemed both heavy and distant. I'm sorry, Mason. Not just for how things ended, but for everything.
It hurt, Astrid. Not just what happened with my mother, but thinking that everything between us was just an act.
It wasn't. Not all of it. Not the moments that truly mattered. Mason took a deep breath, releasing the bird which flew away.
Second chances are rare, but I believe everyone deserves one.
Even someone like me? He reached out, wiping away a tear with his thumb.
Especially for someone like you.
The room suddenly felt lighter, and we both felt hopeful. We knew there were tough times ahead, but together, it felt like we could do anything.
My best friend Callie once told me that good things and bad things happen in threes. I didn't believe it at first. Then 3 totally bad things happened to me and it changed my life forever. It all started on a day like any other day. I can't believe you got the skirt, Callie screamed the moment she saw the new stuff in my room. You're so lucky, it's so gorgeous. Samantha is going to die with envy. I felt kind of embarrassed at Callie's gushing. I mean, the skirt was pretty and kind of expensive, but it was just a skirt after all. Suddenly, my mom came into my room. Hope, honey? Can you bring this over to Mr. Jenkins' apartment, please? Callie turned her head away and rolled her eyes. I had to stop my giggles. Mr. Jenkins lived a few doors down from us and next door to Callie's. His house smelled so bad. Now, please, Mom added. She left a basket full of freshly baked bread on my dresser. Mom is always baking. I guess she had nothing better to do all day since Dad made enough money to keep us comfortable. Callie says that we're more than just comfortable, though. I wish I could go shopping anytime like you, Callie moaned while she stretched on my bed. I wish I could have a bag like this and a skirt like this. I felt bad for Callie sometimes, so I offered to give her my new stuff. I mean, I can always buy them again. Callie took them quick enough. She walked with me to Mr. Jenkins's door. Good luck with Mr. Stinky, she whispered, as she went back to her own apartment. Mr. Jenkins opened the door quickly after hearing my knock. Although his face seemed pleased to see the breadbasket, he was still gruff and grumpy. Your mom's making me eat too much, he complained. I told him not to worry. I'm sure Mom used all organic stuff and healthy things in her baking. A lot of health-conscious people are always asking her to make things for them. Where's your friend? The next-door neighbor of mine? Mr. Jenkins asked. That girl who always wrinkles her nose at me. I don't like her. I had to cover my mouth so he wouldn't see me smile. I could tell him that Kelly didn't like him either, but I still had to be polite. When I got back home, Dad was there. He looked stressed. Come to the kitchen, Hope, he said. I have something important to tell you. I sat in front of the table still smiling when my dad broke the most terrible news. He had lost his job. His company was closing and filing for bankruptcy. He wasn't even getting his last paycheck. Mom clutched her chest. My mouth gaped open. What are we going to do? My mom whispered with horror. Dad said that we'd have to live off of our savings for a while, but we had to cut down on a lot of things. That included a big chunk of my allowance. I'm very sorry, Hope, Dad said to me. I'm just glad that your school's paid up for the year. We'll worry about next year's tuition fee when we get there. But I wasn't worried about school at all. I just remembered that I had just given my newest clothes to Kelly, and now we couldn't afford to buy me anything. Samantha is going to be so smug, I thought. Samantha was our classmate, and she was always comparing my stuff to hers. When I told Kelly about what had happened to my dad, I was surprised at her reaction. They can't cut your allowance, she cried. That's so unfair. I tried to defend my dad. I mean, it wasn't his fault that his company was going under. They should be the ones to cut back, not you, Kelly said. They're the grown-ups. It's not your fault that your dad lost his job. Well, it's not my dad's fault either, I snapped back at her. Sometimes Kelly can be such a brat. We've been friends for a long time, but sometimes she acts so spoiled. Since I didn't have any extra money, I needed to find a job. Unfortunately, the only job for me was babysitting. Hey, I already take care of most of the kids in the building, Kelly said. Don't steal them from me, okay? I sighed. I wished that Callie was willing to share some of her clients with me. I needed the money more than she did. One day, I was walking down the hallway to our door when Mr. Jenkins appeared. "Do you need a job?" he asked. I nodded, although I didn't know if he had any leads for me. "I need somebody to clean up my apartment," he continued. "Will you do it? I'll pay you." Mr. Jenkins' house smelled really bad, but I was desperate. My parents needed the money for food and household stuff. They didn't have extra to give me, so I agreed to Mr. Jenkins's plan. I was going to start the next day. My mom was thrilled. Even if we had so little money, she still made healthy sandwiches to share with Mr. Jenkins every day. If his house smelled bad from the outside, inside was 100 times worse. I had to cover my mouth to keep from gagging. It smelled like sour milk and old tuna. "Sorry about the smell," he told me when he saw my face. "But as you get older, you don't smell things as well anymore. That's why I need you to clean up. I've been getting complaints from the neighbors." I'm sure he was. If Callie's mom was as outspoken as her daughter, she would have tried to get Mr. Jenkins evicted. I started with the kitchen, then the bedroom, then the bathrooms. At the end of the first day, I had almost 10 big trash bags full of junk. It was kind of disgusting, but there were interesting things too. "You want this?" Mr. Jenkins said while holding a small telescope. I'm too old to be bird watching anyway. The telescope was sticky with grime, but after I wiped it clean, it looked brand new. "Wow, thanks, Mr. Jenkins," I said. And for the first time ever, he smiled at me and he handed me a transistor receiver with a remote control. He said that he used the gadget to listen to the different mating calls of birds. Mr. Jenkins even suggested that I go to the roof if I wanted a better look at them. I totally forgot all about that, however, when I got home. I found my parents in the kitchen again. My mom had tears running down her cheeks. What was worse was that my dad was teary-eyed too. "There are no jobs for me," he said with a dead voice. "I'm willing to take on any job, but nobody is hiring." Mom went to kneel in front of Dad and she cupped his face in her hands. "Don't lose hope," she said so tenderly. "We'll get through this." I never felt so scared in my life as I did that night. It wasn't about the money, though. It was remembering my parents looking so scared themselves. A few days later, I went to the roof, just as Mr. Jenkins suggested. It was so peaceful up there. I never really realized how big the sky was. It made me feel so small. And with that feeling, I realized that my problems were small as well. Anything was still possible. I just had to hope. I took out the telescope and the drone transistor radio. I tried to follow some birds around and I had one more realization. Bird watching was terribly boring. So instead of looking up, I used the telescope to spy on the people on the street. To my surprise, I saw Kelly stepping out of our building. I made the transistor receiver follow her from above. "Hey, Samantha!" she shouted to the nicely dressed girl waiting for her at the corner. Samantha looked very happy to see her. They seemed like best friends. They even linked their arms together and started giggling at once. "Nice bag," Samantha said admiringly. "Thanks," Kelly replied. I looked closer at the bag on her shoulder and saw that it was the brand new designer bag that I gave her. "Where's Hope?" Samantha asked. Kelly started to laugh. "I don't know. I don't care," Kelly replied. She sunk so low. She's sad and pathetic now. She's practically a cleaning lady. I call her Miss Stinky because she's cleaning the house of our neighbor, old Mr. Stinky. Tears filled my eyes and I let go of the receiver remote control. I couldn't listen anymore. I felt so betrayed. I never thought that Kelly could ever talk about me like that. "It wasn't just my dad who lost something," I whispered. "It looks like I lost my best friend, too." I didn't think it was possible, but my day got even worse. After I lost sight of Kelly and Samantha, I saw someone else stepping out of our building. It was my mom. She was waving to someone in a car, and it stopped to pick her up. It was a flashy car, and my mom was smiling from ear to ear. She was also dressed up to the nines. The driver stepped out of the car and walked over to open her door. I didn't recognize him, though. He was very handsome. My mom was looking at him like he was a gift from the heavens. I started to feel cold all over. There was something going on here, but I wasn't sure what it was. So for the next 3 days, I went to the roof. Every day, Mom came out of our building. Every day, she got into the stranger's car. She seemed happier than I had ever seen her. Then I remembered what Kelly told me about the 3 bad things happening together. First, my dad lost his job. Second, we lost our money. And now for the third, it seems like my mom was having an affair. How could she do this? How could she betray us? When she finally got home on the 3rd day, she was still smiling. A part of me was hoping that she was doing something else. Anything else other than cheating on my father. But she never said anything. I could see that she was trying to act all normal, but I caught her smiling behind my father's back. When Dad asked her what she did that day, she just answered that she spent the day baking. I wanted to scream that I knew her secret. The only baking she did that day was a cheater's pie. I wanted to confront her, but I just couldn't. Not yet anyway. It was hard to even get up in the morning. The next day was my last day cleaning for Mr. Jenkins. It was unrecognizable now. It smelled so much better, too, after all the essential oils and diffusers I used. Before I left, Mr. Jenkins handed me an envelope with cash as payment for my cleaning services. When I peeked inside, I gasped. It was more money than I expected. It was more money than my allowance. Mr. Jenkins? I asked him, "Are you sure you put the right amount in here?" "Why?" he growled. "Do you want some more?" "No," I quickly replied. I told him that it was more than what he owed me. I tried to give some of it back, but he wouldn't take it. "Just go and spend it on whatever you kids like to buy nowadays," he added. Then he practically shoved me out the door. Wow, I didn't think that Mr. Jenkins was rich enough to give this much money to anyone. Was my luck finally turning? The 3 bad things were done and over with. The envelope full of cash in my pocket was definitely a good thing. Should I expect 2 more good things to follow now? I was scared to hope after everything that had happened. But when I got home, my mom was impatiently waiting for me. "Hurry up, Hope," she said. "I have an announcement to make." My heart sank to my stomach. My mom looked fantastic and made up. She definitely looked like she was in love and having an affair. I braced myself to hear her announcement that she was leaving us. How was I going to take care of my dad all by myself? Mom practically pushed me down into a chair beside my dad. Then she dramatically made her announcement. "I got a job!" she cried. "What?" I cried. "What?" Dad repeated. My mom started talking really fast. She was so excited. She said that she got a call from a friend who owned a restaurant. They suddenly got an investor who wanted to expand their store and add a bake shop. That investor insisted that they get my mom to head the kitchen. Since they already loved her breads, it was a done deal. I get to do what I love to do and get paid for it. My mom cried out with happiness. "How much money are we talking about here?" my dad said breathlessly. "Well," Mom said with a shy smile, "it's not as big as your salary used to be, but it's close." My dad was so relieved and so happy that he picked up my mom right there in the middle of the kitchen and spun her around. Then they started dancing. They were acting like crazy people, but I have to admit I was so happy I wanted to dance along with them. The next day, my mom baked a special batch of bread and told me to bring some to Mr. Jenkins again. I was happy to do it for her. "I haven't said thank you to you," she said softly. "What for?" I asked. "Well, you never complained when we cut your allowance," Mom said. "You never complained about having to work and clean up Mr. Jenkins's apartment. Thank you for being such a good sport about all of this." She gave me a big hug. "I don't think a lot of kids would have reacted the way you did," she added. I couldn't help but remember Kelly. She thought that my parents were just being unfair to me. She was wrong. We were all doing the best we could. When I walked to Mr. Jenkins's place, I took a big sniff from the breadbasket. It smelled like victory and hope. I was surprised when Mr. Jenkins asked me to join him for tea.